Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We're starting. We're starting. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. Well, might as well get the phone open. Let's get the phone open. Do 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 do. Give me your second. We gotta resize some stuff. Where were we? Chrome. Yes, that is the one that I want. Yes. Yes. It begins. It begins. Okay. Well, today, it appears that we're going to be watching some Fox News. This ought to be good. Should I wait? Maybe I should wait for people to join in. Let me make sure that the phone lines are up. I think we're good here. Let's look at the phone lines. Audio settings. I think we're good. Hell yeah, let's go. It begins, everybody. Where's the All right. Let's just get right to it. Fox News. Fox News. You know it's going to be good when we just watch some Fox News. Who knows what they're going to throw at us? I mean, God, look how often that they're posting stuff. First Lady Melania Trump announces $2 million scholarship to help foster children. Trump threatens tremendous consequences against Iran. Unprecedented scale. Wow. Wow. How about that? How about that? How about that? Wait. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. All right. I say we start here. I mean, let's see what they're watching.
Well, Sandra, the U.S. is quietly breaking Iran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz. American forces reportedly protecting tankers moving some 10 million barrels of oil every day through the waterway as President Trump opens up another front threatening economic D-Day for countries that help Tehran stay afloat. Let's bring in the former Defense Secretary, Mark Esper. Mr. Secretary, good to have you with us on the program. So here's what the president put out announcing all of this as he ramps up the economic stranglehold on Iran. He said, quote, "I'm announcing the most crushing economic operation ever taken."
I don't understand. Like, haven't we done all of the economic sanctions on Iran? I just don't get what else could we do? Like, realistically, like, what are all the sanctions that we have done on Iran? What are all the sanctions we have done on Iran? I feel like that's a fair question to ask. We have imposed comprehensive, decades-long system of primary and secondary economic sanctions on Iran. These measures target Iran's energy, banking, shipping, governmental sectors to restrict revenue used for nuclear development, military programs, and regional activities. Energy, oil, and embargo bans virtually all imports of Iranian oil, petroleum, and petrochemical products, alongside targeting foreign investments and international shipping networks attempting to move Iranian crude. Financial blacklisting, freezing assets, Central Bank of Iran, major domestic. I don't understand. I am announcing the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country. This will be economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. I thought we've already done that. What more could we do?
Taken against any country. This will be economic warfare
Doesn't make
and
any
isolation
sense.
on an unprecedented scale. I am also announcing that any country that allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran,
I don't understand. We've already done that.
Tremendous economic consequences.
We've been doing that for years. Iran has had so many trade sanctions on it. It hasn't done anything to them. Can we just be honest with ourselves and say, can we just stop with the sanctions and just simply say, hey, sanctions don't work? I'm just going to hot take. Sanctions don't work. And how often is it where it's who do we affect here? Who do we affect? It's just wild. Hold on. Let me take a note here. Iran sanctions. Yeah, I'm just going to make sure that we're okay.
To success with Iran.
Well, first of all, John, good to be with you with you and Sandra this afternoon. So, look, yes, I think this is a good idea. It's the least bad option. It is something, though, that will take us time and patience and discipline to effect. But look, I think there's a good chance it could pay off. But we will take time, and we will have to sacrifice a little bit. The Iranian people will sacrifice a little bit, but it's a far better option than committing ground troops. And it's a far better option than retreating from the strait and leaving it to Iran. So, look, I think we have to do this. I think the president putting out the word to other nations is important. As you know, China is one of the biggest buyers of Iranian oil and other goods. But other than that, it's mostly the...
So why is it... I don't understand. Why... I thought we've already done the sanctions. How are they trading with China? Could it be because these sanctions don't actually fucking do anything? International sanctions against Iran. Punitive economic and diplomatic measures imposed by the United Nations, also unilaterally by the United States, the European Union, and numerous other countries and international bodies. What else are you going to do? Nuclear program, support of terrorism, human rights violation, military conduct in the Persian Gulf. Iran was the most heavily sanctioned country in the world until Russia surpassed it following the 2022 Russian invasion in Ukraine. What else could we do?
Countries bordering Iran that we have to focus on as well in order to really clamp down on Iran and tie up their economy.
The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, today was very confident that this will achieve success and really put an exclamation point on the point that the president made earlier. Listen to what he said here.
And this is going to be the greatest coordinated economic isolation in the history of the world. And we are going to them and saying you are either with us or against us.
What are you talking about? What planet are you on, Mr. Bessent? I thought we've already done this.
We are going to squash the economy of this murderous
We've
regime.
done
It's
this.
a 1-2 punch. We have the blockade, and we are going to have the...
Look at this. Look at how expensive. It's almost at $100 a barrel.
Sanctions in history, and I will tell you this.
I wonder how exactly are they just yay! Thanks, Donald Trump, for making gas more expensive. Yay!
Yeah, you're either with us or against us. It's echoes of the George Bush administration. And what the U.S. is doing, moving 10 to 15 million barrels of oil per day out of the Persian Gulf, does appear to be putting the lie to Iran's claim that it controls the Strait of Hormuz and further squeezes it.
Hold on. Wait. What? Hold on. Let me hear that again.
To Iran's claim that it per day and what the U.S. is doing, moving 10 to 15 million barrels of oil per day out of the Persian Gulf, does appear to be putting the lie to Iran's claim that it controls the Strait of Hormuz and further squeezes it.
Where are they getting that we're pulling 10 to 15 million barrels of oil a day out of Iran? Where are you getting that? They just say shit. There's no confirmation whatsoever.
Yeah, it certainly takes pressure off international markets too, right? So you're getting 10 million barrels out. It used to be 20 million a day before the conflict. We know that the Saudis are getting out through a pipeline that crosses the peninsula into the Red Sea. UAE is getting out some oil as well. So all these are good signs. It takes some pressure off of us and puts more pressure on them. But importantly, the fact that the U.S. Navy has them blockaded means that they can't sell oil, whether legitimately or on the black market. And so that denies them at least $435 million a day that they could use to buy more weapons, that they could fund their proxies.
I mean, to be fair, in Iran, I mean, there's a blockade on both ends, really. Bobro says, what's up? Am I first? What? Yeah, it does look like you're first. I've only been, I think I've been streaming for about, wow, it says 14 minutes already. I barely even started. Rainbow Ash saying, what up? What up? What up? What up? Hey, guys. How y'all doing? I'm 13 minutes late. Why is no one else here? I don't know. I figured it'd be fun. Anyway, we're looking at Trump, who's, we're going over Fox News. So, you know, you guys recall the lawsuit where Fox News said that it is not, in fact, a news station, but an entertainment network. And so what I don't understand is, right now they're saying that Trump is threatening tremendous consequences against Iran at unprecedented scale. They're going to do a crazy amount of sanctions, more sanctions than any other country I've ever. I'm like, bro, I thought we've already been doing sanctions. Am I crazy? I don't understand, like, what are we getting out of this?
That they could support terrorist activities. I mean, the list goes on and on. But again, the key here is going to be coordinated pressure over time.
Galcrapper saying, why, hello, folks.
Again,
hello.
Option. We'll see whether it works in the long run. But I think if we can coordinate it and get everybody to cooperate, we can put a lot of pressure on this country and hopefully break their will.
Now, in terms of our force posture in the area, the USS Abraham Lincoln is steaming toward its home port of San Diego to be replaced by the George Washington, which I think is on station already after a shore leave in Da Nang, Vietnam, which is a fun place. They've got great fish restaurants there. You know, tell us about the fact that, you know, the Lincoln was out for 9 months. Now the Washington's coming in. These deployments are going on much longer than anybody anticipated, and it does lead to fatigue among the troops.
Yeah, apparently, and I'm hearing this from other sources where apparently they're like literally starving. Like the soldiers, they need to resupply in Oman, and it turns out that the carriers can't resupply in Oman because of what is going on with Iran right now. Well. And Donald Trump had said, oh, well, we're just going to leave them on there. I mean, I find that wild. That's a wild thing to say.
It does. It's, you know, 9 months, which is 2 to 3 months longer than normal. It takes a lot of time. It seems to me that the Navy, you know, made some mistakes.
How are they going to spin this?
With regard to food and mail and things like that. That shouldn't happen. I put that on the United States Navy. But that's a long period of time. It's good to see the rotating ships. They have to, of course.
Really? You'd put that on the United States Navy. You know what I would put it on? I would put it on Pete Hegseth. In World War II, there were ice cream ships supplying fresh ice cream. There are stories about sailors on sinking ships filling a helmet with ice cream while abandoning ship. That's how important food is. Yo, that's wild. That is a wild thing to say.
Do the same, and I'm sure they are with destroyers and other aircraft, but it does take a toll on the sailors, their families, the ships. maintenance. And so what we need to make sure is we have a sustainable plan that can keep this blockade and other resources in place, again, for a long period of time, because that's how long this will take if they're going to break their will.
I don't think that there's any amount of sanctions that we could possibly do on Iran that would cause Iran to give a flying crap. I'm just hot take, dude. It's just not going to happen.
Eventually.
Hey, real quick, Mr. Secretary, are you concerned that we don't have a carrier group in the Western Pacific at the moment?
I am concerned, but I understand there's one departing the West Coast.
How long have we been doing trade sanctions on Iran? How long has the USA had trade sanctions on Iran? Bro, guys, the United States enforced a trade and economic restrictions on Iran for 47 years. Why do you think that it would make any difference at this point? Why do you think that if you increase more sanctions, how is this going to result in anything? How is this going to change anything? I don't think Iran gives a crap. I think they're just going to be like, it's another day. I don't know. I don't know what you.
Coast of the United States.
What are you expecting?
Should be in that theater in a matter of a couple weeks or so.
All right. So we'll backstop on that front. Mark Esper, the former defense secretary, good to have you on today, sir. It's been a while.
Thanks, John. Good to see you.
Thanks, John. Thanks, John. Good to see you. Wow. Fox News posting that is really incredible. Oh, look at this one. This one was posted 5 minutes ago. Let's see. Compagno. Who's Compagno? Compagno? Who is Compagno? Emily Rose Compagno is a legal analyst and American television host. I see. We got the MAGA. It's the MAGA makeup. MAGA makeup mode. We're gonna watch Compagno. This has been a long downward spiral. Okay, let's hear what they have to say.
Back now to our top story. Federal investigators are ramping up their investigation into disgraced ex-Congressman Eric Swalwell. The FBI tells Fox they seized his electronic devices at San Francisco Airport on Saturday, but did not detain or arrest him. And then on Sunday, investigators raided his home and seized more devices. All this as part of the ongoing investigation into sexual misconduct allegations involving the former congressman.
You know what's great about at least the Democratic Party is that when we take somebody down, we don't cover up for all of the things that they have done. We just go, okay, screw that guy. We don't like that guy anymore. It's that simple, right? I want to see the Republican establishment do that with Donald Trump. I don't think Trump could do any wrong. I think that guy could murder somebody on live television, and people would support him. On Eric Swalwell. All right.
The FBI tells Fox that they are not commenting on the matter. Fox has also reached out to Swalwell's attorney for comment. So far, no response. I felt quite the update. And you know what I kept thinking? This is nonsensical, but like when they seized his phone at the airport, I was like, how did he board? I mean, how do you know, that's a,
you know
they
what,
left him
you know what,
stranded.
Emily, I must tell you that at the airport, I do print my boarding pass. I have it on my phone, and I print in case, not that I'm thinking my phone is going to get, there's a lot to be said. That's great.
Let's see. Bobro says, I think we should leave Iran alone. What have they actually done to us? We have cooed them and cooed their neighbors and turned them against Iran, etc. Like Iran. Now, okay. With that being said, I don't think Iran is like an innocent actor here. They've obviously have done stuff in the past that has been, I would say, unsavory for the United States' interests. Though with that being said, I think if we stop funding, the ethno-state that is Israel, I think you would be ventured to say that terror attacks would actually go down. in the United States and across the world. I would say the destabilization of the Middle East has been a complete shit show. We got to completely undo it. Let's fix it. But anyway, yeah, let's keep going.
Old school, just saying. But anyway, not that I think anybody's going to confiscate my phone, but I do print it just in case it goes out. Listen, investigations like this should be covered across the board.
Mm-hmm. Tiffany, you've run for Senate. Mm-hmm. Talk to us about the responsibility that office holders have, that we hope they have, right, to act with decorum. And your thoughts on that?
Well, that's why I ran for Senate, because I sort of saw behind the curtain of Congress and thought this cannot be.
Working Man is here saying, "What's up, people? Hello, Working Man." The fact that we're using up our missile inventories is also quite worrying. Oh, just wait till you hear about the oil inventory.
I went in, doing work and think I was naive. I thought, oh, it's the best and the brightest. And then you kind of see the real deal. And I think he needs to be held accountable and agree with Arthel. It needs to be covered far and wide. And we need better people in office.
Yeah. Yeah. Kaylee,
we got Rain in here. How you doing, Rain? Good to see you.
I've seen this has been a long, detailed downward spiral of this person. Allegations going back years and years. He was under the protection of Pelosi.
You know what never, ever happened, though? All of the allegations that were hurled at Biden, 40 years in politics. 40 years. They couldn't find dick. They were like, oh, Hunter Biden's laptop. Oh, look, somewhere in the welcome cubby there was like cocaine. Must have been Biden's, Why would it be there? Like, fucking, these people are idiots. But I'm perfectly okay with, like, hey, let's lambast Eric Swalwell, right? That guy's a serial essayer. I'm good with Swalwell. So you're not going to find any complaints from me.
And now everything came to light. He is on cloud zero.
Well, and that's why I find the Democrats' reaction to all of this so interesting, is because they knew about these allegations for years, and it wasn't until he...
Hold on. Hold the phone. That's what I find so interesting about the Democrats' response to all of this. When they find out that there are all of these horrible things about one of their own, they pretended like it wasn't a thing. I'm sorry. I'm not hearing from Fox News telling me that, right? We're not going to talk about the giant freaking elephant in the room that is the president of the United States, right? These people are clowns.
He became a political liability, that they decided to do something about it. Same thing with Graham Plattner. There are a whole host of candidates that have extremely troubling allegations made against them. Many of...
What about Donald Trump? Guys, how do you... They bring up the Democratic establishment and they just ignore Donald Trump. I'm like, why? 1stAmender needs to say, I really must say, in this Fox News anchor lady voice, I really must say.
Which have been documented. And Democrats don't do anything until it becomes a problem for their electoral chances. So.
What are you talking about? As soon as we found out about Swalwell's, what Swalwell did, we immediately lambasted him instantaneously. It was immediate. It was like, oh, I didn't know about that. Well, fuck that guy. And then we moved on. That's what happened. And now, but it's like, for whatever reason, they cannot do that with Donald Trump. I don't understand.
All right, Josh, brass tacks, what is he facing or could face?
I'll tell you this. Well, he's in trouble. And I know that kind of goes without saying, but he's in worse trouble than I think we think. Because think about... They had to get a... Let's
see. John Aria Smith just asked, where does he get these 8-bit animated backgrounds? Very chill. Yo, I'll show you. I'll give you. I'll feed you, baby bird. I'll feed you, baby bird. I'll feed you, baby bird. There's a whole treasure trove. Right here, baby bird. There you go, baby bird. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. I'm feeding you. I'm feeding you the wallpapers. Here they are. Here they are. You get all of them. You can get all of them. They're great. Aren't they great? Look at these. They're all fighting backgrounds. It's just fighting backgrounds. But don't they look cool? Also, this is not 8-bit. This is 100% 16-bit. I would probably, yeah, maybe even I would say 32-bit. But yeah, lots and lots of these. Hell yeah. They look cool, don't they? This is where you get these. This is where I got them anyway. You can get them, you know, you can get some good looking ones. Anyway, let's keep going.
Warrant for this. To get your electronics, you need to have a very specific warrant too. You need to tell a judge, I need to get this person's electronic devices and look through them for something in particular. Those are very difficult warrants to get. So the fact that he wasn't arrested is not the problem. The fact that they're getting warrants for his phone, for his electronic devices means they have probable cause and they know something. You remember when these allegations came out, there was a lot of specificity to them. They were years old, but they were talking about dates and locations. These investigators have enough to convince a judge. They know what they're looking for. Our electronic devices keep track of everything.
I'm just imagining the Republicans that is sitting there at home, that is just sitting there watching this garbage. Maybe they got fed a TV dinner, you know, because the wife is mad at him or whatever. And he's just like, yeah, disgusting Democrats. As soon as these allegations come around, the Democrats, they try to defend it. Trump was never in the Epstein files.
Everything. I think he's in really hot water with this. I think this is an incredible development because that means they're not just fishing around. They wouldn't be able to get these warrants to just say, hey, we want to take a look. They know they're looking for something in particular, and they know that's probably on his devices.
It's just so scary. So, like, national security implications. Like, that is what frightens me as an American. Like, are we...
Cal Crapper says, Fox News is a very unserious, quote-unquote, news platform. By the way, during the Dominion voting scandal, they called their own news station, Fox News. They says it's not actually news. They said, actually, it is an entertainment network. And they're like, I'm sorry, what? Are you telling me Fox News is not a news, but actually it is just entertainment? They're like, that is correct. And so we can just say fucking lies all the time. I'm like, holy crap, cringe.
Really safe, or do our adversaries have an open door to our members of Congress?
Yeah, well, they certainly try, and so it's up to the members of Congress to be the kind that represents the country well, and I think we all agree that disgraced former congressman does not. Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered.
Thanks, Emily Campagno. Why do they all look like that? Why do they got that MAGA makeup? Is that a person back there? Is there... I don't know if that's a person, everybody. They all got that fucking weird, like, creepy, robot-y, you know, overly tanned look. It's so weird. I don't know why they all look like that. Jeez. Hey, everybody.
Every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget...
All right. Jesus, they are making video after video. As soon as I click one, there's another one just waiting. That's crazy. First Lady Melania Trump announces $2 million scholarship to help initiative. Dude, not even Fox News people want to watch this. It's got 3,500 views. People are like, I don't care about women. I don't want to look at them. All right. Let's see. Feds detail woman alleged plot to bomb the New York State Capitol. Let this be a message. Okay, let's see here.
From federal and New York State officials is underway. Let's listen.
Jessica Bowie, age 35, of Albany, New York. She's charged with one count of 18 U.S.C. 2339B, attempting to provide material support or resources to a designated foreign terrorist organization, namely the Islamic Republic of Iraq.
Says here, the fairness doctrine, this is John Aria saying, was abolished by the FCC in 1987, and ever since then I consider every news platform to be entertainment. None of it is factual news because they are not required to be. The repeal allowed news platforms greater freedom in their reporting without obligation to ensure factual accuracy in the same way. Yo, true, that's wild. By the way, yo, we are taking calls. If you guys have a disagreement or you want to talk about something, phone number is right there. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I hope to hear from you soon. Let's continue.
Commonly known as ISIS. On Wednesday, August 19, 2026, Bowie was apprehended by law enforcement for her actions attempting to provide material support to designated foreign terrorist organizations. Bowie had pointed to...
That's hilarious. Bobro just pointed out, why is the dude on the right staring like that?
had plotted to use an explosive device to attack the New York State Capitol and the New York State senators. The American people embody an enduring spirit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Values fundamentally opposed by foreign
woman is
terror.
accused of plotting to bomb the New York State Capitol.
Organizations such as this one and this defendant is accused of supporting. As alleged, this defendant was radicalized online and spread messages of hate and violence against the American people.
What is happening with him? Why is he like, how do I do that face? How do I do that face, chat? As you can see, is it? Why does he look like that? What is going on? Bro, is there a person there?
Under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump and Attorney General Todd Blanche, the Department of Justice, along with our law enforcement partners here today, will continue to use every resource at our disposal to identify, investigate, and stop anyone who seeks to engage in terrorist acts. The charge against Bowie carries a statutory maximum prison term of 20 years, a fine of up to $250,000, and a lifetime term of supervised release. The charge in the complaint is merely an accusation. The defendant is presumed innocent until and unless proven guilty. The allegations in this complaint are deeply disturbing. That someone would harbor such hatred toward our way of life and seek to target the New York State Capitol and New York State senators, that's an attack on democracy itself, and one we will not tolerate. I'm incredibly proud to work with the men and women of the FBI and our law enforcement partners who identified, investigated, and ultimately stopped this defendant before she could act on her plot to bring terror to the Capital Region and the United States. I am grateful for their dedication, and the people of the Capital Region and across the nation share in that gratitude. Before I turn it over to Special Agent in Charge FBI Craig Tremoroli, who will discuss the investigation in further detail, I want the American people to know this. Today's announcement will have a chilling effect on anyone in this country who is being radicalized or considering acts of violence, and on our enemies whose governments support death to America. We are vigilant.
Let's see. Merck says, yo, AWOL, you got to hear the story of Amender giving the biggest FU to this dude who called 1stAmender fat. Oh, yeah. That happened on my Discord. Yeah. I'll tell you the story real quick. Hold on. I'll tell you the story real quick. So there was this guy. Who was on my Discord. I'm not going to name a name because it feels kind of mean to do it. But they were on my Discord and they were just talking some mad shit, you know? And they went in and they did a big faux pas where they said, they said that I was fat. And I'm just like, bro, I'm not fat. I was like, bro, do you need to see my abs? Like, so I went in and I was like, dude, just look. Okay? I'm like, I ain't fat. I'm not that big either, but I ain't fat. And I was just like, bro, like, do you see how I'm very much not fat? As soon as that happened, the guy like left. I like flexed at him and I was like, turn on your camera, bitch. Show me what you look like. Come on. That's fucking wild, bro.
Prepared, and just as we stop this defendant, we will continue to disrupt plots and protect the American people. My office looks forward to aggressively prosecuting this case and delivering justice for the American people. This time, I'd like to turn it over to Special Agent in Charge, FBI, Craig Tremaroli.
Thank you to our First Assistant United States Attorney, John Sarcone, and thank you all for being here today for this very significant announcement. I want to sincerely thank our partners from Secret Service, Albany Police Department, New York State Police, the Albany County Sheriff's Office, and HSI. As the First Assistant United States Attorney said, Jessica Bowie was arrested by FBI Albany's Joint Terrorism Task Force and has been charged by the Northern District of New York with attempting to provide material support or resources to a designated foreign terrorist organization. In this instance, that foreign terrorist organization is ISIS, perhaps one of the most vicious organizations that is hell-bent on murdering Americans, destroying our democracy, and disrupting our very own way of life. As alleged in the complaint, Ms. Bowie swore her allegiance to ISIS through multiple audio recordings in both English and Arabic. She clearly stated her desire to carry out an attack at the New York State Capitol. In her own words, as alleged in the criminal complaint, she said, quote, I want to destroy as much of the building as possible and kill the senators while they're meeting. I want them to lose a lot of important documents as well.
You know what I don't understand? Like, bro, this lady is like 2 years younger than me. She was 2 years younger than me. Look at her. Bro, what the fuck? She's 2 years younger than me, bro. Holy cannoli. This is Jessica Bowie, 35, arrested allegedly plotting ISIS-inspired bombing in the New York State Capitol in Albany. Yo, that's wild, bro.
She continued, as referenced in the complaint, quote, I don't want to take this kind of risk and have it kill, what, 2 or 3 people. What good is that? The complaint alleges that she arranged to have an explosive device made out to carry this attack, even purchasing several of the required materials herself. She conducted surveillance at the Capitol at least 5 times, taking dozens of photos. She requested a gun she intended to use on any law enforcement officer who tried to stop her. More specifically, according to the complaint, she said, quote, something powerful, but easy enough to conceal, so if the cops do get towards me during the operation...
Bro, this is her buying some nails. What? She's wearing a burqa. I don't understand. How do you get radicalized to this? Listen, just get a nice haircut. You don't need all this. Like, you could, you know, this is wild.
I can shoot back. As alleged in the complaint, when she met up with the confidential human source to retrieve the materials she asked for, she paid the agreed upon...
All right, well, as much as I would like to listen to Fox News and this man who's probably explaining things in an okay way, what I want to see is some of the crazy Fox News crap that happens. Oh my God, the 5 are Gen Z women turning sour on men. That's at 8 p.m. Damn it. That's too late. We'll wait a little bit. Hopefully we get a little bit of that. Let's see. Iran responds to the U.S. to turn up the pressure with economic D-Day. Again, have no freaking clue where you could do any more sanctions on Iran. They've already got economic D-Day, quote unquote. It's already been done. Breaking masked Chucky suspect ID Philly police. Let's see. U.S. forces on alert. DEA investigation into Hayden Panettiera's death. Caused an uproar. Iran dismisses crushing campaign as U.S. targets regime. Postpartum advocates swarm Lindsay Clancy courthouse. Trump declares economic D-Day. God, how many? Dude, these guys are just pumping out video after video. Crazy. Moderator calls out candidates in heated debate. All right, let's look.
I don't think
there's
he is.
also that mayoral race out in LA. And remember, Spencer Pratt was running in that area. The top two will win. Well, now there's a runoff between Karen Bass and Nithya Raman. And they had their first mayoral debate. Here they are clashing over the homeless problem in California or in LA.
We can end street homelessness. In my district last year, we reduced street homelessness by 49% over the past few years that I've been in office. We've reduced tents, RVs, and encampments in our district by 70%. This is possible to do.
So you challenge the 49% figure?
No, I don't challenge the 49%. The question is, who did it? The 49% was done by Inside Safe.
No. Sorry.
Encampments
I'm so
off
sorry.
of the 405
No.
freeway that we removed.
We had
the encampment on the, wait a minute now, it's my turn.
But you were
the
interrupting me
encampment
the whole
off
time,
of the
Mayor Bass.
101 freeway was removed by Inside Safe. You have had encampments. You also have no problem with encampments being in front of schools.
Absolutely not. We don't have any encampments near schools in our district.
Well, you don't
there
have
were when I first started.
See, this is the issue, is that the audience...
Let's see. AWOL says, wow, two horrible choices. What to do. You are wild, man. That is wild. You would sit there and you are a 3-time Trump voter, and you're telling me what are the horrible choices? You're out of your fucking mind, my dude.
The audience doesn't know who to believe, and they don't have a lot of confidence in either of you have the definitive plan.
Because all you've done is grow the homeless population. Right. And it's the number one issue that's embarrassed that city and why nobody wants to live there, because you allow everyone to live on the street.
Okay, now I'm gonna break this entire argument out of the fucking woodwork. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you right now. Are you ready? Housing in LA is expensive. It's very expensive. Also, nobody wants to live there. Put those 2 and 2 together. What kind of 1984 doublethink is this? Is the housing expensive? Or do people not want to live there? How can both of those be true at the same time? How is that physically possible? Do you know what drives up house prices? People wanting to fucking live there. But also people don't want to live there. So what is it? Well, obviously in reality, let's pull up LA housing. LA housing costs. Let's pull it up. Let's pull up LA housing costs. Los Angeles, California housing market is the average is $946,000. So, either that nobody wants to live there, or it's really freaking expensive, meaning people want to live there. Pick one or the other. These are contradicting ideas. Okay, the reality is, considering that Zillow's telling you the LA housing market is $946,000, it tells me people do, in fact, want to live there. So the idea that nobody Fox News telling you that they don't want to live there is a total load of horseshit. A lot of people want to live in LA.
Streets and all the money that pours in, it does nothing to diminish the population of home.
To point out, there's a lot of states that actually pushed their homeless population onto California because California had more social safety nets. So this had the appearance that California policies actually breed more homelessness than it really does. What it is you have a lot of right-wing states that don't actually deal with their homeless population. And so then they just kind of push them out. And then they're like, look, we have no homeless. See how easy that was? Complete idiocy.
Homelessness. They don't use the general housing that they're given. They stay on the streets. You give them needles so they stay on drugs. It's
that, by the way, I actually do not agree with. That's one progressive policy that I don't agree with. I don't think like giving them fresh needles necessarily leads to a better outcome. There is there's an underlying problem there that needs to be addressed. And I don't think, like, while fresh needles helps remove potential illnesses, it doesn't actually deter people from using, from ending up using. So yeah.
Just a sickening cycle, and they're both responsible. This is a ridiculous
total load of horseshit. There's a lot of factors to homelessness. To be honest, huge factor of it, NIMBYism. Dude, the not in my backyard shit is so awful, and it just completely kills. I mean, the fact is that it is $900,000 on average for a house in LA, and that's why there's a lot of homeless people.
Spin your wheels debate. But Karen Bass seems to be losing it.
It's the most expensive state to live in. Taxes are exorbitant.
See, this is what I'm saying. They're saying it's the most expensive state to live in, but also nobody wants to live there. Figure that one out. Figure it out. What kind of doublethink is that?
They don't have enough money to clean all of this up. They've had financial problems, yet they have enough money to match campaign donations. So
they do have enough money. They just made that up. They just said that was the case. Actually, it's right-wing cities that often don't have enough money.
Apparently, in this area, the city will match it 6-1. So if you give $257 to one of those candidates, which is the maximum amount you can give, the city's going to match it. So your campaign donation goes up to $1,799.
Yeah, but we need to go after the rich, because LA needs more money because they're spending it so wisely. But you know what's interesting about that? And the moderator was right.
I mean, there's like comprehensive. What are they doing to combat homelessness in LA? Let's look it up. What are they doing to combat? All right, why in LA? How about this? Why are there so many homeless in LA? How about that? So it turns out that the primary reason is that it appears that estimated 72,000 experience homelessness, and given the right given night at any given night in LA, and it says, why are there so many people experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles? There's no one answer to that question, but we do know several truths that, when combined, paint a clear picture. The primary drivers of homelessness is lack of affordable housing. Guys, we figured it out. It turns out that if you want to have affordable housing, we should probably, I don't know, build more fucking housing. Amazing. We figured it out. Many studies have borne this out, including an analysis of the Pew Charitable Trusts, which found strong connection between rent and homelessness, and that when one rises, so does the other. One of the main practices in LAHSA uses a unhoused Angelenos, Los Angeles, is to provide subsidies that offset the market price of rent. Pew notes that the successes point directly to housing costs as the primary cause of homelessness. Interventions to address housing costs provided by housing directly through subsidies that have been effective in reducing homelessness, Pew report reads. That makes sense if the housing costs are the main driver of homelessness, but not if other reasons are to blame. Studies show that other factors may have a small impact on homelessness. California Housing Partnership 2025 Housing Needs Report for Los Angeles County stated that nearly 500,000 households do not have access to affordable housing. The report goes on to state that LA county renters need to earn $48.04 an hour, or 2.9 times the city of LA's minimum wage, to afford the $2,498 rent of a two-bedroom home. Several of the world's other great cities, New York, London, Paris, don't have nearly as much unsheltered homelessness as Los Angeles. However, it is important to look at what differs between those cities and Los Angeles. In New York City, street homelessness remains low due to a 1979 court case that helped establish a so-called right to shelter, which guarantees safe, decent, and appropriate shelter for people experiencing homelessness do not have to end up on the streets. In Europe, government-subsidized housing that helps keep low-income people housed for decades with about 17% housing. Wow, it's almost like we should have a housing first initiative. What? You know who's actually arguing that? The DSA person. And these guys are like, oh, these guys try to How's all these homeless? They're spending their money so stupid, dumb libtard. What a bunch of clowns.
The audience has no faith in either one of them, but they did have another alternative, and that was Spencer Pratt. And
Who is Spencer Pratt? What does Spencer Pratt believe in? Let's pull it up. We'll pull it up. Hold on. Let's look. They had Spencer Pratt, right? Which is the Republican lead. So let's take a look at Spencer Pratt's policies, shall we? Spencer Pratt, LA mayoral campaign politics are weirdly mixed. He's a registered Republican, and he has attracted Trump and MAGA support, but explicitly rejects the MAGA label and holds some positions that are pretty incompatible with mainstream social conservatism. Registered Republican, represents himself as an independent and not straightwardly MAGA by his own description. Trump called him a big MAGA person, and Trump publicly supported him, but Pratt denied representing MAGA. He supports trans rights. Whoa! What? One of the cleanest. That's actually wild. That's surprising. Didn't think that. He doesn't want ICE in Los Angeles. Okay, based. I like that so far. Strongly supportive of gun ownership and concealed carry. Boo. Oh, here we go, guys. Here's what they're going to do. Wants aggressive action against homeless encampments and has used extremely harsh rhetoric, including referring to homeless people as fentanyl zombies. Yeah, this ought to be good. So they're going to do the same thing that other Republicans have done, which is to physically move them to a different location. And then he goes, look, guys, I solved the homelessness problem. That's what they're going to do. Democrats are never going to do that. So it's going to look like that there's more homeless under Democrats, when in reality, it's literally just NIMBYs, just shitty NIMBYs that nobody likes. But yeah, Spencer Pratt would not solve this problem.
A fascinating debate. Yeah. It would have been a marvelous debate, and he had real solutions. He had real authenticity on the issue, and he talked about drugs, and he talked about the fact that the problem.
Hold on, I gotta pull it up. Where is it? Hold on. Spencer Pratt's solution, guys. Hold on, let me see. Guys, we got Spencer Pratt's policy right here. What do we do about the homelessness, guys?
Let's all buy a Krabby Patty.
We should lock our doors.
We should call my nephew.
We should dig a moat. We should take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else.
We should take all of the homeless and push it somewhere else. That's a great idea there, Spencer Pratt.
May just be crazy enough to get.
These guys are such idiots.
With homelessness wasn't just, they're not just unhoused. It wasn't something that just happened. It's intricately entwined with drug use. And until you address that problem, you're not going to address the bigger problem. The other thing I think is important to bring up is how Spencer Pratt lost. Yeah. Very similar to Rick Caruso.
I wonder why Spencer Pratt would lose in California. Like, really?
Rick Caruso is a businessman, ran as a Democrat. He's more of a Republican, but he said, okay, I can't win as a Republican there.
Nobody wants you MAGA ass clowns.
And he's a successful businessman that was able to beat those fires recently. And he had this big lead, and it just...
Yo, Forever Rain said, maybe we should just send them to the red states. Yo, true. If we find out that they came from a red state, we just take them and be like, hey, you have to go back to your home state because, they should be able to solve the homeless problem. You know, we got our own homeless here, and we're trying to do our best to take care of them. So now it's the red state's turn.
Participated on Election Day. Okay.
He's the
and
one that
Spencer
was-
Pratt had this huge lead.
Yeah.
And on primary day,
Huge.
just disappeared. After 3 weeks, he went from almost winning to all of a sudden this third candidate comes in and knocks him off. It's all
Yeah, it was called that's called counting. That's called counting the votes. All right, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, Amender, this is Extremo.
Hey, Extremo. What you want to talk about?
Well, just quickly on the homeless thing, bro. Have you heard Spencer Pratt talk about that subject?
No.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it just doesn't sound like you're actually being fair to the solution that he's proposing.
What's his solution?
Well, my solution is that like most of the homeless people that are
stop. I didn't ask what your solution was. I said what was his solution.
Okay. Oh well, I mean his case is essentially the same as mine, but a little altered. His point is that like most of the people that are homeless in California are drug addicts or losers or criminals or whatever. So we should lock them up. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, because like crime is illegal. You know, so
Why
you
not
commit
just
a
have
crime.
why not just have like a housing first initiative?
You could do both, right? But like if you're still committing crimes and shit, then you should get locked up.
No,
you know?
that's not what a housing first initiative is.
Well, I know, but like I don't know how he would go about it, but like my position is that like if you're your house and you continue to commit crime, you should be arrested for committing crime. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm a believer that when someone ends up doing drugs, it's often because that there are socioeconomic conditions that lead to that. If they had happy lives, they wouldn't be addicted to a drug.
No,
generally
drugs are
speaking.
kind of like a disease. You know what I'm saying? Like you stumble upon it. Like people stumble upon it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the introduction of the drugs that
So then why would I put somebody in jail who's just trying to like, get their rocks off because they're fucking homeless?
Yeah, because they commit crimes when they're high.
Yeah, I agree. What I would do is have a housing first initiative so this isn't a problem.
Right, but that's like, how do I explain it, bro? Like, even if they were to be housed, if the fact is that because they're high, they're committing crimes.
I don't really. Listen. I
mean,
I just want to get this right. Right.
I don't.
So is the reason why that you want to jail them is because they're committing crimes?
Yes.
So people who commit crimes should go to jail.
Whenever they continue to commit crimes, yes.
Okay.
Like
so Donald Trump should be in jail.
Well, let's not change the subject here.
No,
right?
no.
We're
I just want to be clear, right? Right?
People.
Because we're concerned about crimes. Right, you're all about that law and order, right? But you voted Donald Trump. I just want to understand how that works.
About homeless people. I don't know why
yeah, no, I don't because I hear them getting high or whatever. I say that's a problem of socioeconomic condition that I would want to have a housing first initiative. But you said, listen, they're committing crimes, and so therefore they should be in jail. Okay, why isn't Donald Trump in jail?
Well, listen, I'm not talking about Donald Trump, and I'm not going to answer that question. But
I get it. Yeah, it's you know what? Do you know what doublethink is?
Yeah, from the book.
Yeah, from 1984. Yep.
Right. Yeah. Look, I'm not really concerned about Trump right now. We're having a conversation about
to hold opposite ideas in your mind at the exact same time, and to believe both of them.
Okay. Look, let me be squared with you, right? Even if I believe that Donald Trump is a criminal, it would not, let's be squared, right? Probably is, right? Rich and white. Probably is a criminal.
Well, I'm a believer that if people are getting high, that's effectively a victimless crime. I wouldn't look at that as like they need to go to jail. I look at it as people that need help. That's the way that I look at it. You look at it as that we should punish them, despite the fact that they're living in a place where the average cost of housing is over $900,000. So it doesn't surprise me that it's expensive and it results in more homeless. This just comes down into like a housing first initiative. This has been done in New York. It's totally possible to do this. There's no reason. No, it is. It's very effective.
I mean,
it's very
New
effective
York,
in New
have
York.
Have you been to New York?
Yes, I've been to New York. Yep.
Tons of homeless.
Yeah, comparatively to how many people there are, it's actually pretty good. It's pretty damn good.
You know, regardless of the per capita number percentage, rather. You know,
yeah, it's like they're pretty damn good. I mean, can they improve? Right? Sure. Yeah, every city can improve. There's homeless in every city, right? There's always potential to improve, but at the end of the day, like New York has done housing first initiatives, and yes, it has been successful. So, I mean, again, if you want to reduce homelessness, these are real ways to do it, and your argument is the way of retribution, which is just completely insane.
Well, you're misconstruing said that the fact that the act of doing drugs is the crime that they're committing, which means that they should go to prison.
I just don't think that we should punish people for.
I'm for getting high. I never said that. I never said that.
You said that they were homeless, so we should put them in jail. You're breaking up.
Right. I have homeless people.
You're breaking up, Extremo.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. Let me cross this hill real quick. Okay, how's that? Is that better?
I think so.
Okay. The problem that I have with homeless people is not that they're homeless, right? Because people can go through hard times. I don't hate poor people. I've been poor. I understand poverty. I've lived through poverty. I get that. I also don't have a problem with people getting high. Obviously, you know that I like cannabis and I'll drink. I'm not opposed to people getting inebriated, right? You like to drink. I don't hate people, right? But when you commit violent crimes or property, sure, yeah. But what I have a problem is when people commit property crimes or violent crimes to attain the drugs or because of the drugs.
Wait, are you being just out of curiosity, you are being you're recreational in your weed smoking in the state of Texas?
I mean, look, I don't know why you're trying to change the subject. You're asking me a question in the middle of me making a point here. Like,
all right, go ahead and make your point. But yeah, I mean, just so you're aware, you're a criminal too. But go ahead.
Well, I'm again, right? I'm not opposed to people getting high or people being poor.
Me neither.
What I'm against, okay, right, then we're on the same page. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why you're opposed to Spencer Pratt's solution to the issue of homelessness. And
his solution is to take the homeless and push them somewhere else.
No. His solution, see, again, right, you're misconstruing his position, right?
All right, let's Google it. Let's Google what Spencer Pratt what is Spencer Pratt's solution for
homeless people?
What is Spencer Pratt's solution for homelessness? Let's look it up.
Well, one is he wants to lower taxes and property.
As a candidate for mayor of LA, Spencer Pratt proposed a 5-step treatment-focused plan asserting street homelessness is primarily a drug addiction and mental health crisis rather than a housing shortage. Yes. His platform emphasizing mandatory rehabilitation by law enforcement intervention over traditional housing first shelter programs. Large rehabilitation campuses on federal land outside. How exactly do they plan on doing this?
With taxes.
Okay, but do you understand that rehabilitation facilities require like that you actually want to get rehabilitated?
No, you force them by arresting them and then forcing them as part of their incarceration to go through a program.
That doesn't work.
It worked.
They're just going to go right back to doing drugs.
No, it worked for my cousin.
Okay.
And crack, and now he's not doing meth and crack. Program. And he's been sober for 2 years.
Did he go so voluntarily, or was he forced?
No, he was forced.
He was forced.
Yeah,
well, that typically doesn't work. People. Just FYI.
Well, maybe for you because you've never done it, but I mean, I don't know. You're talking about people that are like objectively in the condition in which they are not able to make conscious decisions that are going to better themselves. They're not in that position. It's like these people are sick in the head. And you're trying to make them you're hoping that they make a rational decision.
I didn't say that they would make a rational decision. I said that they could just do a housing first initiative.
Right, like but again, right, the housing is not the issue because even if they are housed,
they don't have a house.
Still going to commit. they're still going to commit crime. The house doesn't
What makes someone homeless? Extremo.
A lot of different things, bro.
Could it be the
most
fact
of the
that they
time,
don't
bro,
live
it's
in a
because
house?
they burn bridges. No, well, yeah, sure, but I mean, most of the time,
Is that what
they
causes
burn
someone to
bridges.
be homeless?
I mean, yeah, if you don't have a house,
Yeah, so we like get them a place to live.
Yeah.
Then would they be homeless anymore?
No, I guess not. But
Wow, amazing.
the homelessness
We did it.
is not the you're misunderstanding the position though, and I don't think you disagree with his solution for the problem, which is to put them
Just to
through
forcefully
drug rehabilitation.
incarcerate people? Yeah, that sounds
No,
insane.
to force. I mean, that's not what he said. You read the thing; it didn't say
Like
forcefully
if you're
incarcerate people.
forcefully putting them in a rehab facility, that's no different from saying I'm going to put them in jail.
Okay, so what's better? What's better? Allowing them to be addicted to hard drugs, or forcing them to go through treatment?
No, you don't force them. You just
I mean,
have
no.
the
I'm asking you a
optional,
question.
and then
I'm
you
asking you
have
a
a
question,
housing
sir. It's a
first
direct
initiative.
question.
That's what other.
I'm asking you a simple question, and it's not a difficult question to answer. It's one or the other.
What was the options?
Okay, the options is one, allow them to continue to be addicted to drugs, or force them to go to a rehabilitation center.
I would allow them to be addicted to drugs.
So that one is far worse, correct?
Yeah, I think like the idea of having
Okay,
people like
agreed.
free to do as they see fit to be more important than like my desire for like the streets to be clean. I think it creates like an authoritarian tendency.
I mean, look, the problem is that we have a state. You know what I'm saying? We have a state, and we pay taxes, and we all kind of have this like agreement that we.
Yeah,
shouldn't
that's
do
why I
harm
would do
to
a
each
housing
other.
first initiative. I don't
Be
know
a
why
law.
you're so apprehensive to the
Right,
housing first
but
initiative
the,
idea.
The problem is, bro, is that you're misunderstanding what the issue is, because if you believe that the fact that they're not doing drugs in a home is the reason why there's such high crime rates in those areas, then you're misunderstanding the issue. The issue is not that.
I'm not.
Because the reality,
it's $900,000 for a house in LA.
I get that, and that's a big issue, and that's democratic bureaucracy, right? Like
No, it's not
I agree
democratic.
with you on
I would
that.
say it's NIMBYs. I'm against NIMBYs, though.
Sure, maybe that could also be the case. But the point is that, like, the point that I'm making is that the housing is not the progenitor to the crime. The drugs
I would say that if you have better
because
socioeconomic
there are
conditions,
people
people
that
will
are
have a
housed-
less propensity to do crime.
Well, maybe, but people
No, not
live
maybe.
in
Yes,
houses.
yes. We know
Well,
that
hold
there's
up.
a
Hear me
very
out.
strong indicator.
Hear me out. People live in houses in the hood. People are housed in the hood, correct?
Yep.
Not everybody's homeless in the hood, correct?
Yep.
Most people live in houses in the hood, or in some sort of a habitat, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Is
this
there
has
still-
to do.
is there
This
still-
has to do
is
with like
there still-
redlining and the
is
fact that
there-
they put the lead plantation right next to the ghetto. So, I mean, there's that.
Well, okay. So you're saying that the drugs have nothing to do with it?
I mean, I think drugs are they're a symptom of a greater problem.
They're not. They're the cause of a greater problem.
No.
In my position.
No.
Okay, you're saying that like historically, and if we go to other countries, we can't see this as a trend where areas that have a high tendency of use of fentanyl tend to be the worst, have the worst outcome in society. Are you saying that I'm wrong about that?
Yeah. So.
Okay, you're saying that you can tell me an area in the world where there's extremely high fentanyl use, where there's not extremely high crime rates as well.
I'm not. I was actually just thinking about Rat Park specifically.
It's called Rat Park, bro. And
Yeah,
the problem is that rats are not people, right?
Yeah, I
agree
understand,
with.
but they are mammals.
I agree. Yeah, sure, whatever. The point is that we're talking about people. We don't need to go on to like small mammals to try to like create a thought experiment, right? We can just look at how people behave.
I'm saying like you could have
come up
you
to
have
conclusions
increased
that way,
substance abuse when there is a lack of connection to their community and it being a positive environment for people. That's what causes
I agree with you. I agree with you, but you don't agree with that yourself because you don't think that culture actually affects behavior. You believe that it's all just racism.
No, culture is stemmed from environment. I've talked about
and
this. I have talked about this with you probably about 100 times.
I definitely agree with. No, but see, that's the thing. I agree with you on that, right? Like me and you have.
So then, why not improve the environment?
Because
we're back to my exact solution.
Hold on, Amender. Listen, the conditions of the environment determine the behavior. If the conditions have tremendous amount of drug abuse within them, then you're going to have negative outcomes.
But you're establishing that the drugs are the cause. But I'm saying that the drugs are a cause. Shut up. The drugs are a symptom. They're a symptom of the issue. If people live a decent quality of life and they have their family and friends around them and there's lots of activities to do, people have a lower propensity to doing drugs.
Well, I think both things can be true. It can be both a symptom and a cause, bro. Like the reality is this, right? Like if you look at people that don't do drugs.
If you're saying that it can be both a symptom and a cause, then you would be agreeing with me.
I am agreeing with you. That's why I'm frustrated that you're not agreeing with me because I'm saying the same thing.
Your argument, my argument, if we're agreeing.
My argument. Okay, no, look.
You said
listen,
that the reason why drugs is the drugs is causal, but it's not causal.
Right. The drugs are causal.
How?
If you introduce
where?
Because look, right? It's simple, right? The drugs are a symptom of like a bad environment, right? Correct?
Yes,
you said that.
Argument.
That's your position.
This is so frustrating, Extremo.
Right. No, I know, bro. It's frustrating because you just have this propensity to, if I tell you 2 + 2 is 4, you will disagree with me, right? I'm telling you that both things are true.
That's not true.
It is literally what's going on here. I'm telling you that, yes, I agree with you, right? If you live, if a person is molested as a child, and their brain is all fucking fried from this negative thing that happened to them. And then they go on to use drugs, right? And because they're using drugs, they burn all their bridges because not only do they have this negative thing, which is, again, right, separate from the drugs, but it led to the drugs. The drugs are not helping. Instead of the person finding a way to like, away from the problem, they're digging themselves in a deeper hole because of the drugs. Hence, why I'm telling you, to remove the drugs from the equation would increase the likelihood of that person becoming better.
They'll just look for the drugs elsewhere. This is
okay.
Shut up. Shut up. This is like talking about cutting off the head of a hydra. You stop it at one spot, it grows up in 2 places elsewhere. I don't, just because you want to get rid of the drugs, that sounds nice and easy and simple. But just so you're aware, we've been trying to get rid of the drugs for close to 50 years now. Does it seem like that we have less drugs now?
We have been on paper, but in reality, if you
not
look,
on paper.
Well, we have been on paper, bro. Like the reality is that the CIA
grew up during the DARE campaign, didn't you?
Yeah.
We did everything that we could to get you to not smoke weed, yet here you are smoking weed.
Right. But the problem is that the federal government introduced these drugs into poor communities to increase crime rates, to lower property values so that they can get rich. We know this, right? And the reality is that if we are trying to make drugs illegal to solve the problem of drug abuse, then what we're doing is Prohibition 2.0. which did not lead to good outcomes. We know what happens when you create prohibition for drugs. You create cartels, you create gangs and all that, right?
How do you do this double think? I don't understand how you do this.
No,
on one hand, you sit there and you're like, if we get rid of the drugs, then things would get better. But then also, then in the very next sentence, you then say, if you make this illegal, then it's going to create a bunch of cartels where it's going to make things worse.
Did I say to get rid of the drugs? Did I say that?
Oh my God!
I'm just asking.
Yeah, you did. You implied it heavily, very heavily.
No, see, you implied it by hearing whatever you wanted to hear, bro. My argument is simple. If you put people through treatment and get them away from drugs, they'll have better outcomes, bro.
I wouldn't force them through treatment. Forcing treatment doesn't work.
Okay. Listen, bro. Let me ask you this. Is crime illegal?
Yes.
Yes or no?
What?
Is robbery illegal?
Yes.
Do you still lock your door every night?
Yes.
Why?
Because people commit crime sometimes.
Exactly. You're trying
Okay.
to have a preventative measure. You already know that the drugs lead to bad outcomes. Does that mean that you should just not do anything to enforce the ability to people to not have access to drugs?
All right. Tell you what. Why don't I pull up a quick study, see what it says? Because it looks like that there's studies that actually talk about this regarding compulsory drug treatment. So this is
do you understand what I'm saying,
effectiveness
though, right?
of compulsory drug treatment, a systematic review. So 430 potential studies identified, 9 quantitative studies met inclusion criteria. Studies evaluated compulsory treatment options, including drug detention facilities, short 21-day and long-term 6 months inpatient treatment, community-based treatment, group-based outpatient treatment, and prison-based treatment. 3 studies, 33% reported no significant impacts of compulsory treatment compared with controlled interventions. 2 studies found
60%?
that there were
Pretty
equivocal
good.
results, but did not compare against a control condition. 2 studies observed negative impacts of compulsory treatment on criminal recidivism, and 2 studies observed positive impacts compulsory inpatient treatment on criminal recidivism and drug use. So 3 bad, 2 inconclusive, 2 bad, and then 2 good. So 5 studies basically saying inconclusive or bad, and then 2 of them telling you it's good.
Well, look, I don't know what that means. All I know is that, like, when people do drugs, they commit crime.
What it is, Extremo, is it doesn't fucking work.
Well, I think that, like, people not doing drugs when when people are already, like, let's say a person has, like, autism, right? If you introduce hard drugs into their lives, or they have hard drugs in their lives, they're going to have worse outcomes. That's all my position is. That's my only position. You can come up with whatever conclusion you want in terms of the solution for that issue. That's just my opinion. Maybe you disagree with that, but that's just my opinion.
Got it, Extremo.
That's not really what.
You got anything else
Right.
for me?
Yeah, that's not really the whole point of the call. Hey, what do you think about that trans chick that was trying to play in the WNBA and they're not letting her?
No, they
What do you
should
think
let
about
her. They should let her.
They should let her, right?
I thought they
agree
did
with
let
you.
her. Did they not let her?
No, she's about to sue the WNBA.
No, I'm
because
pretty
they're,
sure the
like, being difficult
WNBA
about it.
has been supportive of trans
They have
women
to,
in
right?
sports. No, I'm pretty sure the
absolutely. They should,
WNBA
right?
was supportive.
Hell yeah. Brock Lesnar with a dress, beating the shit out of everybody. I've always said that too. I was like, dude, I'd pay to see that, bro. I'd pay to see that.
Got anything else, Extremo?
Well, don't you think that that's a little bit abusive of the system?
No, dude,
bro,
we're not
that you
gonna
guys
go
trying
to another
create?
topic. I'm gonna move on.
Well, no, that's talking about. I mean, I think that's a little bit of abuse of the point that you guys are trying to make as a people, as a group.
We
Right?
were
Because,
talking
like,
about homelessness.
I agree.
I feel like we got into the end. I'm gonna move on. Thank you.
Salam alaikum, buddy.
See ya. Oh, Jesus Christ.
How does Extremo get like dumber each time?
It's so like, I don't understand. I sit there and I give him the exact study that he's looking for. Like, I'm like, okay, fair enough. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Let me Google it, right? I'm almost, because I remember when I was reading,
but the
like,
studies,
psychology,
you need
when I
to
was
have
sitting there reading
you need to have
psychology
some
textbooks.
functioning neurons in order to understand like concepts and studies, right?
Well,
and it's like that's not available to Extremo.
I remember
like
when
his
I
brain
read
is mush.
When I read psychology textbooks, the one thing that I remember was that they don't think that psychology actually works on people if they don't want it. Because what they do is they just kind of like ball up and they don't want it. They'll tell you false answers and all sorts of crap that it just doesn't work. And so they go, okay, well then you have to come when you're ready.
Yeah.
You know,
people need to collaborate, right? I mean, like they need to be voluntarily involved in it. It's like otherwise it's not going to work. And obviously that's like, for psychology. Psychiatry is like a different thing altogether.
Yeah. Josian says scientific evidence Heck no. My own anecdotal evidence? Heck yeah. Exactly, bro.
Yeah,
it's so
it's my lack
frustrating.
of education that is going to do the talking here, buddy. It's like, please, I'm Extremo. I have no fucking education.
Blows my mind.
I have no fucking critical thinking, but I'm going to opine on things I know nothing about.
So get this, Daniel. You know what we've been doing? We've been going over Fox News and listening to Fox News talking points. And we've been having, it's been good. Let's see what we can find. Dude, they're posting like a video an hour, bro. It is insane. They are pumping out video after video after video. So let's
it's like, otherwise what would Extremo actually look at, right? If they didn't do that.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Slain mom had intimate relationship with migrant suspect. Good. Great. All right, let's listen to this.
Oh, another anti-immigration piece.
Yes, yeah, it's an anti-immigration. Exactly.
The murder of a Virginia mom. Police say illegal immigrant Alexis Campos has actually confessed to the crime. The
Can you pause a bit?
Blaming the Biden
I just want you to... look, can you guess who they never called like a mom after she was murdered?
Who?
Come on.
Renee Good?
She was... Renee Good. Yeah. She was a mom.
They never
she was
did that.
A mom. They never said
they never said that.
Right?
Yeah,
they never said that.
They said the criminal. She tried to run over that ICE guy.
It's suddenly a mom.
You know?
It's suddenly something that's like so tragic, and we should never let this happen.
The felon.
She's a liberal and a feminist. Then it's like she's a criminal.
Of course.
Not a mom. Right? Fucking assholes.
Hold on. Let's see. Violent crime based on race. USA. Let's just pull it up, okay?
Yeah.
Let's take a look here.
Oh, also, Bill Bro, Extremo is a Christian. That's why you see so much hate, because there's no hate like Christian love.
Anyway, let's here we go.
Administration for catching the migrant in 2024, but releasing him.
Madeline Rivera joins us now with the very latest. Hi, Maddie.
Good morning, Ashley and Todd. 19-year-old Alexis Campos is facing second-degree murder after Fairfax County police say he repeatedly stabbed and killed 42-year-old Carmen Pooch. Pooch, the mother of a 3-year-old girl, was found outside of her car at a trail in Great Falls Park, Virginia on Monday.
Very sad.
Campos and Pooch had an intimate relationship, authorities say. Both worked at a restaurant in Herndon. Police say surveillance video showed Campos hours before the murder arming himself with a large fixed knife that he took from the restaurant, taking a pair of black latex gloves and a water bottle. He allegedly filled that bottle with gasoline, which he doused on Pooch after the stabbing to try and set her on fire, but he was unsuccessful with that.
Alexis Campos is under arrest. He is being interviewed right now by Fairfax County homicide detectives, and he is offering a full confession for what transpired. Our killer and our victim were involved in an intimate relationship with each other. We are still uncovering the many layers of motive that exists. We know that our victim and our killer intentionally met at the park.
Mind you, we should point out, and this is the part that Fox News does not like to show you. In fact, a lot of this stuff has actually been removed and had to be re-uploaded as like a weird PDF that shows, in fact, that immigrants appear to be, for whatever reason, significantly less likely to commit crimes than U.S. born. What? That's not
you
possible.
Don't know, Amanda. That's the liberal bias talking.
You can't. It's got to be the liberals. It's got to be the liberals.
Did you ever heard the term like
it's the
reality has a liberal bias? Because that's
Clearly.
the case. Like
stupid,
because
stupid dumb
people that
numbers.
are not conservatives actually live in reality.
I don't like
care
numbers.
about
Numbers
reality.
are stupid.
It's too hard.
And look, here's another one. A study. Undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than native-born citizens, but the consequences are more severe. Oh, wow. That's weird. Why would they say something like that? Study concludes relative to undocumented immigrants, U.S.-born citizens are 2 times more likely to be arrested for violent crimes and 2.5 more times to be likely arrested for drug offenses and more than 4 times more likely to be arrested for property crimes. What?
You know what that means, Amanda? You'd be actually much better to leave your door unlocked if you live in a migrant like community than a US born
before they're gonna say, you know what they're gonna say? Yeah, but how many of those are black?
No, I'm going to tell you exactly what people like AWOL would say. They would say, like, any crime that's committed by a migrant shouldn't have happened at all.
Yeah. Well, and I've said this before for those that are not aware. It is true that that black violent offenses are much higher than even by a per capita basis than white people. But it is also true that we've done redlining that forced a lot of black Americans into poor areas, that put them into poor socioeconomic conditions, got them poor education, and we put things that process things like lead in those areas. Do you know what lead does to the brain, Daniel?
Oh, I know exactly what it does to
why
the brain.
Why don't you educate us on that?
Oh, it's like it makes people a lot more irrational in their decisions. It increases the aggressiveness of people.
Yes.
And in high enough concentration, it literally just drives people insane and just kills them eventually.
Makes you more irrational.
We've known this for like more than 2,000 something years.
Forever.
Yeah, it's like remember when like the Romans used lead to actually make their pipes? It's like they weren't like insane. They knew exactly how lead was, right? Because they saw the slaves that were mining the lead, just going nuts,
going completely insane
because of the lead.
Yeah.
Right. So they knew how things went, and they didn't use the pipes until they were covered by like an inlayer of like calcium. Right, because like the water passing through the pipes would actually make this calcium layer on the inside, and then the water was safe, right? Because the water wasn't touching the lead. So we've known that for a while. So people are still using lead for like paint, and the fact that capitalism drove people to make the lead gasoline. Which, by the way, they didn't have to, but the only reason they made it was because you could have an IP on it, right? You can have like intellectual property, and you can monetize it, right? Because you could use it, you could do it with like methanol, right? But you don't have like an intellectual property on methanol because it's natural.
Yeah. So it turns out that people who are in poorer socioeconomic status, for whatever reason, seem to have higher lead concentration in their brain. And there's lots of studies that show stuff like correlations like this. I find it very strange. I mean, we know what lead does to the body. We know it causes people to have irrational actions. And so we have actually have more lead processing in poorer areas in the United States. Thankfully, we have reduced overall lead in the air, which in turn has reduced crime. And it has also increased educational outcomes. And so now we just have to target all communities in trying to get rid of lead concentrations. There's no reason why a child born in one zip code deserves more lead in their system as opposed to another. But anyway, these are all things Fox News will not tell you about.
Federal sources say Campos crossed the southern border illegally in El Paso, Texas in April 2020.
Committing a misdemeanor? Stop. By the way, did you know
such a criminal?
Did you know that crossing the border illegally the first time, that's a misdemeanor? It's when you get deported and then you cross a second time that it becomes a felony. But crossing the border illegally in and of itself is actually a civil violation. It's not even a criminal problem. And so I just find it weird that like Fox News, they get stuck on, oh, look at these illegal immigrants They're killing people. They're murdering people. But also, we would like to have. Yeah, well, we would like to have Donald Trump elected, who's counted on 32 counts of fraud.
Oh,
found guilty, by the way.
You forget the rape. You forget
found
the rape.
Guilty.
I mean, they're gonna say, wait, it was in civil court. You know that he was found.
He would have gone to jail if he didn't become president. He would have gone to jail.
Oh, for the fraud, yes,
but
yes.
But he became president, and then that never happened. Anyway.
And was apprehended by Border Patrol, where he was quickly released into the country by the Biden administration. He gave an address for a family member in Maryland and was let go.
Not the Biden administration.
Biden and former DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Alejandro Mayorkas hand-delivered alleged killer Cedillos Campos to the streets of Fairfax County. We're urging Governor Spanberger to put her community first and turn over this criminal illegal alien to ICE. Yo, fucking cringe,
because
bro.
they should
Holy
deport
cringe.
him. Oh wait, it's like these people don't want criminals to actually go to jail.
I mean,
they want criminal like this guy to be deported, right? So he gets away.
Well,
with murder.
mind you, I think like if for me, I'm not really concerned about being them an illegal immigrant. I'm concerned about the fact they killed somebody. If they killed somebody, great. Yeah, jail. You go to jail forever. Okay? I'm sorry. You killed somebody, that's what you get.
Hand-delivered alleged killer Cedillos Campos to the streets of Fairfax County. We are urging Governor Abigail Spanberger to put her community first and turn over this criminal illegal alien to ICE. Police say they're also looking for a black sedan that Campos may have used to travel to the scene. Ashley and Todd.
Okay, Maddie, thank you so much for that report.
Thank you, Maddie.
And we're going to bring in the former DHS advisor and former Secret Service Supervisory Special Agent Charles Marino. Charles, thanks for coming on to talk about this.
What's that book? What's that book?
He's also probably doing some publicity for his book.
Yeah, he's doing his book.
One of the main issues, obviously, we have an innocent woman who is dead. That is the main issue. Now this man is going to have to go through our court system.
The
and
migrant.
Have to pay for this whole situation. But when you look at these candidates, these far-left candidates who are running on, demolish ICE, like these are the people they're trying to get out. So how do we get the voters to understand, like, hey, this is what we need?
Yeah, you're exactly right. This all comes down to the voters in these sanctuary states and cities to start to elect the right people. We're starting to hear some Democrats.
Mind you, again, illegal immigrants commit lower crimes than that of native-born populations. Just remember that as these guys tell you this total load of horse shit.
Yeah, but you need to make people afraid, Amanda. You didn't get that, though, right? It's like you need to make sure that people are afraid for their lives.
Of course.
Yeah. There needs to be a panic, right? Because otherwise, how are you going to fucking win elections, Amanda?
You got to have panic, right? Yeah, because you can't win. Well, I've always thought that the way that you win elections is on the basis of having good policy.
Well, yeah, that is true. But if you don't have good policies and you're like a moronic conservative, right? Like a shit Republican, then it's like you need to do something more than that, right?
Nah, we don't want to do policies that people want. We want to we want to scaremonger a bunch of white women to head out to vote because of the scary brown man that's in the bushes somewhere.
As you were covering
I mean, it's like when your only goal is to protect the Epstein class, you need to have somebody to hate.
Classic.
Like that's the thing, right? It's like you need to protect the important people in your country, which is the Epstein class, right?
Classic.
People like Trump and his acolytes. And how can you do that without demonizing a population that holds no power?
Classic. All right, let's continue.
Quite disingenuous as they've shown their stripes previously on their agreement with sanctuary cities and the dangerous policies that they implement, which undercut all aspects of public safety to the American public. And look, this is all predictable and preventable based on these policies, starting with the Biden administration, continuing in these sanctuary cities. The courts insist and rule that we have to.
Then why is it that under the Trump administration, Biden tried to pass a comprehensive border policy that would have increased the funding for courts as well as the wall. And Donald Trump himself called a bunch of Republican senators to strike down the bipartisan bill because he wanted something to run on.
Yeah,
why
it's
would he
very
do
clear
that?
why he did it. Yeah, because he needed something to run on. It's like he knew that if they passed that policy, then like his attack on like the border and immigration would fall flatter because people would say, but yeah, look, it's like, actually this is kind of like working and it's being solved. And by the way, like I even disagree with Biden's with the bill. I think the bill was like very right wing, very, very, very crap, right? It's like literally like the Democrats just caved into the Republican propaganda and their points, right, on the border. It was a shit bill, right? But even that, it's like that was a win for them, and he understood that he needs to keep this thing open so he can win, so he doesn't go to jail because he's a fraudster and a liar. So now he's in the White House, and guess what he's doing in the White House? He's doing more lying, more fraudstering, and more corruption.
Golf.
Right? That's why he made like $2.5 billion. I mean,
golf.
At least that, right? Because maybe there's more. No, I mean, they made a lot of money, Amanda. It's like right now, like the Trump family, they literally became billionaires. I don't think he was a billionaire before this term.
Absolutely
But now
ridiculous.
he's clearly a billionaire.
Anyway.
To accept the state's rights to implement these dangerous sanctuary city policies. But you know what? Things need to change. Voters need to hold their elected officials more accountable. The laws need to...
Dangerous sanctuary city policies. It's dangerous now to have a sanctuary, to treat people as human beings and to let them stay in a city that is designed to uphold human decency and rights is now dangerous.
Because it shows a different way of doing things, Amanda. So for them, it is dangerous. For their way of doing things, it's dangerous. There's a reason why New Yorkers love their mayor right now. There's a reason why Mamdani has like the approval rating that he has, because he's actually doing the fucking job he was elected to do.
Yeah.
And everybody, all these motherfuckers, like this cunt here, talking about the sanctuary cities, right? Like all these motherfuckers, like this one, they're scared about people like Mamdani. They're scared about people actually doing the things they were elected to do. Because, people like Mamdani, they're going to show, what? Socialism is not like this scary thing. It's actually the thing that actually makes our lives better. But they don't want this because they just want to suck up to billionaires and just, shit on everybody that they believe that it's beneath them. Like migrants, for example.
I think I remember this one thing that Mamdani said that I thought was really, really good. Here, I'll pull it up real quick. I think this is it. I could be wrong, though. Hold on.
First foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? That's right, Ms. App.
Let's see. The answer sparked outrage, revealed how deeply foreign policy influences U.S. city
First
politics.
visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Mr. Cuomo?
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, 2 of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Dude, so like those motherfuckers, as soon as the question was asked, they were tripping over each other to say, Israel, 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 Israel.
Why would they say that? That's so weird.
It's like I would see them, if the answer "I'm going to Israel" was a door, they would just push each other over.
I gotta go to Israel. Like, why? Why do you gotta go to Israel? Doesn't make any sense. It's such a what a weird video. All right, I'm done with that. I don't like looking at the fucking slain mob. That's terrible. It's a horrible situation. Okay. Jesse Waters. What a bunch of snakes.
Dude, like Jesse Waters is one of the dumbest people on TV that I've ever seen.
Let's see.
Your donation to our campaign is more critical right now than ever before. So we need you to rush your matching donation right now to help fuel this campaign. Chip in $5 right now, and the city turns it into $35.
How's she doing that? Democrats passed a law that lets California candidates use tax dollars to match campaign donations.
Man, if only that there was a way that we could donate crap tons of money, and instead of it being people it should be corporations. What do you think, Daniel?
Dude, it's like, you know my opinion about corporations. It's like, fuck them.
But no, I mean, I'm saying, right, we shouldn't have, people shouldn't be crowdfunding their politicians. What we should have is billions of dollars coming in, from multinational corporations. Doesn't that sound like a great way to fund? I mean, what?
Oh, yeah,
Jesse Waters,
clearly,
listen,
yes.
Jesse Waters has a problem with
He's a smart
people
guy. 'Cause
donating
there's a
to
problem I
somebody
have.
that they like, and they're like,
Yeah.
how dare you
That's not actually
panhandle?
How
How dare you seek traditional
problem he's having.
funding methods?
Yeah, because the problem he's having is actually candidates not being funded by billionaires, right? Because look, it's like every time you hear like Elon Musk donated $250 million to Trump's campaign, that's not a fucking donation. That's an investment. Right? Those are not donations.
Jesse Waters
When
is
people
just like
give $50,
it's just like
those are
people don't donate to political campaigners. We've got super PACs. We don't have to appeal to people. Are you crazy? That's just wild to me. Oh, I just realized I forgot.
because they're used to corporations, especially after Citizens United.
I forgot to feed my cat. I gotta feed my cat real quick.
Oh,
just hang
dude,
tight. I'm gonna
feed
get her
your
some
cat.
food. Hang tight. And I'm gonna get something to drink as well.
You're
Hang
lucky
tight.
she didn't kill you.
Yeah, she'll murder me. Yeah. If you guys have not hit like and subscribe, do hit that like, hit that subscribe. If you have not subscribed, have not hit that like, take the time to do so right now. Just give me a second. Won't take me long. Don't you know, if you want any presidential funding, it has to go through a super PAC. People, fuck people.
Dude, like money should be out of politics when it comes to campaigns, So there's like this thing that we do in my country, and this in my mind is a shit country.
You can't do that.
But you know what we do?
You can't.
Like
no. You gotta have.
Like if you, yeah,
these
It's like
multinational corporations, Daniel. Don't you understand?
Of course.
We're not holding it for the poor multinational corporation.
Yeah, what about them? There's nobody.
What about them?
Yeah.
I just, we're taking away the rights of the multinational corporation.
So it's like one of the things that we do in my country is that, let's say you're running for president, okay? And, you think you might have a chance, you're doing your campaign, you're putting some money in, okay? So the thing with that money, you're actually getting that money back, right? If you pass a threshold, and I think it's like 1.5%.
Yeah,
You're just getting your money back.
This reeks of this, by the way.
I love private equity. My insurance company is my friend. Investment banking is my passion. When line goes up, I am happy. When line goes down, I short sell. And am also happy. I invest my winnings at the Bank of Las Vegas.
At nighttime, I look at pictures of Cybertrucks on X. Notice I called it X and not Twitter. You can say I'm just a reply guy, because when your guy DMs me, I will always reply.
Well, few people realize the RIM 7 Sea Sparrow is the most environmentally friendly anti-aircraft missile produced anywhere. We're proud of our commitment to a better future for all the children of the world.
I don't care about that. I just want line to go up. Nothing feels more magical. Nothing feels more special to me than evicting a family of 3 so I can sell their house to private equity.
Great work. Great work,
Look,
everybody.
imagine having the words environmental friendly anti-aircraft missile coming out of your mouth and you're just not blinking. You're just thinking, yeah, that's great. That's amazing.
Base
I should say more of
environmentally
that.
friendly missile.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck is that, dude? Like, really?
All right, let's keep going.
So if you're a Republican, your tax dollars get funneled to Democrat campaigns. What a bunch of snakes. Now, it could be worse. Your money
People
could be going
voting?
to free sex.
Fucking
By the way,
snakes.
the same thing happens
People,
to the
people spending
Republican
their money
candidates, though.
through crowdfunding? Fucking snakes. Sorry,
Yeah, but
what?
you heard him, right? It's like he doesn't understand that, the same thing goes for every candidate. It doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican. But he doesn't say the Republican can also do that. No, because that doesn't fit the narrative. We need to demonize whoever's not a Republican and doesn't listen to Papa Trump.
I love private equity.
Yes, I mean, this is the dude. This guy should be the face of I love private equity. Like, come on, look at this motherfucker.
I'd like to propose that Los Angeles consider a pilot program for free hygienic sexual relief clinics, primarily serving the homeless and unhoused. This means
What? Trying to prevent the spread of STDs? Stop. No.
equality, it means
we
private
should,
sexual relief,
if it was up to them, they would just kill all the people that are homeless.
All funded by public tax dollars and managed with professional oversight.
Bro, imagine spending 10 grand on condoms. How dare you? What we need is another $5 billion on a giant bailout for these multinational corporations.
And
that's what we need. Right. It's so ridiculous to think that we would even remotely help the homeless.
It's about allowing the homeless.
They want to kill the homeless. Just a second. So there's a clip on Fox News where I think it's Brian Kilmeade.
That they want to kill homeless.
That's literally saying, yeah, that they should kill all the homeless people. Jesus. Right? On this fucking channel, right? Like Fox News, psychotic. Right? We all know it's not news because they admit it in court. It's not news. Yeah. Okay. So it's like they already said that. Yeah. But yeah, it's like these people on their network, they said this thing and nobody batted an eye. I remember nobody was fired for it. Nobody paid any consequences for saying we should kill all the homeless people.
Right? Just pure stochastic terrorism, like about as clear as day. Zero legal repercussion, whatever.
While in Texas, there was like a wave of like homeless people being murdered, right? Yeah. On the streets. That's when he said that. And these people come with like clutching their pearls. It's like, oh my God. Yeah.
They're just like,
they want to stop sexual transmitted diseases.
Hey, Fox News, what should we do about homeless people in LA? What the hell? Why would you say that?
We have today.
Free breast implants, teeth, and love shacks. And Karen Bass is building an entire mini city to go with it. It's a village.
Listen, better than nothing. It's better than nothing. It's not good, but it's definitely better than nothing.
Village of tiny homes for the homeless. 84 huts are already up, open for business.
I'm here for that fire extinguisher. Not gonna lie, I am here for that. Just you need that.
You do need that. Hundreds more under construction. Move in, you get AC, 3 meals a day, and security. It's like my dorm room freshman year.
How could you feed people that are
How
in need
dare
of
you?
feeding?
How dare you get them an AC when it's like 100 degrees
Let them
out? How dare
starve.
we got?
Let
Yeah,
them
we got to
starve.
kill them.
Free
Let
goodies
them
or a
starve
John
and
hires
cook
a
to death.
hooker, a taxpayer moves out. They go to Florida, they go to Texas, or they go to the burbs. Adios, America. Michael Schellenberger, the founder of Public News. Are you sure we're not being spoofed? That was a serious proposal for sex dens for homeless.
Yeah. So no, it's not sex dens. It's providing things like condoms. You know, it's this does exist. It's out there. You know, you could take it or leave it. I mean, I do think that homeless people are having sex, and if you want to have, you know, less pregnancy, less abortions, less all the STDs, yeah, having this is a great idea.
On the taxpayer dime.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's sort of never ending. I think that it's about time we just sort of acknowledge, look, they're clearly out to destroy the cities. You can't call this unintentional. I mean, San Francisco, my book came out 5 years ago. They know.
What did he call it? San Francisco?
San Francisco. Yeah,
What
of course.
the
It's a
fuck,
play on
dude?
words because they're smart people. Also, they do look like sexless pests, these guys.
This is,
I
you
mean,
know,
they do look like they've never having sex, ever.
I don't, you know, it's just wild. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep.
Exactly what they're doing. As a former public safety director of Denver told me, you get what you allow. So if you allow street prostitution, if you allow sexual assault, people living in tents, open air drug dealing, that's what you get. So I don't think you can call this sort of an unintended consequence of compassionate policies. They're just openly wrecking their cities.
I mean, you know, they're openly wrecking their cities. They all want to move out, but also at the same time, the value of the houses are higher than ever. So figure that.
Yeah,
one
it's
out.
crazy how that goes. I mean,
Figure that
you
one
don't
out.
get it.
Yeah.
This is Republican math.
Yeah,
It
let
makes
me
no
show you.
sense.
Yeah, let me just show you that double think. It's just wild to me. All right, let's see what else we can find. Bongino, this was a gift for Republicans. Okay.
Oh, they're mad at the what's her name? That one in Florida.
Former deputy
the
FBI
primary.
director. Dan, you're a Florida
Yeah,
man.
Angie Nixon. Yeah.
Is Florida going to buy Angie's shtick?
You know, I get up early.
I voted Angie Nixon. Did you know that, Daniel?
Good on you, dude. Good on you. She's DSA. I'm telling you, sooner or later, you're becoming that socialist.
I mean, I'm not, listen, I don't believe in the workers' ownership of the
know,
means of production, but I do agree, you know, with the social policies that are being promoted. I agree with them. I think they're good.
That's all that's needed.
Yeah.
Of course, it's like you don't have to agree with like 100% that everybody, like somebody says, but you know, you need to look at like the majority of the proposals on policies that they have. You know, it's like I don't agree with like 100% of like what DSA says. You know, when I look at their platform, yeah, but a lot of the things is like I think they're really fucking good, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, let's
I
try
agree.
to do them.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Not that early, but yeah, around 6 o'clock, depends. And I get up this morning, pop over onto the elliptical, and I pull up a political playbook. And I got to tell you, there was like a celebration I heard break out at 6 o'clock in the morning all across Florida. Maybe it was just in my own head, but the results could not have gone better for Republicans. I don't want to get out ahead of myself. Listen, we still have a November election. You obviously have to show up. But
the results could not be any better for Republicans. You know, to be honest,
You know why he's saying that,
I
right?
personally do not believe that any Democrat is going to win Florida, but maybe, just maybe, if something does happen, wouldn't that be amazing?
There's a chance.
Wouldn't that just
I mean,
be
look,
insane?
in 2018, so there was like this, because it was the governor's race in
Yeah.
2018 in the midterms, and yeah, like your crazy fucking ass governor won, but people forget he didn't win by a mile. He won like it
By
was
a
a
little
very
bit.
close win.
Yeah.
By a very little bit, right? Because it was like people didn't like Trump anymore in 2018. They were kind of like, is you know, the
Yeah.
Republicans are kind of shitty. They're not doing
Yes.
their thing, and they didn't hate Trump as much as they hate him now.
Yes.
Right? And also like the Democratic Party in Florida it's a bunch of, you know, assholes and
Correct.
morons and like, you know, shitty, right?
Yes.
So the fact that she actually won like her primary being a socialist, right? Because she's
True.
openly DSA.
That was wild.
Openly
I was just
DSA.
like, "There's no
It's
freaking way."
wild, right?
Didn't make any sense to
And
me.
look, I again, it's like
Well, let's
I'm
pull up
very circumspect.
Angie Nixon's policies. I kind of want to see what does she believe in, right? Progressive Democrat for Florida, whose platform emphasizes expanding social safety nets, strengthening labor protections, what? Campaigning finance reform, what? And reducing
what about
corporate
the
influence in
billionaires?
government? Oh, God, this...
We should never do that.
Horrible!
But what about the corporations?
Daniel, don't you know I love private equity?
Of course. Can you show me how much you love private equity, Amanda? Please show me how much you love private equity.
How much I love private equity?
Yeah, show me. I need to see how much you love it. Please.
I love
Make it
private
very visual.
equity.
Make it very visual for me how much you love private equity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about as good as this robot can moonwalk. Here.
Ooh.
I'm gonna get the fuck shit. I love it. I love private equity, guys. I have to mute it. I can't play Thriller without any fuck. Yeah, that's about as much as I like private equity currently right now. Yeah, so based on her campaign platform, major policy positions include Medicare for all with no premiums, deductibles, or copays. What?
What about the health insurance companies that make a lot of money?
Yeah, what about them?
Not paying
how are
their
they going to
insurance.
make? How is private equity going to make money?
Yeah. Are they going to have to short sell, Amanda?
I don't care about this. I only care about line go up. When line go up, I am happy. And when line go down, I short sell and I'm also happy.
There you go.
Okay. Expanding coverage to include dental, vision, hearing, mental health, reproductive care, prescription drugs. Supports canceling medical debt and lowering prescription drugs. Stop.
No, they should go up the prices. What do you mean?
She's with policies like this, she's gonna get Charlie Kirked. You can't do this. You're not allowed. They're gonna get Kirked. Proposes higher taxes on billionaires? What?
No,
But-
she's only gonna get kirked if she bothers Israel.
How
Okay,
else are
we
they
all
going to
know that.
get a 400-foot yacht? They'll have to settle for a 350-foot yacht. I don't appreciate that, Daniel.
Yeah. That's not good. It's
I
not the
need
same.
billionaires to have a 400-foot yacht. In fact, I would like them to have a 450-foot yacht if these tech billionaires would just stop sucking up all the money for the little guy, the other billionaire.
Yeah, ugh, horrible. I mean, those are horrible policies. Somebody should vote for the guy that wants less taxes on billionaires.
Support
and more
stronger enforcement against
bad
corporate tax avoidance. Wants additional tax revenue to fund healthcare, affordable housing, childcare, other public programs. You're crazy. No way.
Wait, I mean, at least she wants to support spending more money on Israel, though, right?
Well, you said
At least
you
she
said
wants
the
to
I
send
word.
more bombs.
You
She
said
wants to send more bombs to Israel, right? I think she wants those environmental friendly missiles and bombs.
dude, if you say the I word one more time, we're gonna have to see what an average day on Twitter looks like.
Oh my God! You mean the I word, like
Observe.
Yet another Israel mention?
Observe. It's your average day on Twitter, everyone. It's the average day on Twitter. Guys, we're on Twitter right now.
Don't you mean X?
Oh, sorry. Notice I said X and not Twitter. All right. Okay, man, God, all of those policies, God, those are such awful policies that we gotta see the amazing how Fox News feels about it.
Could not have gone any better for Republicans last night. We've got a great candidate for governor in Byron Donalds, but having Angie Nixon upset Vindman, who was one of the worst candidates at the top of the ticket. I've been down here in Florida. Listen, I've run for office. I didn't win. It's
Dude, we need to stop right now and look at this guy is just like
Yeah, I think it's all the crack he's doing, to be honest with you.
this guy's just like septic Byron Donalds. Like he actually looks like this.
I mean, he looks like a thumb, like, to be honest with you.
He kind of looks like Butthead.
A bit. How that you said it? Yes, kinda.
Yeah, you can't win. Okay. I'm sorry. All right, we're gonna move on.
just a fact, but at least, I showed up and knocked on the doors. Laura, nobody knew who this guy was. He was nowhere. There were no ads. He supposedly raised something in the neighborhood of $16 million. Where did he put it? Like NVIDIA stock or something? Like, what did he do?
Yes.
NVIDIA
what stock?
What is NVIDIA stock?
He should have put it in Bitcoin. Where's his Trump coin?
With this money,
he should have invested in Trump watches.
So, the socialists are taking a victory lap in Florida, but they're misreading Florida politics. It's like Angie Nixon ran against.
Are they?
Yeah, I don't think they are.
Are they? I mean, okay, all right. I'd venture to say that Byron Donalds is likely going to be the guy, but that's not going to stop me from voting Angie Nixon. The fact that Angie Nixon even got, and by the way, more people voted Democrat than for Byron Donalds. So, we never know.
Let's see, man.
You never know, but
wait,
isn't
she running for Senate though?
Angie Nixon?
She's running for Senate. Yes.
Yes.
This is a Senate race, which is.
Oh, did I say something wrong?
I understand.
I said something wrong.
Yeah, I think you said the governor.
Governor, yes, you're right. Yes, you're correct.
No one
she's the Senate, which is crazy.
There was no other candidate. It's not that the socialists won; it's that Vindman didn't show up. But having a candidate at the top of the ticket.
No. It's not that Vindman didn't show up. It's that people didn't like Vindman.
Also, she was outspent like 6-1.
Yeah, like no one was supporting her, and she still won. Like people are done with this bullcrap.
In the governor's race, David Jolly, and then Angie Nixon at the top of the ticket on the Senate side. In Florida, that has a huge population of Jewish voters, while she's out there campaigning with From the River to the Sea, Rashida Tlaib, and a bunch of
fucking based.
Yeah, Rashida Tlaib was the only one.
Based.
She wasn't endorsed by Bernie, AOC, right? But
bro,
she did do with Rashida Tlaib, yes. I remember reading about that.
Man,
because I was surprised. I was surprised in her win, right, in Florida, because I wasn't really expecting like anything out of Florida. No. Sorry, mate. I know you're like from Florida, but I wasn't expecting anything from there because the Democratic Party in Florida is just like a bunch of dumbasses.
No. Dude, this is gonna be me. This is gonna be me. If she wins, if she ends up winning against Byron Donalds, this is me, bro.
Okay, so Amender.
Out here in Amish, smoking big doinks in Amish.
Oh, I feel you.
Big old doinks.
Are we doing election?
I'm gonna be a big old doinks in Amish, bro. That's what's gonna happen, bro.
Amender, are we doing election night?
Election night. Oh, that'd be fucking
in the
cool.
midterms.
We could do that.
That would be cool, man.
That would be good.
Just do election night.
But last time, dude, I think I did do that for Kamala Harris. That was not a good election night. That was not good.
No. But this is midterms. It's like all over the country, right? It's not just like one race.
Yeah.
It's like a multitude of races.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Venezuelan and Cuban voters who some of them, their family, their property was stolen by communists and socialists, been tortured and put in prison. I mean, really, you couldn't have handed a better gift to Republicans.
Oh, she was flailing all over the place this morning on MSNBC.
She was like arguing for like this stupid poo-poo things like worker rights and Medicare for all. Just these stupid things, just flailing all over the place. What we need to have is more money for insurance companies. Obviously, because how else are we going to have line go up? I need line go up.
He's doing that thing of like the Pied Piper, right? Where they're like, oh my God, we're so happy we have this one because, you know, our chances to win against this candidate go up. But they forget the fact that Donald Trump was a Pied Piper candidate.
We need more money.
You know? And he fucking won.
For Saudi Arabia. More money for Saudi Arabia. So that way the Saudi Arabians can pay for things like this.
The fuck is that, dude?
They paid for this. I mean, we paid for this.
Well, obviously.
I don't know what the fuck's. I don't know what the fuck's going on. What the fuck was that? All right, it's fucking
something. Nobody knows what that was.
What the fuck? All right.
You could tell that they were struggling with this. They kind of threw up question after question, and they mentioned the thing with the Jewish voters, and she tried to say, well, you know, we'll work with all people. I'm paraphrasing, but she's not conversant in even trying to temper her socialist act. And I don't know if she hasn't put in the time to study these issues, but she's just not serious. So it's stunts over substance. Like so many of the progressives out there. It's
stunts over substance. They say this as the Republican Party. It really does drive me nuts.
This, you know, House and Senate is like literally like the single most not working like ever, right? They introduced the least amount of bills.
No bills.
They push the least amount of legislation.
All executive
like
orders.
Ever, right? It's like
just,
nothing.
It's just
like,
executive order on top of executive order, which can just get overturned on an instant because it's an executive order. And then, I mean, it's just the most vapid. I mean, it really is.
It's just a waste of money, Amanda.
It is about as
like,
gilded
it's a waste of money.
As Donald Trump's furniture. It just, it's not actual gold. It's just designed to look like gold, and then it peels off as soon as he leaves. It's so gross.
It's all bumper sticker mentality with not any plan to grow the economy, improve public safety, or certainly have.
I wonder if like getting people more housing and like better healthcare would actually improve the economy. Stop. No way.
A robust but
not according to this
foreign policy. That's just all out the window. And it's just all. It's all posing. It's all an act. And Florida's smarter than this.
Florida is smarter than this. I think we're like 23rd in education, which I'm just going to tell you, that's incredible.
Probably not great.
I don't like the fact. Well, dude, we were 48th.
Oh, well, I mean, you got,
We improved a little bit, which is good. But, bro, I think like, based on us being in the smack dab middle, that doesn't really lay a lot of credence. It's like we're one of the most populated states in the United States, and I just don't understand why our education is so abysmal.
Oh, Florida's had a run. This has been the golden years for Republican politics between Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis and Rick Scott prior to that. But think about the problem this top of the ticket has now. You got a Democrat nominee for governor in David Jolly, who's like Gozer the Gozerian from Ghostbusters. Like, he's whatever you think he is. Remember when he ran for office as like a Tea Party guy? And then he was a moderate Republican. And then he was a liberal Democrat. And
If he was Tea Party, he wasn't a moderate.
Dave Jolly he's like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, because whatever you think he is, he is. So Dave Jolly, who's the chameleon of politics, is now going to have to answer for every day on the stump Angie Nixon. It already started. You played that interview when you were open. That's all they're going to ask him about. They're going to say, hey, Dave, how do you feel about Medicare for all? How do you feel about that? You know that's going to cancel a bunch of Floridians who work in the private sector, their employee-backed insurance that they like.
Yeah, yes, that's the point.
Yeah, the point is
the
that
point is
most
to just
of them
make
don't
it
have
cheaper.
good insurance.
We just make it cheaper, and the Medicare can negotiate the drug prices with the pharmaceutical industry. Wow. Oh my God. Because it becomes the one customer. Do they not understand how like equality, how opportunities of scale happen? Do they not realize this? How dumb are these people?
But
She's like laughing like this is impossible.
No, she does this because this is a performative task on their part.
Mind you, we already...
They don't want good things to happen to working people, Amender. They just want their group to do well and everybody else to be subservient to their fucking class. They're the modern day French aristocrats, right? That's it.
Well, if we actually pull up where we can see a list of countries by total health expenditure per capita, we find that the United States far exceeds that of all of these other very well-developed countries. We look here, the United States is sitting at around, as of 2024, 14,885. Switzerland is second at 9,963. Do you know what Switzerland has? Fully subsidized healthcare. Same thing with Norway, Germany, the Netherlands, Austria, Luxembourg, Sweden, Ireland, Belgium, Australia. These all have subsidized healthcare plans. You just have those healthcare plans. So what is it that they can do that somehow the United States can do? So what it is to me is like, this is not this is actually not a money problem. We have the money. This is a paperwork problem.
Yeah, but you need to give the money to the military-industrial complex.
Yes.
Right?
Well, but you don't even need to do that. You can keep
prepared.
The current amount that's being spent on the military-industrial complex, and all you got to do, in fact, you could lower how much per person is spent on healthcare substantially. And it would actually say, so having Medicare for all would actually save us money.
Yeah, it would save you money, Amender.
Well, not just it would save the taxpayer.
This
is
like the
look,
working, but the working people. It would save the working people money, but that's not the point. The point is not to save money for the working people. The point is to transfer the money from the working people to the billionaires, and you cannot do that by having social programs that actually work.
Well, I mean, if you look right here, take a look at this. That dark bar you see there, that's government or compulsory. That's the health expenditure per capita. We're already spending. We're already, without not a single dollar being put out of pocket by the person. It's a majority by government. It's a majority. And when we look at insurance companies, what do their stock markets look like? What do their buildings look like? They're some of the biggest, largest. Again, it's private equity. It's all private equity. Can we just please do something can we stop with the double dipping of the insurance companies? The insurance companies are getting subsidized out the ass, while at the same time that they are reaping in record profits. And we're like, oh, I wonder why this is happening. This is insane. It is not a money problem. It's a paperwork problem. It's that simple.
It's a political willpower problem, because the politicians don't want that for you. They just want you to pay more and more and more, and they want you to save less and less and less. So you can just give all the money you're making. You have to give them all back to the person you're working for.
Well, let's continue. Let's see what the Fox News has to say.
Yeah.
Retirees down here, middle class, some poor, their entire lives, finally built up a nest egg. They're considered, air quotes, wealthy by commie standards. Now, this Angie Nixon, they support a wealth
coming
tax.
for your money.
So your
They're
entire
coming.
life, you bust your butt. They want to confiscate your money. How are you going to answer for?
No, we're not coming after anybody's retirement benefits. What we are coming after, however, is the giant multi-billion-dollar national corporations. This has absolutely nothing to do with your nest egg. Zero.
But they need to equivocate between them.
To the retirees down here.
I think in all of these races, Mike Rogers, and we'll go to Michigan in a second, it's got to be an economic argument. They are coming for what you've earned, what you've saved, your 401k. It's all on the table.
None of that's happening. Total make-believe. Nobody's doing that.
And you're going to pay
just lying. They're not a news
for
station.
having been successful. He's got to go hard on that. Speaking of that, Dan.
Yeah, Medicare for All just puts it all into one pool. Now the government is able to negotiate drug prices and prices of care. This would lower costs for everybody. That's how this works. We're already spending more per person. We're doing it the insurance way. It ain't fucking working.
Abdul Sayed is trying to appeal to a broader base of Detroit voters, especially African Americans. Watch.
I am Arab. I'm also African. My family immigrated to this country from Egypt. I'm proud of my African heritage. And when people try to divide us based on identity or ethnicity, sometimes we miss the nuances that make us whole and that make us human.
He's such a phony. Dan.
Back to Fox News, where they are dividing people on the basis of race.
Yeah, and I love how they're saying he's such a phony, while
he's such
both
a
of them
he's
literally laughing out of nothing and just being the phoniest people on this fucking planet.
Yeah. Who's this lady on the left? What's her name? Bongino? What's her name? What's her name?
No, Bongino is the
guy on the
right.
The coke addict on the right.
Yeah. Yeah,
Who's
she's
this
like
lady?
Ingram.
Laura Ingram.
I forget some
Yeah.
Laura Ingram. Yes. Laura Ingram.
Well, it turns out, Ingram, as it turns out, it appears that that if you are born in Egypt, that is indeed in Africa.
She would need to know a bit more geography. So,
Well, I mean, here, I mean, you don't have to believe me. Let's just pull up a map. It's like really important to pull up this map. So if we look right here, you will find hey,
oh shit.
Daniel?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I can't see. What does it say?
I'm going to dictate what it says here.
Yeah.
So there's like in the middle of this picture, there's like this big thing that it says Africa on it. And inside this big thing that it says Africa on, there's like a smaller thing that says Egypt on it.
Yeah.
So apparently, according to this map, I don't know if it's accurate though. Might be some fake news.
But hold on. But
maybe
would
you got it from like CNN or something?
Hold on. But are you an African or are you an Egyptian?
I mean, maybe people are still debating it, right? If it's like, are you African or are you Egyptian? Let's say we don't know. Let's agree to disagree on facts. Okay.
Now hear me out.
Of the world.
What if Egypt was actually in India?
My life, my rules, my style, my attitude. You love me or hate me, I don't care, but don't play with me.
Dude, fucking, where the fuck are you finding these things, dude? Oh my god. That is crazy.
Let's continue with this bullshit.
So I have haven't heard him talking about his African roots before. Is that going to work?
Listen, very rarely do I come on the air, because I have my own show, and not having seen something before. I have not seen that, and I'm actually glad you surprised me, because it reminds me of a segment I do on my show called Voices of Dems. It's like that old movie, Faces of Death, but Voices of Dems. How they constantly change the way they
He calls himself an African.
You know, like this
when he's from Egypt.
Like when this guy was like doing like working for Trump before the election, okay, and he was doing like during his show, he was always talking about one thing. Do you know what that one thing was, Amanda? Because he was only talking about this one thing, and one thing only, right, to help Trump, and that one thing was Epstein, right? This Dan Bongino cuck, like he was talking about Epstein like 24/7, and Trump wins, and Trump makes him deputy director of the FBI. Okay, he makes him deputy director of the FBI.
Yeah, what was that one?
Do you know what he did after he did nothing?
What?
Nothing. No Epstein files were released under him. Nobody was indicted. No investigation on anybody in the Epstein files. Like nothing happened, right?
Yeah.
And this guy, had the goal to go back and do the same thing. He's doing the same fucking thing. Dude, people are so stupid. It's like, why would you listen to the guy that promised you that if he gets to the FBI, he will just release all the Epstein files? You put him in the FBI and he does nothing.
Well, take a look at this. Tell me what you think of this.
Abdul, Donald Trump seems to think you're a gift to the Republican Party. What do you say to that?
I'm a gift to the state of Michigan, God willing, and hope to win this election.
And he says, if you pardon the language, you're full of What do you say to that?
At least I don't let mine go in the middle of the Oval Office.
Abdul,
that is true. I mean, that was a banger moment. That was I love
Great
it.
work.
Yeah.
Great work. Great work. Great comeback. I love it. All right, let's keep going.
Speak in front. AOC does this. Listen to Abdul El-Sayed. Whatever. I don't know if you're African or not. I really don't care. I'm not interested.
Yes, Egypt is in fact in Africa. Bongino.
Breaking news from the continent of Africa. Africa has Egypt in it.
How are these people this dumb?
I mean, is he Romanian? Is he European? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like
This guy is about as drunk as this guy right here.
Yeah, I gotta say that looks very Romanian. Or French. It's one of the two. The best.
Two cops.
Okay, it is French. Let's go back. Dude, you gotta respect the hustle, okay? It's like he understood
He understood the assignment. Yeah.
He understood.
Yeah,
the fight. He's like,
absolutely.
okay, I'm going
Understood
back.
the assignment. All right. Let's
Your ancestry DNA, it doesn't matter to me. It's just the point of this whole thing is when you play identity politics constantly as a game, like the communist, socialist, progressives do all the time, you have to constantly do this.
Can you stop a bit, Amanda? It's like this motherfucker says, when you stop playing the identity politics, like the communists, socialists, Democrats, it's like, wait, you're just playing, you're doing that while you're criticizing it. you're literally doing identity politics because he went straight to identities. Communists, socialists, Democrats, right? What the fuck is he doing? Dude, I hate Republicans with the passion, right? It's like they're like the most cucked people in this world. It's like and the most hypocritical people in this world. They're the ones that do identity politics the most. Like nobody does identity politics like the Republicans. It's not even fucking close, right? And they're doing it from a place of hate, right? And hate mongering and building fear in people. Right?
Blows
And
my
when
mind.
Abdullah Sayed just says, I'm African and I'm Arab, it's like, oh, why are you playing the identity politics? No, he just said, I am.
It's just so insane.
Like, what
So
the fuck?
insane.
Really think that's going to win over a single black voter who's in a Ford, vehicle plant, busting his butt all day? Oh, you know what? I like this guy. He said he's African over there. It's not going to appeal to anybody who
Well, the worker rights will, though. The desire to have like unions and like preventing companies from like going overseas. If you really wanted that, you could do that. It's done with unions, but hey,
and not dying from treatable disease.
It turns out you guys can't even find where the fuck Egypt is on a map.
It's too big of a
cares
task,
about
Commander.
substance and
Too big of
policy
a task.
and takes the time to show up at a poll and pull a lever. It's just obscene. It's just a byproduct of their ridiculous identity politics regime. That's why they do this voices game all the time, where they change how they speak to everyone too.
Well,
it's juvenile.
Nixon in Florida is doing the same thing. She's ranting and raving 5 seconds ago. She goes on television this morning. It's like she just left a meeting of the Junior League. I mean, it's very, very different. Like, which one is?
It's like when you're trying to appeal to an audience. I can't believe it. It's ridiculous. Who would have thought to do that? By the way, it's like supernatural that people do this all the time. But hey, who am I?
I'm just thinking to myself, it's like, do you think there's like a different environment when you're having a rally in front of your supporters and you have to hype the room and you're like, you're speaking a bit louder and it's like, and then you're going to like a fucking interview for like a TV station where like the environment is totally different and you don't have to yell and you don't have to like hype people like crazy. Like, no, you should always yell according to these guys.
It's just nuts.
What is it? Sweetheart, like just be yourself.
I don't know how she runs with this DSA thing in Florida. I mean, really, with the Cuban population down here, no trade backs, man. It's yours. You own it. You yelled about it. You screamed about it. You own it.
Oh, Dan, before we go, this just in on Iran.
Honestly,
President
you guys
Trump
got
is
all the shit Cubans in Florida. Like, I'll be honest with you.
I mean, listen, there's a lot of heartache with the Cubans and, my heart's out to all the Cubans that have to deal with the fact that there is a trade embargo on Cuba. They got a lot of loved ones. And I've spoken with those people. I mean, they're not bad people. It's really sad to see, actually.
On True Social just moments ago that he's announcing the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country. This will be economic warfare in isolation on an unprecedented scale. He also says that any country providing a lifeline.
Daniel, have you ever seen Dragon Ball Z?
I wasn't a big fan of Dragon Ball Z. But can I read to you a list of all the countries that are going to be annihilated by the economic D-Day of Trump?
Right. Hold on a second.
Here it goes. Just a second. No, just let me. It's not going to take that long. I hope. Let me just read you the list of all the countries that are like they're shaking in their boots right now because of this. Okay, I'm done. What do you think about that list?
What
all the
list?
Countries. Let me read it again. Okay, so what do you think about it? Like, that's the list of all the countries that are right now are like shaking in their boots because Donald J. Trump is doing an economic D-Day.
Yeah. Well, that's actually so listen, this goes somewhere, right? I was saying earlier, I said, have you ever watched Dragon Ball Z? You weren't a fan, but you've ever seen, see that one move on Dragon Ball Z where it's like, they're doing like a bunch of little strikes and they're always going like, da, 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 da. That move has never worked. That move has never worked. Ever. Really? It has never resulted in I win the fight. It was always like, I'm blocking, I'm attacking. This is probably about as bad as it gets, right? Where it's like, you're getting hit, but they never die to the multi-strike strategy. And you know what? Tariffs
Trump is really good at it, probably.
are like the multi-strike in Dragon Ball Z. We do it a lot, but it never does anything.
Well, I mean,
it just
like he
makes
wants
a
to
bunch of
impose
collateral
tariffs.
damage that just hurts the people around it and doesn't actually hurt the people that you're trying to hurt.
I mean, he's trying to say that, if you're going to help Iran, we're going to put more tariffs and economic sanctions on you. And I'm going to, it's like, who are the countries that are actually supporting Iran right now? It's Russia. Russia is already under like heavy international sanctions and like a lot of shit. They don't care, right? It's like, doesn't matter. The other one is China. You already tried to fuck with China and you lost twice.
Would you like to see
Right.
how Russia is reacting to some of the heaviest sanctions the United States has ever done on any country?
Show me.
I don't think they care. I don't think they give a shit. Let's keep going, guys.
To Iran will face tremendous economic consequences. This will be economic D-Day. Your reaction to that, quickly.
Well, they're losing about $400 million a day. There's an interesting piece in the Wall Street Journal today about how we effectively control the strait now, tactically control it, the lanes we've opened up for them, the oil we're getting out every day. Iran's playing poker with a pair of twos right now. And the next step after this economic warfare, it doesn't work, is going to be, death to level 6 of the regime. And the only
I have the cards. You don't have the cards. I have the cards. You remember that? When Donald Trump said that? Why do they always do this?
Yeah.
They act like that it's like a game of cards.
Yeah, but
like,
even
to, like,
even in
bet
this like pretend
and gamble
world,
with.
they're still losing.
And they're
they
losing.
just
They're
pretend
just losing.
winning.
It's just
They just
stupid.
think, oh, we're winning so hard. We're
These
winning
people
so
are so
hard.
dumb.
Where they're just bloody. Like they're bloody from head to toe, and it's like battered, and it's like, oh, I'm winning so hard.
I'm winning.
Like, no, you're just
We're doing
losing.
it. We did it. Just blows my mind.
ones that are left, because we've already killed 1 through 5. I don't see how they come out of this with any form of a W at all.
All right, Dan, thank you very much.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all
Jesus, that was insane. That was an insane video. That's an insane moment. Good God.
Yeah, but that's all Fox News is doing. Like Fox News is just doing this like all the time,
constantly.
They don't care.
Oh,
It
speaking
doesn't matter,
of
man.
which,
Like lying is so OP for.
speaking
these
of
guys.
which, we can actually look at what they're releasing, their premiere here. There's 1,100 people watching. Are Gen Z women turning sour on men? I'd love to take a look at it. But you guys just got to give me a quick moment. I'm going to refill my drink. Just hang tight real quick. It will not take me long. I hope you guys have enjoyed this show so far. If you've not hit like, if you've not hit subscribe, do take the time to hit like and subscribe on the video. We got more coming up, so just hang tight. All right.
Welcome back.
All right, we're going to watch this Fox News bit. The 5 are Gen Z women turning sour on men.
Apparently, girls just want to have nothing to do with the guys. A shocking poll.
I don't blame them.
Especially when it comes to conservative.
Have you seen it? Have you seen what men are watching nowadays? Bro, it's wild. They be sitting there watching some of the most anti-woman crap ever. It blows me away.
Poll done in the UK reveals how Gen Z ladies really feel about men, and it's not pretty. 21% of gals under 30 reported a negative view of the opposite gender.
Yes.
That's 3 times the share of...
Whoa, they just said gender.
Yeah, well, I think it was a Freudian slip.
Hold on, I'm going to write this down. Z, women
Also,
turning sour on men. That's just wild.
I also love how they're using like Neuropost. It's like, dude, their sources is like only like shit sources, like Neuropost and the other rag from.
Can I just be
Daily
honest with
Mail.
you that New York Post is way better than Fox News. It's a lot better, right? It's bad. Okay, so just this is
Neuropost is also from the Murdoch media.
True.
Empire, so
That is true.
Is the same shit, you know. That's why they're using it.
That's true.
I don't think they're any better.
young lads who feel the same way. Guys have a pretty positive view of women. What do you chalk this up to?
Sex and wanting to have it. I think that
That's why it's not like the insane amount of hateful manosphere content that a bunch of Gen Z are consuming. It's because they don't want to have sex. Really?
No, you don't get it, Amanda. That was a great analysis.
Maybe with you, you fucking crusty old fucking freak. What the hell?
You're pretty. I want to touch them. And girls are like, oh, that's so disgusting. Get away from me.
or like I don't need it that much. I can do it sporadically. I could do
Hold on. Is Fox News advocating for teens to have sex? What is happening? What is that?
I don't know, dude. Yeah, I mean, these type of subjects are just like.
What planet am I on?
I really. I mean, I'm looking around that table, and I'm seeing Jesse Waters, and I'm seeing like the other guy. I forget his name now, but it's like, oh my god, that's another like moron on Fox News. It's like just thinking that those people are going to talk about women and having sex is kind of like,
Ew,
brother,
yeah,
no,
gross, brother,
ugh.
yeah, brother, yeah, we gotta bust that one out.
Yeah,
brother, what's that?
I mean, that's
What's that, brother?
Yeah.
What's that, brother?
do it with
Like a spore?
another woman if you want it. I just think men
What?
are, young men are focused on that. Is this a bad?
Young men are focused on manosphere content. I don't have any horrible things that the manosphere says.
Well, I mean, the manosphere took like a really bad, had like a really bad month last month, because I don't know if you heard, but Andrew Tate and his brother,
Yes.
are in jail right now, waiting extradition to the UK, where they will have to pay for their crimes, which is like so unfortunate, right?
Yeah.
It's like so unfortunate that
Of course.
they have to pay for their crimes. Oh my god.
Of course.
Like they're like martyrs, okay? Just saying. So the manosphere content got a huge dip, right?
Yeah.
Once that happened.
Let me see here. Let's look at like manosphere content. Women. Let me see here. Let me just see if I can find something here. I don't watch this crap, so it doesn't pop up. It's like, we're not going to show you stuff that you're never going to watch. Oh, here we go.
Where are all the women who lost their male partners to red pill content? Because I want to know what happened.
Yeah, I'm right here. I lost one of the loves of my life. One of my best friends, had known him over 20 years since before we were born, to red pill content, and I want to talk about it today. I do think it's important to educate people and keep them aware of this. Well, it was like a 5-10 year long process, so strap in. And I think one of the hardest parts wasn't accepting losing him, but having to accept that, like, this person, these ideologies were inside him the whole time.
Sorry for the random break here, but I do want to tell you something extremely important very quickly here. This video is several years old now. It is one of my highest viewed videos ever, and ironically my longest. If you look at the analytics in the back end, it's mostly just been viewed by women over the years. And the reason that's important is because everyone's just acting like this issue came out of nowhere recently and is just starting to be talked about. You should subscribe to me because we've been screaming about these issues, and women in general have, for years. But it took a man starting to talk about it for people to finally listen, which highlights the core of the issue, right? All of this crap teaches you not to listen to women. And I'm glad the men are finally speaking up, because that proves, again, they are the only people who are really going to be able to solve this issue. But please make sure you subscribe, like, comment, and follow me on everywhere, because I have been here for years, and hopefully I will continue to be.
So his name was Jared. We grew up on streets near each other, and our families knew each other before we were born because we were all homeschooled. So obviously when we were little, I had a big old crush on him because he was the only boy my age I had ever spoken to, but he had no interest in me because he was a little kid. So for a lot of the middle years, he goes back into school. We don't talk. He's in the grade above me. But once we get into high school, we actually reconnect somehow, and I forget how, but I'm a total nerd in high school, and he is like a hockey jock. But he was always a really sweet kid. So for a while, I believed him when he swore his hockey friends must have stolen his phone in the locker room and sent this message to me on Snapchat that said, "Why don't you make yourself useful and send over a pic?" And when I was like, this is really random, like, this doesn't seem like even your verbiage. What's going on, dude?
Make yourself useful and send a pic. Could you imagine talking to a woman like that? That blows my mind. Looks like we're getting a call, chat. Let's listen to it. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, 1stAmender, it's me, John.
Hey, John. What would you like to talk about?
Hey, so sorry if I seem out of breath at some points. I'm jogging with my dog. I wanted to ask you this question, but in your Discord channel, it sometimes gets chaotic. So this question, as far as when it comes to universal health care and such, let's say with Obamacare, me as a staunch conservative, I can say there are some things I think that went right and that I do appreciate, and I think a whole lot that went wrong that I don't appreciate. Would you be able to concede the same? Maybe not the same.
I completely agree with that.
Okay, great. So, for example, I like the idea that everyone gets once a year preventative checkup for free. I think that's great. I think that should be I like that idea. And I'm okay with funding that as a conservative. Yes, take my tax dollars and do this for the rest of the country. I like that idea. What I don't like is I was a super broke college student at the time. And if I didn't sign up, I'm essentially held at gunpoint. And it's sign up for this at this cost or be taxed at the end of the year for almost the same cost. And it's like, I can't afford that. I can't afford either one. What do you why are you penalizing me for this? So I think it could have been implemented better.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for starters, I think that we were way too friendly to the insurance companies regarding the Affordable Care Act. Realistically, expanding the Affordable Care Act would be very helpful in reducing healthcare costs. But I think a better solution would be a Medicare for all system, because then you would have the government being able to negotiate prices.
Okay.
Because they would be the customer base at that point. It would be a consolidated system, and it would actually cost less than what we're currently paying into it.
Well, I would hope so, but I can't really say that that is their record. So, for example, every time government gets involved in basically monopolizing something, costs increase. I don't care what side you're on, that has always happened. So what's to say that that wouldn't happen this time?
Where did you get that?
Well, for example, one example would be guaranteeing federal loans for education. Costs skyrocketed because everyone had a blank check to write.
What about what do you think about like water and sewer utilities?
Is that not is not a lot of that state instead of federal?
They're natural monopolies.
Well, yeah, and I disagree with that too. In fact, my current county right now is trying to put in a vote to get rid of our local water supply.
I mean, to be fair, right? Like our water supply, right, is done through public provision, right? They keep prices. They enable the natural monopoly because having competing pipes from multiple companies would be absurdly inefficient. And the public provisioning keeps the prices below than what a profit maximizing private monopoly might charge. So the idea that if government gets involved, that costs
not
increase, that's not the case.
Yeah, I'm talking about federal, not government in general. I think the government does have a role generally in regulating some of this. So, for example, in my case, we do have a water supplier who is for like the northern part of my state, and the rest of the state is now trying to say get rid of them and make it an entire one state thing. And we're like, no, we actually like the service they provide. We like the cost. Everyone
do you
is
think?
satisfied.
Do you think that the administrative cost of Medicare is higher or lower than that of private insurance arrangements?
I think private would be higher. So
okay, but hold on. But you said right federally, when government monopolizes something, costs increase. Where did you get that?
Well, no. So they didn't monopolize it in this case. But what they did do was still create an increase by guaranteeing a certain amount of funds. In the same
but it's the
way
private companies that are making
funds.
it more expensive. It's not the government system.
Then if the government system was the cheapest insurance, then why hasn't absolutely everyone signed up for it?
Because not everybody can apply for Medicare. Not everybody's
not
old.
Medicare. No, not Medicare. I'm talking about just Obamacare or whatever you call it.
The Affordable Care Act? A lot of people did sign up for the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah. So then why? So if it's better, then why wouldn't?
I just want to be clear, right?
It?
Like just because the government monopolizes something, that doesn't mean costs increase. There's lots of instances where that's not the case. The U.S. Postal Service, that's another example.
You know what? Well, okay. Let me just say, let's grant that, and I'll just say, yeah, you're correct on that. But what I can say is, when it came to the Affordable Health Care Act, at the time, I could neither afford Obamacare, nor could I afford the tax that they were pressing to me to pay for it. And so it was like, well, now I'm being forced at the point of a gun to pay this tax, and I also can't afford the thing that would avoid me.
I think it's a Band-Aid solution, and it gave way too much ground to insurance companies.
To the private insurance company?
Yeah.
What would you like to see as a solution? And look, let me just say this.
Yeah, so I would have a Medicare for all. I would have a Medicare for all system where everybody at the point of birth would go under Medicare, and then the government would be able to negotiate with hospitals and insurance companies and drug providers the prices, because they are now the customer. And because this is giant consolidation, because it's a giant consolidation, they can force prices to go down.
Okay, and what if a whole bunch of them were in cahoots with the hospitals or whatever insurance company. And so now they can say, actually, let's drive prices up because I stand to make a whole crap ton of money. And like all of us congressmen do too, let's all vote that this is now the price. Like, what stops that? What oversight is there?
The democratic process.
I feel like we've tried that, man.
We haven't tried it.
You don't think that we have tried democratically to say, hey, we all do need health care. This one isn't working. All your prices are way too high, and you keep increasing it, and you're not even transparent. You don't even tell us what we're paying for.
Yeah,
but all I know is
because
that
the politicians,
my
what they're
cost
doing,
$500. Like,
politicians, what they are doing is that they are curtailing to insurance companies, giving them more and more profits.
right.
There
so
are
how do we
giant
stop
super
that?
PACs that are paying for bipartisan legislation. And so what a progressive is telling you is that we need to have Medicare for all so we can push all this back.
But how would that stop those? How would that stop that? Like the
democratic
increase, how did that stop
process.
that?
I've already explained it.
Well,
Like,
how
I
does the
don't understand
democratic,
it. Like, I don't know
process-
why you think that this is so impossible and it can never be done, when in reality, a ton of highly developed nations that are poorer than us have been able to do it. Something is not adding up here.
I agree. I totally agree. Something's not adding up. I totally agree with you. I don't know if it is because of corruption. I don't know if it's because, they're all, homogenous states. I don't know like what their reasoning is that they've been able to get it
Well, you
done.
got to get money out of politics for starters.
I agree with that too. But someone
I
in
think
your
we need to get rid of the
Discord, when I was
Senate
talking-
too. Have only
when I was
Congress.
talking to someone, when I was talking to someone in your Discord, she pointed out money will always make a way, and she gave an example, and I was like, holy moly. She's absolutely correct. How do you even get money out of politics? You can't.
You can. You have
Tax
to.
the rich
Yeah,
out of
you have
existence.
to. You have to undo Citizens United for starters.
Well, no. So her example was that, you can only give so much money donated, right? However, I now wrote a book, and you guys can buy 500,000 copies of my book, and that goes straight to my campaign. And now I have all the money without breaking any rules. Like it always finds a way. And I was like, oh man, she's actually right.
Well, hold on. They would only be able to spend it on campaign contributions, not their personal well-being. That would be fraud.
No. If another company bought a whole crap ton of her books, and then she used her personal revenue from the book sales.
Yeah,
and
then
used
you would. Okay, I
campaign.
see what you're saying. So you would just create a law that would deal with that, and then it would be fraud if you did that. I mean, again, like a lot of European countries have already figured this out in their parliaments. They have divested their money from politics.
Right.
It's not to say that it's zero. I don't think it can ever be zero, but it's definitely less. We can't be labeling private multinational corporations effectively people that can then use their dollar to spend on super PACs. That blows my mind that the Citizens United decision was overturned.
Yeah, I agree. So then, if we took it instead of, let's see, there's two options here. One is doing kind of what you're suggesting is going on the far more on the one side of the global healthcare or national healthcare, right? If we went the other direction, tell me what would be morally wrong with this. You take care of your own healthcare. There's no insurance companies. Every doctor, every hospital, everything has like just it's like you're selling a cheeseburger. It's just like you need a dental thing. It costs $50. You need surgery. It's $2,000. Like they just have their list of what they offer, and it's basically up to you. And it's up to you to be your own insurance. Every month you put away your own money, and 50 years from now, oh, I need chemo. Well, that costs $100,000. Well, thankfully for the last 50 years, I've been saving up. Now I can take care of myself, or I can take care of my, grandpa or whatever. What would be wrong with that, other than you would leave it to chance, because people suck at regulating themselves, and most of us would not save up like that, which means most of us would succumb and die. So, I mean, I get the total outcome is bad, but why would that be unfair, I guess?
Because it just results in more deaths, as opposed to just having a system like a Medicare for all system, which would end up costing less, and I don't have a lot of people dying for no reason.
But I think it would end up costing more, and we have an equal amount of people dying.
Why?
So the reason why I would say it would cost more is because you need people to, you need the bureaucracy behind it.
No, it would actually be less bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is the insurance companies. It's way more complex than with Medicare. Medicare, it's a very simple process.
I agree.
There's direct negotiations that can happen between the government and the drug providers that happened literally with insulin under the Biden administration, reduced drug prices substantially.
Why couldn't I just negotiate with the drug price? So, for example, I went to
because they hold a patent.
So this happened in the last 2 weeks.
You can't negotiate. They hold a patent.
Well, right now we can't negotiate because we have the insurance companies.
Are you saying that we should revoke patents?
No, I'm saying in a world that the insurance companies didn't exist, then how would it not be that I show up to a doctor and I say I need this, and he goes, it's $5,000, and I say I only got 4, and he goes, all right, fine, let's do it for 4. Like, how does that negotiation not happen?
You would rather you want
no?
there to be like haggling?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I have the patent on.
I have to pay them for
I have the. All right. Let's try it. We'll try it right now. Right. I have the patent on EpiPens. And the current MSRP market value of one EpiPen is $5,000. Okay, go for it. Negotiate with me. It's $5,000 for an EpiPen.
Okay, hey, I can't afford $5,000 for an EpiPen.
Okay, too bad. Fuck you. It's
okay,
$5,000.
Neither can anyone else.
Maybe save your money, poor broke bitch.
Yeah, and then I would say, okay, I guess
how are you gonna stop them?
Or I'm gonna save up. Yeah, exactly. But they also just lost a customer. So
okay, don't care. It's $5,000.
They lost a customer and he died.
Yeah,
what?
and he died. I don't care. You're broke and poor and die.
If you lose your customers, then it doesn't matter. Like,
what do you mean? I've gotten the patent on EpiPens. I'm making a killing. Why the hell do I want to negotiate with you? It's $5,000 MSRP. That's the value.
Yeah, but you're only making that amount of money on people who could afford it, which is a small minority. Which means it's kind of like that. Whatever that curve is, you can tax people a certain amount before it starts to drop. Same thing. You can charge as much as you want until a certain amount, and then your income starts to drop. So you'd have to find where that number is.
Well, I can show you what a monopoly looks like on an economic chart. So this actually super helps companies where you have like an additional economic profit that is garnered on behalf of the company, and the person that loses out is the consumer. And so it's $5,000, and you can go kick rocks.
If the consumer loses out, does that not also mean the company loses out because there's no more consumers?
No, there's still consumers that can pay $5,000. It's just rich people. They don't. To be honest, they don't even want to make that many EpiPens. Really, they just want the money, right? And so anyway, it'll be $5,000. You can kick rocks.
Right, but if you're looking at America, we're 350 million people, and you're saying, oh, only the 1% can afford this, but they're the rich. Let's go for them and let's charge them that much.
It's just $5,000 for an EpiPen. Go kick rocks.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say 10% then. So you can either have a market of 35 million people who are paying an exorbitant amount, or you could say, let's open it up to the 100% and decrease the price by maybe only 75%. Now you're making more money with a higher market.
I'll go ahead and show you right here. Here's an instance where you have an equal amount of producer surplus and consumer surplus. And while what would happen is that the quantity maintained would actually be lessened. So we actually have to produce less of the product. And we actually gain more surplus than if we were to satisfy all the people. And
Even
so
in the long run?
it's $5,000. Go kick rocks.
So here's the image I have in my head, and maybe this is why it's like confusing me, right? Back in like, let's rewind back to like frontier days. Okay, you go to a small town. Basically, everyone's poor. You probably got one rich dude, but there's probably a kind of a doctor there, right? Everyone's going to him for gunshot wounds and snake bites and alcohol poisoning, and my wife tried to kill me, and I need stitches and stuff like that, right? That doctor, like, what is he charging? And none of them have insurance, and yet he's making a living. None of them had insurance, but they all had to take care of themselves. And I'm not saying that's how it should be, where we're all trying to stab each other and stuff. I'm just saying, if that's how it was, where I have my local neighborhood doctor who is servicing, 1,000 people in his region, then why would it not be that we could go to him for our personal services that we just pay straight up? Because there's one guy in my town that's doing that.
No, we're concerned. So it doesn't matter if you go to the tiny town or a big town. There's only one guy that's making the EpiPens. And so his answer is go kick rocks if you're not paying $5,000. Now, here's what I would do, right? You have a Medicare for all system. Now, all the money of the healthcare system is all put into a single pool, and the government is the one that is making the negotiations. So now
after they take their cut,
now all of a sudden you've got the patent guy that's saying, hey, it's $5,000, go kick rocks. The government comes in and says, hey, guess what? You don't have any customers anymore. Why? Because you're charging too much. But if you lower your prices to a reasonable negotiation, we could actually give you all the customers that you need. And then they only have effectively one option at that point. They have to lower their cost of an EpiPen. Now, all of a sudden, everybody's got EpiPens. Amazing. It worked. And it costs less.
Just a second. Also, if he still wants to not sell, you can take away his
IP. If everyone was like, no, we're not buying that, we can't afford it.
Sorry, repeat that. Daniel was talking.
Wouldn't that same thing occur if the government wasn't involved at all? They were saying we have $5,000 EpiPens, and everyone's like, we can't afford it. I guess you're stuck there with $5,000 EpiPens. Good luck.
No, because they have all the customers. They absolutely can negotiate. They
have
can.
They have zero customers at that point.
No. They do have customers. They have they currently have Medicare. There's some people with Medicare. And they did negotiate popular drug prices and were able to lower the cost of the drugs. If everybody was on Medicare, then the leverage is increased all that much more. We would be able to negotiate all sorts of lowering the cost of a ton of prices and procedures.
But I'm saying if there was no Medicare, let's say none of it existed, then they're stuck there with $5,000 EpiPens that they cannot sell. Now
I suppose in a vacuum where there's like no government that has any control of anything, then I suppose that, I don't know, like the Mad Max world would be killing each other over bullets. Like, what is this argument?
So would that not force them if the government stepped out of that? Would that not force them?
No, there would just be people killing each other over bullets.
I don't see how that follows.
It does.
Okay.
What else you got, John?
Think about this. So part of that conversation would lead into another conversation. Let me think real quick. I'm sorry. I got distracted because my dog's trying to eat her poop, and I'm trying to keep her away from it.
Don't eat the poop, dog. Sorry.
Yeah, she's got something going on that she wants to eat her own poop.
You know.
Gee, I can't think about it right now. But if you're live again later and you're still on when I remember, then I'll be happy to call in.
All right, no problem. You have a great day.
Yeah, thanks for the convo.
See ya.
See ya.
Wee.
Am I crazy, or like, why do Americans, whenever they're talking about, especially conservative Americans, every time they're talking about healthcare, they're trying to reinvent cold water and walking on two legs?
It blows my mind.
Like everybody, it's like there's so many countries that figured this shit out like long
It's
ago.
been
And by the
done,
way,
and it's
it's
like
if
we
you-
could
if
just
you're
do it.
going to- Yeah, if you're going to invoke the Wild West, dude, people were dying from preventable disease all the fucking time because they couldn't afford it. Like, what do you mean? It's like there was literally no insurance of any kind, right? And it's like you're trying to like haggle for the price of medicine.
Yeah.
Dude, that guy has 2 piles of like EpiPens or whatever, and 70 customers. If you can't afford the 5K, cool. It's like I have the people.
I tell you what,
know?
man. John's dog was hearing that argument. John's
Yeah.
dog and John's dog was thinking the following here. The dog hated that argument. All right.
Yeah, he hated the argument so much he wanted to eat his own poop.
Let's continue. Let's continue.
Where are all the women who lost their
Sure, you pick. And when I was like, this is really random, like this doesn't seem like even your verbiage, what's going on, dude? They blocked me on everything on his phone. So we didn't talk for several years after that. And I found it a little bit weird that like, dude, we were talking every single day and you didn't even think to look me up and notice I wasn't even in your phone anymore. But anyways, he gets dumped by a girl who absolutely shatters his heart on college. And
Hold on a sec. Hold on. I think we got to go back a bit because there was the.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, hold on. Let's see.
He's in the grade above me. He was a little kid. So he was the only boy my age I had homeschooled. Grew up on streets near each other. And hopefully I will continue to be. So his name was Jared. We grew up on streets near each other. And our families knew each other before we were born because we were all homeschooled. So obviously when we were little, I had a big old crush on him because he was the only boy my age I had ever spoken to. But he had no interest in me because he was a little kid. So for a lot of the middle years, he goes back into school. We don't talk. He's in the grade above me. But once we get into high school, we actually reconnect somehow. And I forget how, but I'm a total nerd in high school and he is like a hockey jock. But he was always a really sweet kid. So for a while, I believed him when he swore his hockey friends must have stolen his phone in the locker room and sent this message to me on Snapchat that said, why don't you make yourself useful and send over a pic? And when I was like, this is really random, like this doesn't seem like even your verbiage, what's going on, dude? They blocked me on everything on his phone. So we didn't talk for several years after that. And I found it a little bit weird that like, dude, we were talking every single day and you didn't even think to look me up and notice I wasn't even in your phone anymore. But anyways, he gets dumped by a girl who absolutely shatters his heart on college, and we actually reconnect because we match on Tinder. And at this point, he is emo, right? He has all the bracelets, he listens to heavy metal, he is very atheist, he has a lot of Satan stars and whatnot. He is the furthest point in the universe from the typical red pill boy. So when he's back in town, we actually go on some dates and he gets really sick. So I bring him over some soup and like some cookies that my grandma, who I was living with at the time, homemade. And we have some really cute, like cuddling, watching TV, nothing else sort of dates. And it was just like old times. And then after that, he actually kind of rejects me by ghosting me a little bit, but he wants to remain friends. And I'm fine with that because we were friends our whole life. And the more I get to know about him in that point, the more I realize it's probably for the best because he's in a lot of therapy at that point, which is very important because he has such bad anxiety and depression and things like that he can't even leave his home to go out in public. And also, he's still obsessed with this girl who has blocked him on everything and he won't tell me why. But one day he says he found her address and he wants to write her a letter because he thinks it'll be super duper romantic and win her back. He had this tendency to do that, right? Like romanticize all of his actions.
Wait. Hold on. Go back. What? Hold on.
bad anxiety and depression
That
and
is
things
not
like
good.
that he can't even leave his home to go out in public.
Okay.
And also, he's still obsessed with this girl who has blocked him on everything, and he
Oh,
won't tell
no.
me why. But one day he says he found her address and he
No.
wants to write her a letter because he
No.
thinks it'll be super duper romantic and win her
No.
back. He had this tendency to do that, right?
Super
Like
duper
romanticize
romantic.
all of his actions
Yeah.
when from the outside, like, this girl has blocked you on everything. She has told you not to contact her, and now you're tracking down her address. And I tried to explain to him that that's
Do
kind
not-
of terrifying behavior. But
That
I don't
is.
think he listened to me. I do think he sent the letter, and I don't think anything ever came of it. But at this point, he decides he needs to completely change his life. I think his therapist suggested getting into working out, which is the beginning of the slippery slope. So again, he's still in college, living...
That is so sad because working out is great for you, man. It's good for your mentality.
Yeah, but they, like all the manosphere, actually
There's a-
infested this like workout.
It's sad.
yeah,
It's sad.
groups. Yeah, I know.
I'm going to show up to my gym with this headband on, bro. I'm going to re-woke the gym.
mostly in his parents'
Yeah,
basement.
real
He's spending thousands of dollars now on gym equipment and getting really into working out. And watching like male motivational videos, to which I believe around this time too,
Yeah.
he decides that he doesn't need to go to therapy anymore.
Oh,
And I was
no. Bro, welcome to how
Yep.
every guy is. I swear,
yeah,
they
like
will
Jordan Peterson also, you know, clean your room.
They will do anything and everything other than go get therapy.
Yeah, go get like professional
It just-
help.
They trust me, the professional help, it works a lot better.
was like, no, you still can't really leave your home, dude, and you have a lot of issues. Like, you definitely are not done with that. But again, he thinks that after like a short period of time, he's just completed therapy. And around this time, a couple of his friends ask how we reconnected too, because it's a question to ask. And I jokingly am like, well, we went on a couple dates and Jared rejected me, and he insists that never happened. Like, he refuses to, like, he denies it to his core that he ever rejected me. I was like, it's fine, it's funny, and I'm fine with it. But anyways, we're seeing other people, we're just friends. And around this time is when I met Basement Eric, the one who SA'd me and tried to kidnap me and keep me locked in his basement, right? So that
Ooh.
causes a lot of
the
damage.
fuck?
And my brain doesn't trust me to be
Oh my
around
God.
boys anymore. So eventually I have to explain to Jared like why I'm always sitting on the opposite side of the room or not really seeing him anymore. And he decides again in his brain, which he has made himself out to be a good person in the scenario and coming from a good place, that he can fix me actually. Because you just didn't get hugged enough as a child and you aren't shown the proper amount of affection. So he starts forcing me to like cuddle with him and hug him even when I tell him no and to stop. And from all the working out, he's becoming a very large man that I can't fight anymore, and so it's starting to get scary when he doesn't listen to me. And he also starts making this frequent joke that we need to go out on like formal friend dates because like I just deserve to be loved and shown love. Which again, I believe came from a good place, but I was like, no, like I've been on real dates. Like I've been on fine dates, it's fine. I've been on a good date before. Like I love you, dude, but you also still refuse to leave your home to go to most places, so it wouldn't work out anyways. So because his behavior towards me is actually making my issues worse at the time, I'm in a lot of intensive therapy myself for this. I have to distance myself or make sure that his other friends are around whenever we're hanging out because he doesn't do any of this stuff in front of his other friends. And an interesting note is now that he's moved home after college, instead of hanging out with his more left friends from college, he's just hanging out with his high school friends that all are on the right. And that starts to really speed up his change in behavior.
Oh, boy.
And around this time, we're both dating and seeing other people, and he never really likes any of my partners, which is fair. I had a lot of duds. But the difference is every time I had a boyfriend, I really wanted to connect him with Jared. Like, I wanted them to be friends because isn't that the goal? He finds a partner, I find a partner, you and your best friend, like, we all live happily ever after together. But no, because whenever he got a girlfriend, I was never allowed to meet her, no matter how many times I begged and asked. And also, every time he got a girlfriend, of course, she was blonde, my height, and he kind of stopped talking to me when he was dating them. Or at least he
Bruh.
stopped forcing me to cuddle him all the time, which was a win for me. Also, the cuddling stuff started again shortly after I started hanging out with him more, but I was able to deal with it then because time had passed. He'd also slowly started using like alpha male, beta male lingo. Like, he's hanging out with his gym friends 24/7. They have daily fitness, eating, you know, they have everything mapped out on an Excel spreadsheet. They're constantly on the grind. He's he's leaning into alpha, beta, all that terminology. I'm starting to get increasingly worried. And then he gets a new girlfriend. And this girlfriend is super religious, super conservative, right? And all of a sudden-
Dude, it just keeps getting better and better.
Oh
I
my
swear.
God, this is getting wild. What was
Like,
that one
it's
South
hitting
Park
all
bit?
the bad notes.
Hold on. I gotta pull this up. What was that one South Park episode? Hold on, South Park, Christian. woman. Yo, I'm just, this is the, y'all guys got to see this real quick. I think this is it. Hold on. I swear. Why am I getting the feeling that that's what's going to happen here? Why do I get a feeling?
Out of the blue, Jared suddenly is talking about being religious and going to church. He's going and playing tennis and doing all these things that I've never heard of him doing before. And he's starting to say some of the concerning things he would just let slip when he was one-on-one with me out loud now. I remember our very last FaceTime. He FaceTimed me after he was playing tennis with his girlfriend. I was talking about a date I had gone on, but we didn't really click. And he starts going like, you need a beta male because you have like an alpha energy. See, I'm an alpha male, so I need like a beta housewife.
That is such a cringy thing to say. All right, looks like we're getting a phone call.
Man.
You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, 1stAmender, it's me, John, again. I remembered what I was going to ask you.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, so way back in the day, insurance didn't exist, right? And people operated in such a way that basically if you saved up and were responsible and you had a health crisis in the future, then you were able to pay for it. Otherwise, you didn't, right? And that's just how it happened. Many of you will die, and that's just how it would happen, right? I don't like that idea of going totally no insurance, no nothing, right? Because I think there is a way that we could help reduce the amount of suffering. I also don't think that it was a national.
To be fair, right? Like illnesses in general, for most of human history, was pretty untreatable. So the idea that it's like, hey, there weren't insurance companies. Well, yeah, medicine didn't work. It was like a bunch of snake oil salesmen.
Well, no, but I'm talking about more like physical things, like, hey, let me stitch up this cut on your leg, you know, like something that.
No, they didn't do that part. They didn't do that because they didn't have antiseptics.
They did the best they could with what they had.
No, what they didn't suture up your leg. They chopped your leg off.
In a lot of cases, yes.
Yeah, like they're like we're not like they didn't realize that there was like illness that was but they knew that if they let you would die shortly after, so they chopped your leg off and then cut off the bleeding. That's what they did.
Can you pull up, I guess, when did like the first like healthcare company, insurance company start, I guess? Because my question is like, what did we all do before that? And my point is, I definitely don't want to go back to that, but I'm just wondering if we localized it more,
so
rather than
one of the
it
earliest
being a
forms
national
appeared in the United States with the Franklin Health Assurance Company of Massachusetts, which offered insurance against sickness and injury. It was more like an income replacement insurance than today's medical bill coverage.
Okay, so I wouldn't count that one. That's more like a disability insurance then. Like you're too sick to work, we'll cover your health.
Yeah.
But I don't think that we could say that one's equal. But my thing is like, instead of doing a national version of this.
There was the 1929 First Blue Cross Hospital Plan, which was created in Dallas. And that was apparently the modern health insurance because it prepaid for actual hospital care.
Okay. Is there an earlier one from like a different country? Because like I'm not trying to.
I mean, there was sickness insurance between the 1890s and 1910s, which was common in Europe as well as in the U.S. It paid for workers when illness prevented them from working.
Okay. So I guess my thing is, here's my thing. I think insurance has gone way too far, especially in the privatized part. I think it's gotten way too far. I also can see how on the government end, it can also do the same thing. So I'm just wondering, can we mitigate some of the farness that they go by making it more localized? For example, hey, within your municipality, your insurance only will be taking from these taxpayers and such, and then we can
what will
cater
happen
to
is that
specifically you.
what will happen is you have geographic monopolies where certain people will have a cheap insurance and then others where it will be expensive. Whereas if you use my policy, everybody's would be cheap. In fact, you wouldn't pay out of pocket. It would already be paid through taxpayer dollars, and it would be less than what we're currently paying on our current system.
Okay, how would you achieve that it would be cheaper? Because, for example, if you're looking at
it would be cheaper because we can once again negotiate prices with healthcare providers.
Well, yes, but what I mean is cheaper per capita, meaning if let's just say by average you actually did achieve cheaper on average for everyone, I applaud you. That's amazing. However, the person in the rural place is now having to pay $800 more than normal, even though for everyone else that's actually cheaper for them, but for that guy it's way more expensive. How do you adjust for that?
It would be more expensive under a private health insurance policy because they can't negotiate the prices.
So where are they at right now, and what are they currently using then?
We're using private insurance, and it's often tied to your job. So if you lose your job, you lose your insurance.
Well,
it is much more expensive as an individual. You're paying somewhere around, and this is assuming you have no conditions, over $600 a month on average. I mean, for me, I looked this up. It would cost me, a perfectly healthy adult, $600 a month, whereas going through my employer, it's cheaper at about $200.
Yeah. But so when I was younger and I was a perfectly healthy adult and Obamacare came into place, my insurance went from $200 to $600. And if I didn't pay it, I was paying $700 in taxes.
Possible.
So that is what happened though.
You're saying that your health insurance, no. For majority of Americans, it drastically lowered costs. But even so, even if I presume, especially people with pre-existing conditions, I think my mom had the pre-existing condition of was pregnant in the past. And so therefore, had a pre-existing condition.
Bullshit pre-condition, man. They shouldn't count that.
Well, I mean, that's what insurance companies were doing. They were doing that. Yeah, basically, it was if you're a woman, you pay more.
But
menopause was also considered a pre-existing condition.
If the private insurance companies did that, what is to stop the federal government from doing the same thing? They might apply
the federal
that same
government
thing
pushed
to your
against
mom.
that with the Affordable Care Act. They said you can't go after people for pre-existing conditions. You have to pay them the same amount. And so the federal government was able to negotiate it, but I don't think it went far enough. I think we do need Medicare for all. We know Medicare works. We know it's functional. We know it's cheaper than the current private system. And so why don't we extend that to everybody?
Well, I mean, a lot of people would get into the whole, funding for future research thing. I'm not going to get into that right now. My thing is
funding
just
for future research happens all over the earth, including in the United States. That doesn't actually stop Medicare for all, though, right? That doesn't really. I'm not trying to. That doesn't get stopped just because everybody has medical access.
Yeah, we can have that conversation. Well, as soon as it stops being profitable, then the research would stop. So, but we can get into that later. What I want to get into now is what is the difference between the government being a monopoly and the private insurance companies being a monopoly, and is there some kind of in between that we could come to that would not be that? Like I said, I like the one thing that Obamacare did, which was free preventative health care for everyone once a year. I really like that. That's amazing. I like that. Everything else I didn't like, which was you don't get to choose anything, and if you don't choose anything, then you're taxed.
Yeah, we gave too much to the insurance companies. We
why
worked
would I be
directly
taxed
with the
for not
insurance
having
companies
health
when we
insurance?
made it, and so as a result, it made things worse for a lot of people.
So what would you have done instead of saying, if you don't sign up for health insurance, we're going to tax the money that you could have used to sign up for health insurance, even though you're too poor to sign up for health
No,
insurance?
I would just have a
which is what
Medicare
happened
for
to me.
all. Every
Like,
single man, woman, and child gets Medicare for all. Now the government is the one that does the negotiation of the prices, and they have to lower, they will lower the
Okay.
prices because they now have all the customers on their side.
Okay, let's assume that you were able to achieve this, which would be awesome. Now, let's take a step forward. How do we supply and take care of financially all of the doctors and pharmaceuticals and all those people that have to be paid a hefty sum because they went to school for a very hefty price, and now they're being flooded by basically the entire country saying we have all these healthcare needs? Like, what would your next step be to try to ensure
They would
that
still
those
make lots
people are
of
taken-
money. I mean, the Medicare system would enable them to make money. Like people love to take care of
How?
people who are currently on Medicare because they make money off of Medicare. Medicare is a guaranteed amount of money. They don't have to go to collections or do any of that. They just take care of them, and then they get paid through Medicare.
What do you mean by it's a set amount of money? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
They
how does that work?
negotiated the prices for Medicare. That's why Medicare is cheaper for people.
Oh, right. But instead of now there only being 100 million people who have medical insurance that can go to doctors, now there's 350 million people who can go for free.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden the supply of all the people that needs care is far exceeding the amount of people who can give care.
Where are you getting that?
So now what happens?
There's plenty of doctors here in the U.S.
The sheer numbers, dude. There's not 350 million people needing medical care right now that are going.
Yeah, because it's expensive.
Okay, so you make it free. So now you're saying all of them will go.
Yeah.
So now we have the same number of healthcare providers, but we have over triple the amount of people who need.
I mean, to be
healthcare,
fair,
or
right?
who
There
are
would be
at
a
least
lot
demanding
more.
healthcare.
There would be a lot more preventative. Specifically, people would go to the hospital thinking that, hey,
that's
there's
already the
this thing
case.
wrong with me, knowing that they would get
that's
taken
already the
care
case
of.
currently.
And no, it's not the case currently. Currently, right now, you have a lot of people that are actually not going to the doctor specifically because it costs money.
Currently, it's free to go get a 1-year annual preventative checkup.
Come on, dude. When you go to that preventative checkup, what do? They go up to you. How you feeling? You doing good? Okay, bye. $15.
No, they
50. You get a 10-minute conversation.
They do all my labs and it's $0.
They do
all
no.
my labs. They do the blood work.
I've never done a checkup,
Oh, dude,
and they've asked. I've had to I've had to specifically ask for blood work. I'm like, can I have blood work?
No.
And then they send me to fucking Quest Diagnostics
ripped you off,
for $90.
Yeah, someone ripped you off. Let me pull up my chart right
What
now.
do you mean ripped me
and
off? Like, you're saying that this preventative
done
shit
more.
exists. I have a
They should have
$7,000
done more.
deductible. This is insane.
No, they should have done more for your preventative.
They
got
don't.
ripped
They
off
don't.
because
They
you
don't. They
should have
just
gotten
show
so
up.
much
You
more.
show up, and they're like, "Oh, how are you doing? You have a 10-minute." I'm like, "Nothing's wrong with me. Can you check on me? Make sure I'm okay." All right, bye. That's it. That's what they do.
Yeah, dude, I'm saying you got ripped off whenever I go.
Okay,
There's
well,
so
a lot
much
of
more
people
that goes
don't.
on for the
That
annual
happened. That has
preventative.
happened multiple times. I just stopped going because I don't care. I have to have actually something wrong with me if they want to actually check my blood.
Look, I don't even care about the argument right now, bro. When you go for your annual preventative, you actually need to know what you're allowed to ask and what you're not allowed to ask, because you need to know your health. Like that's what it's for.
but
like I'm telling
why
you,
not- This,
I don't care
this is
about the
outside
argument
of
right
like
now. You
arguing
need
for
to-
for Medicare for all.
No, I like the annual preventative. I like that idea.
Yeah,
That's a
I
great
like
idea.
it too.
I
We
think
should. That's why
keep
we
that.
should have
Yeah.
Medicare for all. That way, it's simple,
Yeah.
easy. You just show up, get your stuff, get out.
Yeah,
That's it. Move on.
and if we catch something early, then that means it decreases cost later.
Correct.
So that's also a good big benefit. Yeah.
Yep.
So I like that. But my thing is, if you just made it all of a sudden free for the entire U.S., all of a sudden there's an influx of a
There'd probably be a
ginormous amount
sudden.
of.
There'd probably be a sudden influx, like
Yeah.
at first, but then it would calm down, just like every other country.
Well, it would only calm down if we had enough doctors to facilitate
Sick,
that
more
amount of
H-1B
people, like, all of a
visas. Let's
sudden
go.
showing up.
Sick, more H-1B visas. Let's go.
I don't know about that, bro. I don't know.
No, it works.
That-
It works. We'd have
maybe
good doctors.
push for,
It'd be fine.
Maybe propagandize and give more grants to people going for the medical
Man, just
field.
wait till you
I
hear
think
about
that
my
would be
free
okay.
my free college argument, man. Just wait till you hear about that
I'm okay
one.
with that too. As long as I get forgiven of my debts, because I think my college was bullshit. But as long as I get forgiven, look. When Biden won, I was like, shit, that sucks. But he did promise to forgive student loans, so I was like really cheering him on, even though I hated everything else. And he also promised to cure cancer, and I was like, dude, look, if he gets those two things done, I will switch to Democrat because he made two giant promises and he followed through. I will switch to Democrat.
Biden did try very hard to have
he tried.
student loan
He really did try.
Republicans.
The Republicans
He really
stopped
did
them.
try. I'm not going to fault him. Yeah, I'm not going to fault him for that. He did try, but it didn't happen, and it was like, dadgummit,
Yeah.
son of a bitch.
Why didn't it happen?
I'm still $70,000 in debt.
I appreciate you calling, John.
All right, man. Hey, you have a good stream.
You have a
Thanks
great
for entertaining me.
Dude, I fucking love this. It's like, oh man, like Biden said he's going to forgive the,
Blows
you
my
know,
mind.
not the medical debt, like the college debt, right? Like the
Blows my
education
mind.
debt. And then it's like he's trying. The Republicans stop him from doing that, and you're still voting with the Republicans.
Exactly.
That
Blows
stopped
my mind.
the thing you wanted to be done for you. Blows
Well,
my mind. It's unbelievable.
Let's continue with the this
Yeah, I want to see
manosphere,
the saga
because this
of
is
this
pretty
man.
good.
Yeah.
This is pretty more.
Yeah, it is. It is
manosphere
actually.
content. All right, here we go.
It's like I'm just stunned by everything that's coming out of his mouth all of a sudden. And then at some point, I kind of must have made the comment that I was like a little bit concerned about all the conservatives and the things he's been hanging around for him to say this. And he utters the phrase, well, technically, like, voting conservative is the most alpha male thing you can do, right? Because, like, you're voting to suppress minorities and women. You're maintaining your seat at the top.
Ew.
In that singular moment, all hope in my body left.
Dude, I want to let you know. You say something like that. You know the trooper? You know how I was talking about the trooper, Daniel?
No.
You don't know about the trooper?
No.
All right.
Yeah, you
Check
need
it
to
out,
educate
right?
me.
Somewhere out there, there's always the trooper. And I love the trooper. The trooper's amazing. The trooper is the girl that likes to fuck. The trooper is necessary. They are very necessary. And the reason why is because there's a lot of poor, awkward boys. God, they're so awkward.
That is true.
Hi, hello. You know, they just tried to show up to the party. But the trooper, she wants to fuck. And she is turning all these poor little virgin 18-year-old kids, 19-year-old kids, you know, and it's like, don't worry, I got you covered. And I swear to you, all these alpha male types, they discourage the trooper. They go and they say,
that is true.
You know,
That
they
is
all
true.
want to get laid. These incels, they all want to get laid, while at the same time discouraging the troopers. Say, oh, save yourself for marriage.
Yeah, they're kind of cock blocking everybody else.
True. They're discouraging the trooper.
They're the ultimate cock blockers.
I love the
cock
trooper.
blocker.
Like, dude, the trooper shows up, man. She shows up. She's got her Honda Civic. She shows up. She's like, hi, boys. I'm like, yeah. Guys, it's a fucking trooper. Guys, fuck yeah. She's here. Yes, it's going to be awesome. And you get laid. You have a good time. But here's the problem, right? You start consuming this manosphere content and you're that incel type. You start consuming this manosphere content. I promise you. The trooper you're going to see that one like black guy gif with the guy that does the peace sign that just disappears.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you're
That's
kind
what
of
happens
like
with
the
the
guy
trooper.
that goes like hunting or fishing and he always talks very loud.
Yeah.
And he's scaring the game away.
Yeah. You're scaring
you.
yeah. Exactly. You got it. Exactly. And yeah, I mean, you say like, listen, I need the alpha male at the top. Dude, the trooper. Okay, bye.
Bye, boys.
You fucking freak.
I did my best.
Yeah, I did my best. Yeah. She gonna fuck the awkward boy. She ain't gonna fuck the manosphere boy. I promise you that. Promise you that, dude. Is the ultimate fucking like get the fuck away from the freak.
Only his mentor is fucking the manosphere boy.
Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue.
And I disconnected from the conversation entirely. Did not try to continue to engage. I just made a natural exit. Because also, sir, you are the furthest thing from an alpha male I've ever met. Like, you can barely leave the house, and now this girl has entirely changed your personality. And two, you are Asian. Now, you are half Asian, but if a white right male looked at you, he would say you are Asian. You are the minority that you are saying you're voting to suppress, sir.
Yo.
But I just let it go. I didn't say any of that.
He's
because
also
I knew
Asian.
In that moment, he was too far gone. After that, I no longer took any of his texts and phone calls, and I finally reached out to one of his other girl friends to ask if he had ever done any of this to her, because he always insisted to me, like, cuddling and whatnot is just what friends do. Like, it's totally normal. She said that was weird.
No, it's
She
not.
said that she had never seen him act that way to her before. Like, I don't know why, but he was only doing this stuff to me.
Because he was attracted to you.
Yeah, but
And
he
you
was
were
just
willing
didn't know how
to-
to say it.
Yeah. It just...
Yeah, and
Man.
all his friends were just telling him to be an asshole towards you.
Oh,
Because
my
that's like
God.
the
That's
alpha
what'll
male
get her.
way.
Yeah, that's what'll get her. Yeah. No, dude. Dude, it doesn't work.
After I got that confirmation, I sat down and I wrote a thick Google Doc text to send to him. To be very clear as to why I am cutting communication with him. I am terrified of him. I am terrified of his behavior, the man he has grown into. I am disappointed. I lost my best friend and he's become this person I don't even recognize or feel safe around anymore. I have to just accept that that boy that I shared so much of my life with, that I loved, is completely gone. I'm never gonna get him back. And I think about him all the time. And I feel like a part of me is just gone. And I'm so sorry that I can't let you back.
That
If you
sucks,
see
man.
this, I love you. And I really hope that you get better.
I apologize that I couldn't really finish the story, but luckily that's pretty much the end of it, and you guys finally found out, like, the one thing I can't talk about very easily. But also, look, I bought new plants, so yay, new plants, replace men with plants.
Yo. All right, now the reason why we watched that is so that way we can understand, right?
Yeah.
Like, because these ladies, why is Gen Z women turning down against all these men? I have no idea why. Well, what did they say earlier? Let's go back about, 15 seconds. Let's hear her explanation. I love it.
Another woman, if you want it. I just think men are, young men are focused on that. Is this a bad take? I think it's reasonable. No
I hear that a lot of young women, Jesse, you're the only one at the table who has a boy. So, I mean, I look at this and I think maybe we've demonized boys way too much over the last 20 years.
No, it's the horrible manosphere content that's turning men toxic against women. That's why.
And people like these two men around this table.
The
like,
manosphere content has just annihilated any desire of women to be around these men, dude. You get into that manosphere shit, it is kryptonite. I'm telling you, it is kryptonite on women. I promise you that.
And been too effective.
What did the left say? You don't need no man, right? And they snap.
Oh, it's the left. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the left. You know what? He's got a point. It turns out it's not the insane, like, yeah, hey guys, just want to let you know that, yeah, like, women shouldn't vote because they're, like, stupid. Yeah, bro, yeah, absolutely, I agree. Let's all fucking slap our balls together. Blah, blah, blah. Like, what the fuck, bro? Chat, please, get off of the manosphere content. Step 1. Treat women like a people. Step 2. When you talk to a woman, be interested in what she has to say. And don't fake it. because they can smell that shit, try to be interested in what she has to say and reciprocate. That's it. That's it. You don't got, you don't need any of this fucking stupid fucking, you gotta work out. You gotta no, just like be likable. This isn't hard.
I'm telling you, it's like I never had like issues talking with women because I've always respected women, you know? It's like I've never thought it's like, oh my God, I'm so much better than her.
Let's see.
Why is she talking to me?
Philo says, teach men to be more like you, Amender. No, that is not what I am saying. You don't have to be like me. I'm bisexual. I'm not the fucking choice for women. Okay? I'm not. But do I know what to do? Yes, I do know what to do. I could just show up, be interested in what they have to say, reciprocate, and then boom. Give it a couple of dates. You'll be fucking, bro. That's at least what happened for me. Nice and simple. You get to somebody you like, you talk to them, have a conversation, and just reciprocate. That's it. Body language. Fucking very simple. It ain't that fucking hard, right? It really isn't. I'm sorry, man. Let's see. AWOL says, yeah, listen to the guy who's sleeping with a man about what's kryptonite to a woman. I'm bisexual, you stupid fuck. I hate these people. They're like, oh, you have a boyfriend, so therefore you can't talk about this. No, dude. We got Rob, AWOL's friend. Here we go. Let's. Oh, here it comes. Do the manosphere stuff. It is kryptonite. I'm telling you. All right. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, what's happening, First? How are you?
Hey, AWOL. How you doing?
It's not AWOL.
Oh, sorry. Rob. It's Rob.
Yeah.
What's up, Rob?
Yeah, man. Anyway, shit, you threw me with that. AWOL's friend. Okay.
Are you not AWOL's friend?
But my name is Rob, though. I've called you enough to be Rob.
I know. I'm sorry. I apologies.
Yeah. Yeah. Two things.
I mean, you did say
Rob. I have
AWOL's
not
friend.
heard from young people that was a thing. Is like that. Oh, they can't talk to women anymore, or they can't get girls anymore. I don't get that sense. I don't get that sense from young men at all, that they're struggling to get females or to get, women attention. I don't get that.
Okay. You don't get it?
No, I don't get that sense that from young people that they're struggling with. I don't get that women are like, I don't like men anymore. These guys are these are individual people.
Well, first of all, I mean, you're not Gen Z.
No, of course not me.
You're not in there. You're not in the
of
same
course
dating
not.
pool.
But no, what I said was I don't get that sense from young people.
Yeah.
That's an issue for them.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, you were properly developed because, you grew up and you didn't have a cell phone to sit there and look down on, and you were able to develop socially for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And so, hey, it looks like we got $4.99 USD that was just donated by John Ria saying for AWOL's friend or John or whatever his name was. Yo, bro. They did you dirty, Rob. They did you dirty.
No, you did me dirty.
I didn't do you dirty. I said Rob.
They're piggybacking.
I said Rob, AWOL's friend.
They're piggybacking on you, and I told you that when you put me down as AWOL's friend from the beginning, and that's what you read, and that was that you read, and that was superposed in your brain. That's what you repeated.
I just did it because I called you that because it helps me remember. That's all.
Okay.
Let me edit the name. Here, I'll remove AWOL's friend, and now it's just Rob. There, happy? Now it's just gonna say Rob.
Yeah. Rob Spot, either way.
Appreciate it. Okay. Well, you developed properly, so you were probably able to talk to girls.
Right.
And, you'd be able to get somewhere.
Right. But no, I'm talking about, I'm not talking about my age group. I'm referencing young guys.
Yeah. Well, Gen Z.
that I know.
A lot of them. There's a lot of Gen Z. They got thrown into like this Christian right, conservative Christian type circle. John Aria just donated another $1.99 USD saying, for AWOL's friend, Sean. Appreciate the $1.99.
Well, no, but what it is that these guys are weak-minded.
Well,
if you're this way and you let watch some videos change your entire personality and who you are, that's on them for being weak.
I don't think they're weak-minded.
What is it then? If I can watch some videos and that can make me change who I am as a person?
I think that they are young. And young people are impressionable. And you can throw all sorts of stuff into a young person's mind and it will radically alter who they are as a person, right? Later on, as you get older and older, you kind of established yourself as to who you are. And so it's harder you could probably watch manosphere content and it wouldn't affect you at all. But, this kid here, 18 years old.
He was in college. He was 19, 20, regardless. But what I'm pointing out to you is that if you're
formative years when I was going to college.
If you're 17, 18 years old and you've lived life and you've met girls,
you've not lived life. You've been to school. 17 to 18.
No, you've lived something. No, you haven't lived
a
life.
Little bit, but you know,
no. But I'm saying you've lived. Right. You're right. But I'm saying, but you've been to school. You've been to classes with girls. You've talked to some girls. And you think this all of a sudden is the way to get them?
No, they've been spending their time not talking to girls. They've been sitting there spending time on their phones, right? And if they're lucky, they're talking on there. But otherwise, they're sitting there watching dumbass manosphere content and sitting there looking at Gen Z women with disdain. Disdain is the word.
Well, then why would you look at someone with disdain that you want? You want one of those women.
They do.
Why would you look
That's
at them
why I'm saying
disdain?
It's poison. It's the manosphere content.
But you can't figure it out for yourself. You're 19. You can't figure that out.
No, they don't have experience. John Aria just donated another $1.99. I'm going to thank John Aria for $1.99 USD saying, sorry, it's Robathu, AWOL's friend.
No, I mean, but shouldn't you be intelligent and mature enough to be? I mean, you know what? I was in the military at that age.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how can we go through that and not know anything? Nothing.
I mean, you know very little. I would say, I mean, you're 18. How much do you know now as opposed to when you're 18?
You're right, but I knew enough to not let other people
But you didn't have a cell phone during your formative years.
That wouldn't have made a difference with me.
It does. It really does. The increase of anxiety and depression among teens has increased dramatically with the invention of the smartphone. And it is also the case that, I mean, I'm telling you, man, these guys taking this manosphere bullshit, I'm telling you, it's poison.
So do you not think that these dudes are weak-minded at all?
I don't think they're weak-minded. I just think they're young. They're young and impressionable. Young and dumb.
So at 19, you don't know that, hey, this guy's a jackass.
At 19, so, hey, this guy... Well, the women are going to think that.
But I don't realize that he's a jackass. I've never talked to girls.
No, because
you're gonna
resonate with it. There's a lot of guys that resonate with it. Because they don't have that formation around them. They have a poor... Like, the story that we just heard of that girl, that guy probably has a very poor relationship with girls because, there's one girl that didn't want to cuddle him,
I don't know what that guy's issue was. That girl, she crushed him, but at the same time, he still was a jerk to the female friend that he had, but that's something separate because she kept going back to him. So that was about her and him.
Yeah.
But I just don't believe that. To me, if I'm 19 years old, I know enough to be like, hey, this guy's an idiot. What the hell is he talking about?
Yeah, no, I just think they're formative and they don't really associate that.
And what's that? The guy you were talking about earlier, the one that went to jail, that jackass.
The one that went to jail.
The one that was like one of the top guys in the manosphere and went to jail.
Oh, Andrew Tate.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I'm watching, I'm like, yo, if you see a little bit of money, this guy's a jackass.
Yeah.
I know somebody who was like, well, he's talking about, approving Obama. I'm like, yeah, but it's not it's how he says it.
Yeah.
I know jackassery when I see it. And at 17, I could have figured that out then. I'm like, yo, this motherfucker's an ass, yo. He's clear that he's an ass. Oh, by the way, he's also rich. Maybe that helped.
Super rich. Very, very rich.
Exactly. You think maybe that's helping him get females? I don't know. Maybe it could be a factor. I'm not sure about that. But I would be willing to guess that's a factor. The other thing was that I remember you were talking with my man that was donating money to you. That's him, right? John?
Yeah, so check this out, man. I always like to share this sometimes because you can see right here. Bro, I don't know what it is with these manosphere people, but they be coming in and they dress like a wizard.
What?
Like a wizard or like a magician. Like they're just like, why are you coming in dressing like an LA magician? This guy coming in, he's like, he's wearing his purple.
I see.
His
tight
purple.
They don't usually dress like that. I see your picture now. They don't usually dress like that.
Why is he dressed like? Why does he have a purple blouse and capri pants, bro?
I don't know. I don't know what country he's from, but maybe that's how they get down.
Dude,
there.
that's great. That's amazing.
Maybe that's chic where he's from, so I can't answer that.
Bro is dressed like a magician, bro. I don't get it.
I can't. I have no.
I have no words.
But, none. But
imagine being that loaded and you're gonna dress like a magician.
That's funny. That comparison, yeah. But no, what John that you were speaking with earlier, how that usually works is you have the example that you have the patent on the EpiPen, and you can charge what you want, and for 3 years, and the government comes and says, okay, now we're going to put out generics, and they're going to lower their prices because they're generics, and people didn't have access to it, but they get them 3 years with the patent to recoup all the money they put into coming up with it.
John Oria just donated another $1.99 USD saying, I am AWOL's friend. Do not know this Robathy guy. Thank you very much for the donos, John Oria.
You put out you have that period of just you. After 3 years, it's open. Then it's open.
So what do you think? Do you think this manosphere stuff is poison?
I think it's bullshit. I think these.
I agree. No, I'm saying like there's a lot of guys that are convinced by this manosphere stuff.
I don't know what to say about them. They're weak-minded, but it's poison. If we're seeing the results of this, yeah. But
calling
like
it
I
out.
said, I knew the little bit I heard of him. I heard about him one time. And I was like, and then when I heard about him doing all the other stuff that came right after, and I never heard him before, seen him one time, and then afterward, I saw that I'm like, I'm not surprised at all.
Absolutely. Was that all you had for me, Rob?
But you never did address what I said about what John said about the medicines. What I said was that how it usually works is you get 3 years where you're exclusive, and at 3 years they put out generics. They allow you to get your money back for what you put into it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just that, right? It's the procedures. It's the way that hospitals negotiate prices between hospitals. They literally have cartels with one another addressing specific prices in order to ensure prices maintain a high level. This increases profits for people at the top, people that have stock in these companies. And if all of the customers, if all of the
because
customers
you have insurance.
hold on, hear me out. If all the customers get consolidated into a single source, now all of a sudden the customer can negotiate some pretty good
Right. I'm
policies.
going with you, but I'm saying on the other side of that is the prices are high because they charge you $8 for aspirin because everyone doesn't have insurance. So all the people that come in and they never pay, so they overcharge those with insurance.
I agree. Yeah.
So now, if everybody is insured or covered, then they will bring all the prices down across the board because they don't have to worry about, like you were talking about earlier, going through that you had to call and go into collectibles. They're trying to have collections now. They don't have to go into collections now. Everybody's getting their money. And like he was saying, with doctors making money, they're going to get their money because they're going to get paid for each customer that comes through their door.
Do you support Medicare
all the
for all?
They take all the procedures that they do, all the care they receive. The doctors are going to get money for each customer, so they'll get their money.
Yeah.
And like you said, for a little while it's going to go up, but people are just selfish. Oh, I don't want to wait a long time. So you want, in the wealthiest country on earth, people to not get insurance because it's going to make you wait a little bit longer?
Yep.
Selfish ass.
Yep.
All right, man.
Appreciate your call, Rob.
Yeah.
You have a great day.
I'm sorry.
You know, when I
Guys,
heard John's...
I love that line from Rob. It's like, selfish ass. That is true.
When I heard John's argument where he was saying that what if we localized it further, that it would, it made about as much sense as this short here.
I came to slay you!
I'm a newborn baby.
That's amazing.
Jonathan just donated another $4.99 USD saying, I support no insurance ever anywhere. Take care of you and yours. Can't? Tough. Stay healthy then.
Let's get back to the 1600s.
Let's go back there.
Do that.
That ought to be good. That ought to be good.
Fuck modern healthcare. It's like, who cares about that one?
Blows my mind. All right. Well, let's listen to what Fox News think. What Gen Z women are turning. They were saying.
Let's hear the geniuses.
The blame is on Democrats, is what they were saying. It's not on all this manosphere nonsense, but no, it's got to be Democrats. Let's hear it out.
When they did it,
who is the Democrats?
They said, you just go work, you have a career. And that's it. You don't need a husband. That's how they said it. And then you know what women turned into? Sex objects or worker bees, right? And they don't want to feel that way deep down.
John Aria just donated another $1.99 super chat saying, not a furry. Can you replay that clip slow-mo? Why? Of course. Is this what you wanted? Why, you like the dragon? It's okay. I like the dragon too. You can like the dragon. Everyone can like the dragon. Someone has an egg-laying fish. That's wild. All right.
I bet he's thinking about an omelet made from that egg.
Yeah. Down in their loins, oh my God. They want a husband. They want children, and they want a family. So I have advice for women.
Oh, okay.
Get off dating apps, all right? You gotta be at the mercy of fate,
This is literally like a boomer. A boomer is just like, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Like, this guy hasn't been in the dating pool for like 100 years, bro. This guy's showing up, and he's just like, if you just get off dating apps.
By the way, it's like, I don't know if you know about Jesse Waters, but do you know how Jesse Waters how he met his wife?
Just get off dating. What? I'm sorry. What? What?
So what he did, like his wife was like a junior producer or something, and he wanted to court her, so he deflated her tires, so she couldn't get home.
Yeah.
Right.
You know how I met your mother.
That's the guy.
You know how I met your mother. I didn't use any of those.
I just slashed her tires.
Stupid dating apps. I followed your mother into the locker room and she said, "Get out." But I said no, and then she accepted eventually.
She resigned herself into my arms.
Hold on, let me.
Yeah, so that's the guy giving advice to women. Okay, just so we're like very clear about who's giving advice to whom.
I gotta pull up this bit here. Wait, is this the... No, that's not it. Hold on. 15 no's and a yes means it's a yes. I can't find the clip. I'm sorry. All right, let's just continue. We're going to continue.
Outside, you're not going to find a husband inside.
Jessica and I both found our husbands in elevators.
Exactly. Work.
Get in the elevator.
Work is a great place to find a spouse.
Don't do that.
Slash your tires. Slash your tires. Come on.
Don't do that. That's a trip to HR. Don't do that. John Aria just donated another $1.99 USD saying, yo, can we address the trad made dragon though? Everyone's into the dragon, bro. Everyone here is into the dragon. What are we gonna do?
Of course.
Do I have another? Oh, here we go. This is related. This is probably the only time I'm gonna be able to show this.
Excuse me. Can I please bite a chunk out of that ass?
Oh, that's great.
And like, go to the gym, go to a bar. You're probably smoking too much dope. They call it dope.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
You tell him, O'Reilly.
Drink more.
Yeah. You're like 1,000, bro. And I think everybody here realizes, bro, we've got like a guy who's like who hasn't been in the dating pool for like 30 years. And he's telling all the Gen Z, like, here's what you do.
All right,
Back in my
let's
days.
get out of the no spin zone. Dana, are you a sex object or a worker bee?
I'm certainly not Gen Z. And what you asked, Jessica, what do you put it down to? I think it is a TikTok thing. I think that the girls are obviously on TikTok a lot. And then like if you see one, like maybe had a bad breakup, right? And then the algorithm feeds it to you over and over again. And I think China has a lot to do with it and over time. But
of course.
The problem is China.
The problem is China.
We got China. Who's coming here? We've got, who's running the social media apps?
I am become meme. Yeah, pretty much.
Dude, this guy is so cringe.
It's so cringy,
Such a
bro.
fucking cringe lord.
These people are so
it's like
cringe.
The cringiest of the
bro,
cringe lords.
What is happening? You can't even make this crap up.
I think the guys are not on TikTok.
You know when you're like
And
you're like
then
ashamed
you realize
for like the other guy's embarrassment.
Why do
but
they
he
say the
doesn't
guys
feel
are
it?
not on TikTok? That's so dumb. Guys and girls are on TikTok. Like what?
Yeah, everybody's on TikTok.
Everyone's on
Like
TikTok.
Gen
It's
Z,
TikTok.
they're all on TikTok.
This person's an idiot. Why is everyone an idiot on Fox News? Do they do it? Do they accidentally get idiots, or do they get like smart people that pretend to be idiots? I don't know. I don't know which is which. Maybe it's a combination.
Where some of this radicalization
I think they're
comes
just
from.
idiots.
And also, this is in the UK. I don't think this is true necessarily here, because every young woman that comes to me for mentoring, the last question they ask me is, how can they meet somebody? They don't, they want to have it all.
It all. Yeah, they want the career and the
They
man.
want to be sexy worker bees, Greg.
I have 3 points to make. One, this is all BS. It's preference falsification. This is what they're supposed to say according to the narrative, the cultural narrative they've been fed. These days, men really suck. But not my guy. My husband, my boyfriend, he's great. And my
No, I mean, to be fair, right? There's a lot of Gen Z guys. They're like in the manosphere. That's not all Gen Z, but it does lay like a really
There's a lot
like,
of them.
dude, we've got people like Andrew Wilson saying like that, openly admitting that he sexually assaults his wife.
Yeah, but she likes it.
Ah,
That's
there you go.
Jesus.
She likes
Because
it.
Jesus, yeah,
That
Jesus,
makes sense.
you know, tells her to
That
accept it.
And then there's like manosphere guys that are like, yeah, that makes sense. I like that a lot. That's fucking insane, bro.
My dad, he's awesome. And so are my brothers. They're pretty great too. So all the evidence that she has around her speaks to the goodness of men, but you have to ignore that to validate a position to keep you from standing out amongst the mob. But there could be one reason that they're running into predatory pretenders. That means the user, the male user, masquerading as the sensitive soul to embed themselves within your trust. People, you know, we've seen this. Bill Clinton, Swalwell, Plattner, I care about the world. If I say that enough, she won't detect that I'm a pig until it's too late. I also noticed a new guy a lot who treats women badly, but does it from the position of neuroticism and mental angst. I think you know what I call it the Mark Maron model.
He was so close. Daniel, did you hear that? He was so close. And then he was like, guys, you know what I call it? You know what I call it? The Mark Maron model. Do you know who Mark Maron is?
I know who Mark Maron is, and he's like actually.
Why
a
do you
comedian.
think that like
this guy hates him? Because
this old as fuck lefty comedian,
of course he's old,
that not a single Gen Z is listening to. Like Mark Maron is old for me, bro, and I'm 37.
True.
Mark Maron will sit there and reference shit from like the 70s and 80s, and I'm just like, bro, this is all before
he's like
my
the
time.
Same age. You know Sam Cedar, right? Like he's
Yeah.
the same age as Sam Cedar.
Yeah,
right?
he's
like a nunk, man. He's like a nunk for me, right? It's like that's the thing. But the thing is like Mark Maron is a better comedian than this motherfucker, dude. I forgot his
listen,
name,
I like
That's
Mark
why he
Maron,
hates him.
right? I'm just
he's
saying
amazing.
there is zero fucking Gen Z that's listening to Mark Maron. Dude, I guarantee you if I had access to Mark Maron's like podcast analytics, it would be like less than 1% Gen Z. There's just zero. I just do not believe that there's like a bunch of Gen Z listening to Mark Maron, bro. That's so cringy. Dude, why are these like old motherfuckers commenting on this shit? It's so cringe.
It's not you when they dump you, they say, I'm actually a wreck. You know, I'm dealing with so much right now. I think we had a really good 3 months. I'm really glad you slept with me. But, you know, my anxiety and my trust issues.
Why would I treat you like a person? You're like a woman.
You're like a woman.
By the way, I have a very good Muscle Man voice. I could do Muscle Man perfectly.
Yeah, I don't know who Muscle Man is.
You don't know who Muscle Man is?
Dude, I'm not as educated in.
You know who
like, all
else
things
doesn't
American.
know who Muscle Man is?
Muscle Man?
My mom!
Well,
You've never
that
heard
tracks.
Muscle Man?
I mean, maybe I did, but like, I'm not sure. So
Here.
I don't want to.
Look at Rigby's
now I
face.
know.
Oh no, he's choking. Don't worry, dude. I got you. Sick! Your choke wad spat soda in my face.
Quit whining! Here's another soda, you big baby.
I could do it.
Yeah, you actually did sound very, very much like him.
You know who else sounds like Muscle Man?
1stAmender.
Yeah, no, Muscle Man is hilarious in regular show. That's correct, Bo Bro. Yes.
My family history, and Trump Trump's in office. I mean, I'm just being an awful boyfriend. So you're really great, but I'm not really my true self. So maybe we could just be friends.
Don't just be friends.
Don't just be friends.
That's why. It's because they said maybe we could just be friends. Man, you did it, dude. That's literally why. I'm sure. They place no blame on the manosphere and the fucking nightmare of a situation that is, and all the women that have to deal with the blatant misogyny coming from the hardcore right, arguing the worst shit ever, getting unironic Gen Z to argue, saying that women shouldn't have a right to vote. I promise you, bro, the trooper is running for the hills. And if the trooper is running for the hills, you ain't got no chance with any girl. It ain't happening.
Coming up, splish splash. My Amazon drone delivery's taking a bath.
What the fuck?
Be sure to like and
okay. All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. This was fun. I enjoyed it. Did you have fun, Daniel?
Dude, I had a lot of fun. It's like you crushed it today with all the fucking like.
Did it? You
clips
like
on
the
TikTok.
bits,
Dude. All of them just.
You like the
fucking
bits,
amazing.
you know.
Dude, I loved it. I loved it.
You know,
like all of them.
We got another bit right here.
All of them.
We're getting a phone call. We're getting a phone call.
That was so great.
You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, 1stAmender, it's me, John again.
It's John.
It's AWOL's friend, John.
I gotta add you to the contact list. Let me
Okay.
Let me add you to that contact list. Just give me a second.
Okay. This is my real number, by the way.
Yeah. I'm gonna do
AWOL's
everything
friend.
in my power to not show that number.
Oh shoot! If you showed that number, everyone would be calling me and saying, "Hey, is this John Smith?" And like, I don't, like, who are you trying to find? You know, like,
Yeah, give
there's
me a
ways
sec.
I can dodge that.
Give me a
So.
second. I'll never do that, by the way. Even if I even if you went out of your way, like if you went as far to like even dox me, I would not dox you. Right? I have a hard.
I appreciate that.
Hard no on that. So it's not gonna
I have
happen.
no interest in doxing you, and I also think that you have no power to dox me because my name's John Smith. Like,
True.
What is anyone
Actually,
gonna?
kind of true.
What's anyone gonna do? Yeah. So.
Yeah, but I'm never gonna do that. Just FYI. Anyway.
No.
All right. So what did you want to talk about, John?
Oh, I just wanted to, I guess, re-engage with the idea of that the previous conversation about the feminism versus the manosphere and Gen Z women and all that nonsense. So, number one, I heard, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that Gen Z was leaning far more conservative than millennials. Is that correct, or am I wrong about that? That's correct.
Yeah, because Turning
Okay.
Point USA.
Okay, well, good on them in my opinion. Maybe not in your opinion, but in my opinion,
Yeah, I mean, I
good
think
thing.
it radicalized a lot of men to be crazy.
As far as the manosphere goes, I highly disagree with a lot of their prescriptions. Their descriptions, all the data that they presented, yeah, it's pretty accurate, but the way that they choose to act about the
They
data
cherry
is-
pick. They cherry pick data all the time.
Well, I mean, regardless, let's even say they were correct entirely about the data. Let's just say that they were correct. I still think that their actions would be wrong. I entirely disagree with how they treated or how they were told to treat everyone. Like someone else said in the chat, my ideal as a conservative is families, and the manosphere is entirely about game and just getting as much pussy as you can. You know, like I disagree with that entirely. That's not a conservative value. That should not be a thing. So regardless of whichever side you're on,
Well, I hope
side
that,
is
that
saying,
if you are like doing the whole family thing, that you're treating your wife as a person, a human being, and equal to you.
well, yeah, obviously. At least I will say, I respect everything about her and value everything about her. She voluntarily submits to me authority over financial decisions and other family decisions that need to happen. There are some decisions that I will submit to her. For example, when it comes to care for our daughter, I imagine she knows best. So I submit that to her and I say, okay, you tell me whatever needs to happen. I'll make this happen. When it comes to finances, she goes, hey, I want to buy this thing. And then I say yes or no. And that's kind of how we kind of have worked it out. And
I mean, to me, that's between
happy
consenting adults. It doesn't bother me if there's like people living the tradcon life. I'm not against it, right? It's your choice. I mean, I guess it's just free of coercion. It's probably my only caveat.
Yeah. There's no coercion, but that's a huge difference between the manosphere side of saying you lay down the law and your wife has to, or your woman, because they don't have wives. Your females have to submit to whatever you say, versus the other side, which is the strong boss woman archetype, which is like, no, you always have a say. And it's like, no, in this kind of relationship, at least for me, in a traditional conservative relationship, it's like, no, there is value in everyone's opinion. However, someone has to bear the full brunt of the responsibility of whatever decision is made. And
I mean, I disagree. I just think that women and men in terms of the decision-making process are equal, but that's just a difference in how you and I approach things. Again, like, I'm not going to sit there and tell you that, oh, you have to live your life like I do, or that I have to live the life like you do.
Yeah, sure. And I won't tell you the same thing. What I will say is, if Gen Z is far more conservative, I think the young men of that generation actually have far more of a chance than I did with millennial women. Millennial women are freaking insane, and there was no chance for me. I married up. I got me a cougar. So,
okay.
I mean, she's only 3 years older than me, so I don't know if you can consider her a cougar, but she's on the older end of the Gen Z, or not Gen Z, the millennial portion.
I never had a problem with millennial women. They're great.
Yeah, I know, but I did have a problem with millennial women. There's probably a reason why you didn't have a problem with them. What was that?
Too independent, huh?
Not independent. It was too much man-hating.
Man-hating?
Yeah,
what's
can
wrong
I
with
give
that?
you? Look, this is.
You can't laugh at yourself?
I can, but can I give you a description of one of my nights out? And this is purely anecdotal, so take it for how you will. But can I just give you a description of one of my nights out when my friends convinced me to go out?
Sure.
Okay. So my friends convinced me to go out. This was even before COVID. This was like 2018. So we went out to a club. I opened the door for a group of women that were walking in front of us. And you know what they said? They said, I don't need you to hold this door for me. And I was like, okay, fucking, like, what the hell? Like, excuse me for trying to be chivalrous and polite. Then whatever. I don't care. I was just like, that's just one of them. Whatever. Don't matter. Walk into the club. I sit down at a table that's like right up against the dance floor, and my friends go out to grab some drinks, bring them back to the table. While the people are dancing, this lady does this like giant spinning move and starts to fall next to me. I reach over and catch her as she's about to smash her head into the floor. I catch her. Like, this is a romantic moment, in my opinion. But I catch her, and I say, are you okay? And then she just says, just because you caught me doesn't mean I'm going to talk to you. And so I lifted her back up, and I was just like, hands off, and I was just like, okay, what the fuck? Like, that's fine. I'm just waiting for my drink. My friends, I find them on the other side of the bar. They're already talking to other people. They didn't even bring me the drink. So I was like, what the fuck? All right, I came out here. I'm at least going to have a drink, and I'm going to go home. So I went to the bar, and I ordered a beer. Guy gives me a beer, I drink it, and then I say, let me close out. And he says, oh, it's $8 minimum tab. And my beer was $4. So I was like, okay, well then just give me another beer. And he's like, oh, well, we have 50% off if you buy one, you get one 50% off. So you need to order 2 beers. And I was like, fuck it. Like, just give me 1 beer and give anyone else, literally anyone else, another beer. And he's like, okay, I'll just give this lady a beer next to you. So I'm like, all right, fine. So he gives me the beer, he gives her a beer, and he closes me out. And he says, hey, this is from the gentleman next to you. And she looks at me and she goes, I'm not going to talk to you just because you bought me a beer. And I was like, I don't even fucking care. I'm not trying to talk to you. I'm trying to close out and get the fuck home. Like, what the fuck is wrong with all of you women that I just showed up, I opened a door, and I was accosted, and then I caught someone from having brain damage, and then I was accosted, and then I just come here to close out my tab, and now I'm accosted.
Okay.
And like, this is, and you want me to now say that, yes, these millennial women are sane and that I should try to be chivalrous? No, fuck all of them. I was like, nah, fuck this. I'm out. All of you are insane. I'm not going to deal with this. I am out. I will never again try to date any of you.
You know what I would have done?
That's what I did for
you
the
know what
next
I would
5
have done
years.
on that girl you caught?
Well, yeah, what would you have done?
I would have said, I would have let her get up, let her say that to me. I would have gone to the bar. I would have gotten that second drink. I would have walked back up to her and I would have said, I like spunky girls. Now will you talk to me? And then I'd hand her the drink.
And you know what would have happened? You would have had a rape charge against you because that's what they were doing back then.
Oh, come on, dude. That wouldn't happen.
Dude, no, I'm not even kidding. That's
Listen,
exactly
if she
what
rejects
would have
me,
happened.
He is kind of full
you would
of
have
shit
a rape
now.
charge against
listen,
you for
if they would have rejected me, if they would have
Look up
rejected
all
me
the
from
stories,
listen
bro.
to me. If they would have rejected me at that point, I've been like, whatever, 2 drinks for me, and then I would have sat my ass down and fucking drank. That's what I would have done.
And then you still would have received a rape charge.
Where's the rape? How? Where? What are you talking about?
What was that one actor, that Indian actor that he was a comedian and he just went to that one nightclub and literally did nothing except sit at the bar
Also,
and offer
can
a
I
girl
just
a
be
drink,
clear,
and
right?
he had a rape charge.
Can I just be clear?
So
You probably, I'm just going to be honest with you.
I'm just saying.
I think that you probably came
up,
across like some like a hardcore, maybe hardcore feminist lesbian group. Maybe. You just happened to hit on 3 of them, and then you just attributed that to all women. I'm serious. I'm not messing with you.
I'm not even gonna blow that by. I'm gonna say yes, that is possible. But
I'm
what
just saying,
I
wouldn't discount millennial, because man,
I'm
millennial
just saying
women,
that was
they'll
the
do
environment.
it right. They'll do you
That
right.
was the environment that I lived in for all of my
Especially
20s.
the trooper.
So I wouldn't. So when you're talking about people that are being attracted to the manosphere, who are millennials during that time, like 10 years ago, it makes sense to me. I never was. I mean, I listened to it and then I was like, this is kind of bullshit to me. But for those people that lived through that, this was their daily experience, and so I just want to say, like, don't discount it.
I've been to lots of clubs, and I would just ask girls to date if she to go on a dance, to dance with me, and if things happen, that's all that happened.
Yeah, and
if it wasn't okay, they're like, oh, I got a boyfriend. Sorry, no problem. We move on.
Yeah, and
I would ask, to the next girl.
And I would ask, hey,
girls are there. They want to go there. They want to. A lot. When girls are showing up at the club,
and she would say, "This is rape."
Listen,
so
I'm just saying. Listen to me. When girls are showing up,
this was the.
Oh my God, listen to me for a second.
That it was back then.
When girls are showing up to the club, they're looking to date. Okay, if they're giving you an excuse, if they're giving you an excuse that they don't want to, right? Or maybe they're with their boyfriend. Maybe that's possible. But if they're not with a boyfriend, they're giving you some excuse. They're just not into you. And that's okay. You just move on. Okay.
Yeah,
not everybody's into everybody.
I'm fine with that. I'm not fine with rape accusations, though. When
They're
you say,
not
hey,
gonna,
can I have a dance? And they go,
dude, coming back to her and offering her a drink and say, I like spunky women is not a rape allegation, dude.
that's
Calm
yes, it
down.
was back then, dude. Don't
It's
even
not.
kid me, man. Back
It's
then, that
not.
would be a rape accusation.
It's not.
Don't even
I'm
kid
telling-
me.
All right, dude,
Look up
it's
all the
not.
accusations, man.
It's
Look
not
them
a
up.
rape
This is
allegation,
insane.
you freak.
This
It's
is
not a rape
insane.
allegation.
They literally did this.
John, it's giving
He
a
spoke
girl
to
a
me,
drink.
and therefore it was rape.
Giving a girl
This
a
was
drink,
this
even
was an
in
accusation.
2008, where like feminism was maxing out, it was not a rape allegation to give a girl a drink and
It
say,
literally was.
No,
in my
it
experience,
wasn't.
It literally was.
Oh my God.
In my
all right,
experience,
all right.
it
Then
literally was.
we got to just
It
agree to
literally was.
disagree. You're
We'll
on
just-
another
we'll
planet,
agree.
my dude. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know what to tell you either, man. My experience was way different. I'm glad that yours was better. Mine was absolutely horrible. So I'm glad that you came out on top, though.
All right. You have a great day, John.
You too.
That's wild, Daniel.
No, I think, dude, it's like he's just crazy for saying that. And by the way, it's like the actor he was talking about was most likely Aziz Ansari, and that didn't happen in a club. It happened in his apartment. Okay, like the whole thing. So not the same shit. So
Jigga
let's be
James
very
says,
fucking
nah, they
honest.
want attention and drinks. You buy one drink for a girl, you have to buy
Yeah.
her friends around too. Listen, buying the drink doesn't always work. And it's not supposed to, right? It's just a drink. It's nothing crazy. I'm just saying, you offer that piece. Sometimes it helps. That's it. That's all it is. I think like there was an instance of like a bunch of mobsters, not mobsters. There was a bunch of like rioters that were like destroying stuff and they were vandalizing property and they were hurting people. And there was a news reporter that was like capturing the whole thing. The guy started running from these, people that were just, destroying everything. And they caught up with the, with the newscaster guy. And he got knocked on the ground. And he was just like, fuck, man, this could get bad. And so he looked at the guys that were ready to, to beat the guy up just because of in the heat of the moment. And he pulled out and he says, hey, you guys want some White Claws? And he just started pulling out of his backpack some cold White Claws. They're like, fuck yeah, I want some White Claws. They immediately calmed down. Listen, offering the peace, man, it helps. It does. It helps. It
Also,
it doesn't
like,
guarantee,
I've never in my life,
but it helps.
I've never in my life, 1stAmender, heard of anybody being charged with rape
Yeah.
for offering a drink.
Jigga
It's
James
complex.
just says
It's
you
like
got to have
never
thick
in my
skin or
life.
get over 6'2". Yo, dude, this fucking like the height thing. I'm sorry. I don't agree with that. Danny DeVito can get a girl. You can get a girl too.
Well, I mean, you need to be funny as Danny DeVito.
You got to be,
yeah. Short.
If you're charming, but if you're short, obviously there's a disadvantage. I'm not saying there isn't a disadvantage. There
like,
surely is.
It's
but,
okay to be a short king
but
too.
you can be short and get a girl. It is possible. You can do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it harder? Yeah. Okay. I'll give you that. All right. The funny thing is that women are probably even more entitled in their attitudes to men than vice versa. Nah, dude, there's so many men that are so shitty to women and it's terrible. It's especially the manosphere types, bro. The manosphere types are just insane.
Well, Amanda, as an older guy, okay, I can tell you for sure because my life was mostly lived before the manosphere was like even a thing.
Yeah.
Like even before that, I've met more shitty men than shitty women. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not like a new thing. It's not like it happened with the manosphere. The manosphere just showed it like a lot clearer and probably exacerbated a bit like the divide. But there were always like way more shittier men than shittier women.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Well, don't worry. One day my vision will come true. Not this. This is not my vision.
Dude,
Here's
that
my
is the
vision, everybody.
I support the woke agenda. Smiley piercings are now mandatory. Pronouns for everyone. We will move the U.S. Capitol to Oakland, California. What is a Bay Area? Take that, nerds. The whole world has been mocked. While you were just gooning, we were woke maxing. Universal health care and free abortion for all. Tax mogging the billionaires. Government sanctioned sideshows on every freeway in America. Being straight is now illegal.
Did you hear that, guys?
There you go.
Being straight is now illegal. That is part of my goal. I'm sorry.
It's
Are you straight?
bi-maxing, right?
Are you straight? Illegal.
Not anymore.
Straight to
Not
jail.
anymore.
You have to be at least bisexual.
We will extend BART nationwide. Hope you enjoy decent public transit. Red state degenerates. You will listen to Krayshawn. You will eat a hyphy burger. You will have non-binary roommates. You will love your immigrant neighbors. Just let the woke consume you, babe. Go ahead, get those microbangs. Just put the pronouns in the bio, little bro. I'm hella woke now. Ya feel me?
It's great.
Yeah.
Dude, these clips are just bangers.
You
I
like
swear. These are amazing. Oh, dude, like this new world is crazy, man. It's crazy. It's like when when the internet came around. Dude, I knew it was cool, but I didn't know it's gonna be this cool.
There's been some, some stuff that's been really neat, and there's a lot of stuff that's been just absolutely awful.
Yeah.
Like, VR is really cool. I love VR. I'm a fucking VR queen.
I know.
VR queen. But the climate change, it's not it's not so cool. And Donald
Well,
Trump
I mean,
is not
that's
so cool either.
nothing to do with the
You know?
internet, though, man.
You
I was
know?
just talking about the internet.
Yeah.
The internet is cool.
It is cool.
Yeah, but like everything else is,
Yeah.
the anti-science of it all, right? Because it's like you have all these like religious people and the conservatives that kind of like latched onto that, and they become like this symbiosis of like shit. Yeah.
Well, you know what? We've actually found we found a video of Chud the Builder in his jail cell. Let's take a
Ooh.
quick look. See what Chud the Builder's.
I would do that to him. I would literally do that to him.
Not going anywhere for a while?
No, 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 no!
Grab a Snickers.
Grab a Snickers. What happened to him? Is like he's in jail awaiting trial. Or something?
He's going away for 50 years.
Whoa! What the really?
Yeah.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
What did you? He
I mean,
incited it.
It couldn't have happened to a better person.
He
It's
incited
I
it,
swear.
dude. You can't claim self-defense after you spent all your time inciting violence. Are you wild? No, absolutely not, bro. That is not how that works.
Oh, you should look up into how the federal government botched the Luigi Mangione case. By the way,
did they?
Yeah.
What happened with that?
Well, it's about the charges. It's like a very technical thing about the charges.
Let me look.
Where it's like in New York State, you can't be tried.
It says Luigi
2 times for the same
Mangione's
charges.
defense executed strategic maneuvering around the federal and state prosecutors, leading to Mangione pleading guilty to federal stalking charges in August 2026. Critics and legal analysts noted that the government's initial handling of the case suffered major setbacks, including a federal judge dropping capital death penalty charges and missteps in coordination between federal and state offices. The loss of the death penalty, U.S. District Judge Margaret Garnett dismissed the federal capital murder and firearm charges, ruling the predicate stalking offense did not legally qualify as a crime of violence. Oh my God.
I mean, it's very legalese, right? Because it's like, yeah, obviously, you know, you're going to have lawyers
The guilty plea
talking about that.
strategy. Mangione unexpectedly pleaded guilty in federal court to stalking, resulting in death without a formal plea agreement. His defense intends to use the federal conviction to trigger double jeopardy protections under New York state law and challenge the pending state murder case. Yo, that's wild.
Yeah, so he could literally just go to jail for stalking, and that's it.
Wild.
Yeah, and this is all because of like the ineptitude of the DOJ, right? Because, you know, you see who's running the DOJ, right? It's just like people incapable of doing their jobs, like people that are shit at their jobs.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. I mean, it's like he admitted that he did it. You know, that's the thing.
That's crazy.
But, you know, these people are just like, they're incapable of doing the jobs they were hired to do. And it's like all the good lawyers, they just exited the DOJ. And the DOJ, like in 2 years, not even 2 years, became from a place where every lawyer wanted to go to because the high standards, it became just a shithole. And it's all thanks to this administration.
Well.
Yeah. Oh, you should also look into the case of like Charlie Kirk's alleged murder. Right? That's also like another one that is like really fucked, you know, like in multiple ways.
Let me see.
And it's like I don't even know if the guy did it. It's like I've been looking into it, like I'm not even sure. It's like, did he do it? It's like doesn't fucking seem like he did it, you know?
That's
I don't
wild.
know. Yeah. Because they're just shit, man. It's just people shit at their jobs. You know, they just pretend they're good. And when they get in power, they just don't do anything. Because obviously they're just like morons. They're, you know.
Now let's take a look. I'm looking.
Uneducated on everything.
All right, so it says here, Charlie Kirk suspect fights the death penalty, says no others were in danger. Prosecutors say they seek the death penalty against Tyler Robinson because he also endangered people near Charlie Kirk, who was shot in the throat last year. Mr. Robinson's lawyers note that the gunman struck only his target. Lawyers for the man accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk said that he could not face the death penalty because only the intended target was hit and no one else was put in grave danger. Prosecutors in Utah have charged the man, Tyler Robinson, 23, with aggravated murder and are seeking capital punishment because they knowingly created a great risk of death to people around Mr. Kirk. The 31-year-old conservative activist, Mr. Kirk, was shot in the throat last year while speaking at his college outdoor amphitheater. Mind you, right? I don't like Charlie Kirk. I think he's a terrible human being. I think he did a lot of awful things. He didn't deserve to die. With that being said, let's continue.
Yeah, of course, obviously. Did you see, sorry for interrupting you, but did you see the great debate?
The great debate?
So, yeah, your friend, Andrew Wilson.
Oh, Andrew Wilson and Candace. Yeah, I tried watching
and
the
Candace
whole thing.
Owens.
I had a really hard time.
No, it's a shit
it was like
show.
watching the deaf lead the blind. It was just...
Yeah, but
like
did you see the moment where she bitch slapped him?
Huh? No.
Did you see the
No.
Oh, so there was
That
like
happened?
this part where, yeah, I mean, she like bitch slapped, not like physically, right? But like verbally and like rhetorically. And it's like being mocked by Candace Owens. Oh my God, that must fucking hurt. Especially for a guy like, you know.
She's not even in reality. Like
Andrew
she
Wilson.
doesn't exist.
But there was like this moment where she asked him, it's like, do you know what the charges are for Tyler Robinson? And he says, yeah, of course I do. And she's like, yeah, just tell me one. So like, yeah, I can tell all of them if you want to. Yeah, just tell me one. It's like, I can tell all of them. It's like, obvious. No, just behaving like a person that actually doesn't know the charges. And then she just goes and said, well, he was charged with murder. And she's like, well, no, he was charged with aggravated murder, which is not the same thing because blah, 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 blah. And he kept trying to interrupt her, right? And to like, and she just dog walked him like the whole fucking
that's crazy.
way. That was like, oh my God. I mean, because that's what
I had a
Andrew
hard
was
time. I had a hard
like,
time
he's
watching
an
it
uneducated
because,
person.
like, I don't know,
it's a shit show.
Yeah, Candace Owens, like, she came off to me as like a total idiot. And
she's unhinged. She's unhinged.
Yeah,
but again,
and,
it's like it's just like he's even more unhinged than she is, right? And more uneducated on the subject than she is.
Yeah.
That's the only thing, right? I mean, you can
and
understand like
Andrew Wilson,
depths.
he's a very hateful person, and he will always like side with whatever is like the most hateful thing. And so, like, obviously to do that is like, I side very much with Charlie Kirk, and everything he said was amazing and wonderful. And I hope they get rid of the Civil Rights Act. Like, I don't know. I found it very hard to listen to because I couldn't disagree more than with both of these people. There's just no evidence of what Candace Owens said to be the case. And I don't know, Andrew Wilson, gross. But in a legal briefing this week, Mrs. Robinson's lawyers argued that Mr. Kirk's assassin had fired a single bullet above, not through. The crowd and thousands came to see Mr. Kirk speak at the Utah Valley University last September. The shooter did not miss his intended target and did not chamber another round, leaving the spent cartridge in the rifle, the court-appointed lawyers wrote. Mr. Robinson had not entered a plea, and his lawyers did not say that their client was the gunman. In hearings last month, prosecutors presented evidence against Mr. Robinson, including an account from his former lover, Mr. Robinson's, admitting to the killing of expressing regret. Judge Tony Graff could decide as soon as September 1st after oral argument. Dude, I wish this was televised. God, I'd watch the shit out of it. Oh my God. I love court proceedings. I love it, dude. I'm addicted to them. When there's like a high profile case like this and they're televising it, oh God. I wish they did that with Ghislaine Maxwell. I wish they did it with this guy as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, the Ghislaine Maxwell, that would have been interesting.
That would have been a good one. Yeah, for sure. At this stage, prosecutors need only to establish a probable cause. Mr. Robinson committed the crimes. Many experts expect the case to proceed toward a high-profile televised trial. Hey, please.
Oh, televised. Okay.
But Mr. Robinson's lawyers made several new arguments about prosecutors not meeting that burden, including one about the gunman hitting his intended target as they urged the judge not to allow the case to move forward. Prosecutors contended that allowing a trial to proceed should be a straightforward decision. They argued that Mr. Robinson had created a great risk of death to everyone who was in his line of fire who was near Mr. Kirk, including a man who was posing questions to Mr. Kirk, as well as others of what they called a zone of danger. I don't know. I mean,
they might be out of their depths, right? With like trying too much.
I think what I would want to do, like if if I was on the defense's case, the state side here, and I wanted to convict this guy as hard as possible, I would probably I would look for an expert of like firearms to determine that specific caliber of round is known to create shrapnel. And it is reasonable to assume.
The thing is, I think they're having some issues with the gun too, right? From what I read.
Yeah.
But I think that's like a bit off, because what they're trying to do, they're trying to use this charge of aggravated murder, because in Utah, this charge of aggravated murder is actually the one that carries the possibility of the death penalty.
Yeah.
Whereas if you just accuse him of murder, that one doesn't carry the death penalty.
Yeah.
Right. So you cannot use the death penalty for just murder, only for aggravated murder. And this is probably like the thing that might just fuck them like really hard. right? Especially if they go with it, right? Because if their standards of evidence are going to be like way higher, because it's, obviously because it involves the death penalty. Like, the standards are like a bit higher than for like regular murder. But again, it's like I don't even know if this guy did it. It's like I'm
Yeah.
not really sure. Like the gun, like everything is like, I'll be honest, like it doesn't really make sense to me from what the FBI told us, right? But
It
again,
made sense to me.
it
I
could
mean,
just be
he
the
was on the
FBI
roof.
being inept.
He was on the roof, and I
don't
remember
know
he
that.
dropped off his gun.
I didn't know that.
He did in a he stowed it away in the woods.
Oh no. Yeah, but there's multiple problems. There's multiple problems because
Is
it's
there?
like like about the
I
gun.
didn't look.
Yeah,
I didn't
'cause
look
it's
too
like,
deep into it.
Yeah, so what they said is that he brought the gun up to the roof, and then he disassembled the gun,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because he couldn't have the whole gun with him when he dropped off the roof.
Yeah.
So he disassembled the gun, but left the screwdriver on the roof. And then when they found the gun, it was reassembled. So it's like, it makes no sense. You understand? Like even his like texts is like, if you go around and like read his texts to like his like whatever friends I mean, they're just so anachronistic. It's like they use this verbiage that
Was
it's like
the gun disassembled and reassembled? Charlie Kirk shooting. Let me look.
This was what the FBI was telling people.
I'm just pulling it up.
Yeah.
How the gun that killed Charlie Kirk could have been broken down. Gun expert. 5 minutes. Let's take a look.
There are aftermarket accessories that would allow you to break this gun down. He selected a bolt action because this is typically the choice for a long-range sniper. A bolt action looks like this. It has very few
Cool
moving
gun.
pieces. When you put the bolt forward and engage
I've always loved
around,
bolt action.
it locks
Feels so
in
good to
place.
fire.
And because
Yeah.
nothing happens after
Classics.
you pull the trigger except the click, the amount of gas pressure in the barrel remains consistent. And that's why this type of gun is preferred for long-range shots.
And it doesn't expel the cartridge either, which I learned. So he took that cartridge with him, and it was found inside the gun, according to some reports, along with some others in a magazine. How quickly, if it is broken down, because it doesn't look like he's jumping with a long rifle tucked in his leg. It looks like it's got to be in that backpack. So how quickly could he break it down if he needed to break it down?
A second or two.
What?
Literally just push a button and wrap it around, push another button and wrap it back. They're designed to be able to be put into full-length mode or compact mode extremely quickly.
Let's see. What gun was used? What gun was used to kill Charlie Kirk?
I mean,
Let's see.
I'm very weirded out why he didn't show it, right? If you can do it in a
let's see.
second.
Well,
Let's
that
see.
would make perfect
He literally
sense.
had the gun
Given
there.
what we've now seen, Stephen, I think a lot of that video is brand new since we called you earlier today. Now we're seeing him running to the edge of the building, jumping off that building. He's holding onto the backpack as he's jumping and landing with the backpack. Most of us would drop whatever heavy thing we have so that it makes the landing less painful. But he jumps with that backpack. Does that make you think that he did break the rifle down and that he did put it in the backpack?
Not necessarily. With all the things going on in his mind, he's probably not thinking about what's the best way to land here. He's thinking about getting away. There's no danger of the gun going off if he were to have dropped it, because what's in the chamber is still the expended cartridge, the empty brass. So he could smash that gun as hard as he wants. It's not going to go off again.
But what do you make of him dropping off? I mean, he would not have put that gun in his pants and done this jump, but I don't see a gun in his hands.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's in the bag that he's carrying.
Let me see here. Hold on. Let's look back.
In his pants and done this jump, but I don't see a gun in his hands.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's in the bag that he's carrying.
Yeah, I think you're right. He had to have. And just to be clear, It's a long gun. He would have had to break it down, correct? It wouldn't have fit in a backpack that size put together.
Yeah, that's correct. It's hard to see if that's really the same backpack that we saw in the shots. To me, it looks more like a duffel bag of 36 to 40 inches. So he could have had the uncompacted weapon in there as well.
Yeah, he certainly didn't leave anything behind at the scene of the shooting because
no.
they, well, at least that's the authorities have not said it.
That's right. If he'd had an AR-style weapon when he pressed the trigger, clear that. When he pressed the trigger, the gun would have gone off, and then the bolt would have gone back, and
it's an AR-15, right?
Gone out, and
yeah, but that's a different.
Probably didn't want to leave brass at the scene, which doesn't.
Come on, take apart that Mauser.
That's why he still left the gun so close to the scene where.
I mean, if it takes like a second, it's like
and was recovered.
I'm wondering why he doesn't show it. Look how easy it is.
That is how many people
because I don't think it's as easy as he says.
This gun. How hard will it be for investigators to narrow down this particular gun to the person who purchased it or owned it eventually?
It depends entirely on the individual gun. While thousands of people do own that gun, whether it was purchased.
So I'm told that breakdown of a disassembly level of a Mauser here is basic field strip bolt removal is 15 to 30 seconds. A bolt disassembly 1 to 2 minutes, and a complete armor disassembly is about 15 to 30 minutes. So he doesn't need to do all of this. It could be something along the lines
that's a bolt disassembly.
It's
like, yeah, but that's just like the bolt
Open
removal.
the bolt.
And again, it's like
press the ejector box, stop or release, and then pull the bolt straight out.
Yeah, but I don't think he just did that.
It's
right?
also marked Group Anglo-Saxon.
Again, it's like you need to
Lower Saxony group.
Make it shorter,
SA.
like the whole thing.
And of course, it's got a DOT manufacturer code indicating Waffenwerk.
Obviously,
Brunn,
this is a newer one.
and it was made in 1944.
It's still a Mauser. It's still a bolt action.
So to start the field stripping process, go ahead and put the safety to the middle position. Take the bolt to the rear. Pull the tab on the ejector box, and the bolt will come right out of there. Now go ahead and push up on this little tab, and this will allow you to rotate the shroud over the cocking piece.
Okay.
Go ahead and unscrew
about the
that
barrel?
so you can pull out the firing pin. Now go ahead and set the bolt and bolt body to the side. Now, if you've ever wondered why these discs are present in the stocks of Mausers, that's a disassembly disc. So push down on the safety a bit, rotate the cocking piece, and then the shroud will come right off of the firing pin. And there you go, your massive Mauser style one-piece firing pin is present. Go ahead and remove the spring as well to make it a little easier for cleaning. Then go ahead and take the safety off. It spins freely at this point. It's not under any pressure or tension. And you can also remove this springy bit if you want to. I generally don't for a simple field strip, but you can do it. It's just a pain. And there you go, a field strip Mauser 98. Just because this is a
Okay,
K98,
so that's just a field strip. We want to know the barrel.
Action or large ring Mauser, really.
Because I'm telling you, it's like what they were
guns,
saying
the Yugo guns,
is
there's
that he
countless
used
different
a
countries made these
screwdriver.
and use these. It's the
I'm
most
assuming it's a
produced rifle of all
screwdriver that's
time.
made
The
to do
production
this
numbers for Mausers
specific
make
thing.
How to remove a barrel
But the screwdriver-
out of a Mauser 1895. Let's see.
Okay, forgive me for the poor lighting. I've been struggling to put those back on, and I don't really have enough good light to shoot that. See, it's real dark because this light's kind of coming straight at it. But you can kind of see it there. That's actually not a bad shot. I get some light off of that backlight.
Strip down prior to barrel removal. How to take a bolt out of an 1895 Chilean Mauser. Rebarreling a K98 1895. Hey yo, we got AWOL. No, I'm messing with
Hey guys.
No, that's Rob. That's AWOL's friend.
95 Mauser 7mm.
That was a joke. I was just messing.
And got it a couple days ago. My
That doesn't even look like either
Anyway,
Rob
dude,
or.
I gotta go get some sleep.
All right, dude. Talk to you later.
I'm gonna head
Peace.
out. So thank you for tonight.
Peace.
Goodbye, everybody, and see you next time.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Like I cleaned all inside there. It was real messy. Previous owner had it, didn't really try to clean it up or nothing. Lots of gunk and dirt and mess. But,
Does the barrel not get removed? Is the barrel that difficult to remove? And also, what was the size of the duffel bag, right? I mean, I feel like we could look at this. Where is that? Okay, hold on. Let's go back here to this video. All right. I'm trying to see if we can get, he's got it on his back there. We can't really see how big the duffel bag was. How big was the duffel bag? Charlie Kirk murder. It's hard to say. There's no like, I'm trying to see. I'm going to use ChatGPT for this. I'm sorry. Let me see what I can find. Not finding a reliable official source that gives the exact duffel bag size. What is documented is that investigators said a bolt-action rifle was removed the nearby woods after the shooting. There's a lot of online discussion about a light blue Jan Sport style backpack. One investigation site estimates that its usable interior is roughly 17 inches, but that is an independent analysis, not FBI published measurement. So if you're asking how big was the bag supposedly used to transport the rifle, the answer is there isn't a verified public measurement, but we find for a duffel bag. But the 17-inch figure circulating online of the alleged backpack is not an officially documented duffel. Okay. We don't have an official figure. But how long is the Mauser? So it's a 29-inch, overall length 48 inches. So it would not fit in a 17-inch backpack. But I'm curious how easy it is to remove the barrel of a 1895 Mauser. Strip the, let's look.
You know, pulling or removing the barrels on most bolt-action rifles is a pretty straightforward job if you've got the right tools. Hi, I'm Larry Potterfield with Midway USA, and I'd like to show you how I do it. When handling any firearm, always keep it pointed in a safe direction, then check and make sure it's unloaded.
Now, one thing I could point out, sow doubt into this, is that this is not a good shot. This is so small.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's in the.
It is so small that one might be able to suspect that the resolution is not high enough to pick out that there was a barrel sticking out of his backpack. Maybe.
The bag.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you're right. He had to have. And just to be clear, it's a
Also possible, you know what, because it was found in the woods. He could have dropped it. He could have put it somewhere while he was still on the roof. He could have like thrown it in the woods. I don't know if there's like woods nearby. Is there woods nearby that building? What building was the Charlie Kirk shooter on? I'm just coming up with potential ideas. Holy crap. I think I'm right. Guys, I think I'm right. The gun wasn't on him. He was on the roof. He must have thrown it here. This is the so-called woods. He must have thrown it into the woods and then ran off. And then this is where we see him jumping down. But he had to have just dumped it here. Look how close it is. It's right there. Am I crazy? He could have just thrown it over the side of the roof and then continued on about his merry way. Am I crazy? I'm speculating. What do you guys think? I'm thinking that this kid, I mean, was he even there? Was he there? He was, you know, if he was here, he could have gone over here, tossed the gun, kept walking. He was there. He was on the roof, and then he climbed down. Maybe that's what happened. Anyway, let's go back.
He would have had to break it down, correct? It wouldn't have fit in a backpack that size put together.
No, he would have thrown it.
It's hard to see if that's really the same backpack that we saw in the shots. To me, it looks more like a duffel bag of 36
nope,
to 40
he threw
inches.
it. Not a duffel
so
bag.
He could have had the uncompact.
Yeah, he certainly didn't leave anything behind at the scene of the shooting because
No.
they, well, at least that's the authorities have not.
He did because the gun was actually found in the woods by the FBI.
When he pressed the trigger, clear that. When he pressed the trigger, the gun would have gone off, and then the bolt would have gone back, and spent brass would have gone out, and he probably didn't want to leave brass at the scene, which doesn't make too much sense why he still left the gun so close to the scene where it could easily be and was recovered.
He
Okay,
probably
next
threw
question. It's
it
an
in order to
important
make
one
it
for
seem like
investigators.
to
That
show
is,
that he
how
didn't have a
many
gun.
People roughly have this gun. How hard will it be for investigators to narrow down this particular gun to the person who purchased it or owned it eventually?
It depends entirely on the individual gun. While thousands of people do own that gun, whether it was purchased, on a 4473 form in a store where there's a record they can get it, whether it was purchased from a friend, whether it was given to him as a gift. So there may or may not be a record of ownership on the gun. So really, no way to know on that.
But in this
I
particular
understand
area in Utah, hunting is big, right? Like there's got to be, and if this is a big, you tell me, but I think this is a big gun among hunters. It would be tricky, especially in this part of Utah, to narrow this gun down. There's a lot of them out there, right?
Yeah, there certainly are. And the marksmanship, wasn't particularly great. With a large caliber rifle, you can still create a lethal wound from hits in many parts of the bodies. But if you look up anything about sniper, you'll see, snipers work either headshots, which is the less preferred because heads are small, or a central torso shot. But to hit a neck versus a heart, he would be off 8 inches on that, or about the same if he was doing a headshot. He'd be off another 9 or 10 inches.
Okay. I feel like I have a good hypothesis. But again, all speculation. We don't actually have any official, evidentiary hearing or anything like that. We don't have that. I'm not conspiracy brained. I go straight to, it could be a, more reasonable conclusion. A lot of people have been, I know, like, what was it? I think Candace Owens was saying that Mossad wanted, Charlie Kirk dead, and that's what happened. It just, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You have to show me some pretty strong evidence to show that was in fact the case. You can't just talk out of your ass and pretend that you know what you're talking about. Is first saying Israel killed Kirk. No, literally the opposite. Literally not that at all. I think that Tyler Robinson, who killed Charlie Kirk, And I think as of right now, based on what I'm seeing, completely plausible that he threw the gun off the roof and let it fall somewhere in the bushes or whatever. And then he ran. And then they found the gun in the woods. So, you know, totally possible. There's woods right there by that building. Could totally happen. I can't say for sure that that's what happened. I don't have definitive evidence of that, but it's totally possible. You can see the woods are right there. It's right there. You know, totally doable. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Did you guys have fun? I had fun. We've got lots and lots of content that we talk about. I think I want to do a video on the Angie Nixon problem. I thought that was really fun. Do video on this. I thought that was a very good video, and I hope you guys did enjoy it. I'll be in the Discord for a little bit longer if you guys still want to talk. Discord.gg/FIRSTAmender. Gonna be hanging out there for just a little bit while I put everything away. I hope you guys had a good time. Hit like on the video if you've not hit like, and hit subscribe. You know, I appreciate y'all very much. We'll be doing more of this. You'll probably see me on the weekend. We'll have more weekend stuff. I've got some debates coming up. There's some people that have been requesting me for debates. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see them. So thank you all very much.